I do right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall, my love. If you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you
TPs or not. It's just a trade of resources really everywhere. I think it was a good collapse from WE, and the fact that Karis got out of that was big as Hoya. No alts.
Oh no, I don't know if he can get out, but this is it. Bessa, we were talking about ADCs do not get to exist.
The vast majority of the damage that is coming out from ThunderTalk off the table. We haven't seen 1XN get pressured at all, given the pace of this game.
Not in the slightest.
What?
Satan is just kind of walking around these guys, gets a kill in a 1v3. Yeah,
as hey, to be fair to Team One, as we say, big shot, field goal, another. To be fair to Team One, they put up more of a fight than JDG did against ThunderTalk, so you know they can take that one home.
Without a doubt, Team Blood, gotta give them their props. The Old Man Cup champions, unfortunately.
Hello everybody and welcome to yet another day of the 2024 DEMACIA Cup, here presented to you by the LPL English unofficial community stream. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Rudude, who is here for his first day of the LPL English broadcast. Rude, welcome.
Yeah, I know. Very excited to be on board the project. Super happy that I get to be able to cast what is going to be two very, very exciting quarterfinal games. I'm very happy to be reunited alongside you, Grapes. It must have been at least 2 years since we've last got to get on a mic together, and for the LPL, I think it's a notable occasion.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing North American stuff. You've been doing your EMEA stuff. So now, of course, naturally, we reunite in China here for LPL. Exactly. Yeah. So as you said, we are continuing along our quarterfinals coverage. We got our final two quarters here today. The first of which will be LNG versus ThunderTalk, and then after that, of course, a very exciting matchup between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming. We can take a look at our bracket right now just to see where things are at in terms of these quarterfinals. Of course, we had our first block yesterday, Rude, where Weibo and Anyone's Legends both advanced to that semifinal.
Yeah, those were two 2-0s, and honestly in relatively convincing fashion as well, especially for Anyone's Legend. I think the EDG definitely put up a bit more of a fight, but Weibo earning themselves a spot in the semifinals is certainly something to look out for. That semifinal going to be very exciting as well. And of course, with the two games that we've got up today, we're expecting to see some quite close affairs. I think that ThunderTalk coming out of their group with an upset victory, really, being the team that progressed 3-0. And then obviously that matchup a little bit later on, IG versus TES, also going to be quite the exciting one. Lots of notable faces and a really big set of rosters for both of those teams.
Yeah, we got kind of our appetizer here in this series, and then the main course after this. You got two teams that, you know, are perennial contenders in the LPL and have a lot of players who have been to the highest of highs of international competition with both Top and Invictus Gaming. But here is actually another very interesting quarterfinal between two squads that I think are both looking for, you know, a bit of a different style or a different placement in the LPL this year in 2025 than last split. You know, LNG coming in with a bit of a reworked roster, and ThunderTalk had a couple of big promising performances in the summer and have kind of built upon that while retaining a good chunk of their starting five. As we could take a look at what the differences are, only one actually in the mid lane, with UCal getting actually moved in a trade for CTAB for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, a really exciting player out of the LCK Challengers from DRX. CTAB had a solid start to his LPL career, let's say his LPL journey over the group stage. Put up 3 really good numbers, played some decent League of Legends, to be honest, but we're looking mainly for this ThunderTalk roster. For me, at base 1 in the jungle, had a stellar performance, really enabled them to take down JDG, and then the bot lane, 1XN and Feather, a duo that have been together not just on this roster, but in past LDL rosters as well. They've definitely got that synergy inbuilt, they've definitely got a little bit of background experience ready, and we're expecting them to be one of the focal points for this series, if ThunderTalk are to be able to take anything, because it's worth saying that they do come into this as an underdog for this series.
Yeah, it definitely was a bit of a surprise to even see them in this quarterfinal. Of course, the favorite of the group that they were in was JDG, who have, you know, Pays, they have Ale, they have a lot of new exciting pieces to their team, but unfortunately did not end up working out their way in the group stage, as in that best of one that they played against ThunderTalk, blown out 20-1 in terms of kill score, won that game very, very convincingly, shocked a lot of people, and now find themselves here in the top 8 of the DEMACIA Cup. You know, just really cool to see them keep a big core of their roster together. And then the one change, of course, being a young mid laner who had his rookie split in the LCK last summer with DRX, and now getting a fresh opportunity here in the LPL, very similarly to the their old mid laner in UCAL.
Yeah, exactly. So we're hoping really that SATAB can slot in, maybe accelerate their roster just that little bit further, maybe have an opportunity for him to show his name into the LPL, as UCAL certainly a name that a lot of people are going to be familiar with at this point, and we're sort of familiar with what we expect from UCAL. But SATAB coming in as, you know, rookie split, last split, coming into this year in a tier 1 league, he should be one of those names that we're looking to really progress as a player himself. Ideally now we can take a look then at that LNG roster, see what their changes are, because we mentioned just the one change before, Grapes. This one's got a little bit more to it.
Yeah, so they're keeping their top side that made a top 8 appearance at Worlds last year, but the entire bot lane as well as their mid laner going to look a little different. There were some rumors going around that this roster could have ended up with Scout kind of remaining on the team and things like that, but instead ending up with Haichao, Photic, and Zhuo down in the bottom side. I think a lot of people are very excited about Haichao coming into this team. Had a very promising last summer with LGD Gaming, even though that team didn't necessarily finish towards the top of the standings. A lot of fun performances where he was a big playmaker on that team. But for LNG, we're definitely looking at this top side as being a primary focus for them.
Yeah, I mean, Zika has been a relatively consistent top laner pretty much throughout, whereas if we compare that to what we get to see for ThunderTalk, Hoya hasn't quite lived up to those same heights that we're expecting to see today from Zika. So the expectation is that an area of the map that should be relatively winning is going to be that top side. We're quite... honestly, for me, if I'm looking at anywhere as a bit of a weakness for ThunderTalk, it will be in that top lane. But then it's also worth mentioning that bot lane, Photic and Zhuo, a bot lane that have also been together previously on past iterations, past rosters. So again, even though we talked about 1XL and Feather having that synergy together, it's not something that isn't matched down in the bot side today.
Yeah, Photic and Zhuo, basically have been Rookie's bottom lane for the last year. They were on NIP together. Photic played with Rookie as well on V5 and has actually had a pretty extensive career in the LPL where he's had some very high highs and also some lower lows. Now coming in, a lot to prove on this LNG roster. Of course, replacing Gala and Hong from that team that made it to the World Championship quarterfinals last season. So, of course, have played with some pretty big names, but are going to have to really take a big step. And I'm excited to see if that existing synergy is able to match up for both of these bottom lanes, but specifically for Photic and Zhuo on LNG.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be their first time out officially as a roster, right? Getting that bye from being at Worlds, they managed to make their way straight into the quarterfinals. So getting to see what this composition of players is going to look like for the very first time, definitely something that we should be excited about. And looking forward as well as to how these two teams are going to match up. Already touched a little bit on the fact that the top lane could be a little bit of a focus for TT to try and make sure that they're not just hemorrhaging out of that top side. Want to focus in a little bit more on that jungle as well, because Beishwan had some stellar performances in the group stage, but it's no mean feat here. It's going to be a really difficult challenge for him to get really any form of success today.
Yeah, a big reason why ThunderTalk were able to reach the top of their group earlier last week was because of Beishwan and his incredible playmaking, specifically in the early games of a lot of these games. He was on Skarner duty against JDG, but had really high kill participation, always participating across the map, and ended up being a big reason, of course, why we see them here today. And on the other side, that was a very similar playstyle to what we saw from Weiwei throughout a lot of LNG's season last year, and also from what we saw from Weiwei when he was with Weibo back in 2023, which is just facilitating stuff around the map, not always being the main carry, but making sure that his teammates are in positions to succeed.
Yeah, to be relatively aggressive in that as well, not just sort of setting up for the team through ganks, but making sure that he's pulling his team into certain areas of the map as well. I want to go invade top side, I want to go invade bot side, and making sure that he's got the prio to go do that. I think that actually could be a really good pairing, specifically with their new mid laner as well. Haichao, we talked about the fact that he's quite fun, quite a bit of a player to keep your eye on that LGD roster, was the reason that they were winning games, was the reason that they managed to find themselves a couple of victories here and there. equally was a little bit the reason why they would lose games as well. There was an instance or two where, try and flank a little bit too far, go a bit too far on an angle, and then be a little bit late to the fight by extension. So when he's got a little bit more maybe coaching or a little bit more experience on his roster telling him quite how far the limit is, I'm really excited to see what Haichao can do as well.
Yeah, and just fun to see some good old-fashioned LPL. This offseason has been a long one, and we're finally getting towards the start of 2025. It's a nice little preview before, of course, we get into the regular season and things like that. But, the players are in studio today, and also some interesting things just in terms of the format is that, number one, we're going to be playing a best-of-3 in the true or hard fearless draft style. That means as soon as one champion is picked by either team, it will be banned for both teams for the remainder of the series. And the other thing that should be happening in a couple of minutes, Rude, we should have a 1v1 between two players for side selection in that first game, which of course is always a critical thing.
Grapes, if you were going to do a 1v1 for side select, which champion would you play?
There's a couple of different options. There are a couple of different ways you can go in terms of strategy. I'm not that good at CSing, so I don't think I could do what we saw in the second series yesterday, where there was a Corky versus Heimerdinger. So I'd have to go for the kill. I'm thinking like maybe a Darius, where you hide in a bush, you burn all your summoner spells, you pop that W, get all the bleed stacks, and just try to kill them as fast as possible. Maybe I'm too locked into that top lane mindset because we saw both top laners from yesterday end up going for that 1v1, but probably something like that.
We ended up seeing Marksman as well yesterday, which was, I think it's more entertaining when you've got spacing wars like Varus versus Draven. That was certainly something that was appealing to me as a Marksman player, but then also Corky versus Heimerdinger was one of the matchups I wasn't expecting to have on the Demacia Cup bingo card, but there we go. I think that when we get those sort of differing styles of champion, it definitely instills sort of CSing more so than anything when they're both ranged but still very different in their archetypes. But if you get something like a Darius, like you mentioned, and then let's just say a Vayne or a Draven or something like that on the top side, that's when you're looking for those all-ins. So waiting for that 1v1 to get underway should be a good little matchup. And I think we're not certain if it's just the top laners that do it or if they're just going top lane because they want to go top lane.
That was interesting. The fact that they were on Summoner's Rift was not what I was expecting as well. Just I feel like when we see the 1v1s, like they're always on the ARAM map and things like that, but it definitely dragged things out a little bit. So hopefully we get like the bloodshed this time. We don't get the farming style.
Yeah, we don't want to see 100 CS, right? That's just not a ruling that you want in the 1v1. It's there as a contingent. It's not something that we're looking for as an actual win condition. They are just going through the player walkouts on the stage now, so that gives us a general approximation as to when we're going to see them. A couple of minutes probably from now, get the players all set up. But I think that something else that we got to see, this was actually from social media as well, was that in the 1v1s yesterday, that there was significantly heavy amounts of coaching going on during those 1v1s as well, which is something that you don't get, obviously, in a 5 versus 5 situation.
Not only are they getting coached in-game by their coach, but they're also getting coached by like the other players that are backseating them on the side, which I don't know if I would necessarily want that. That's a lot of pressure. If you're, you already have all these fans watching you. Now you have your own teammates like yelling at you from
-1, just on repeat every time I miss a.
Exactly. A lot of pressure, but these players are able to handle the pressure. We can take a look at some of the player walkouts right now. I believe LNG coming out here first. Again, not the same look of this team from what we saw from them last year, but I think still a lot of good expectations for this squad as we go forward. I think generally we're expecting them to be the favorites for this series just because of some of the name power specifically in that top side of the map.
Yeah, no disrespect to Thunder Talk, and I think that we've given them the appropriate amount of praise going into this series that they deserve based on the fact that they took down JDG and that they sort of really upset the situation that happened in group stage. Still coming into this, they've got more work to do. Best of 3, a completely different beast to a best of 1 as well. So, one quick stomp versus, a former LPL veteran is completely different to try and take down a best of 3 with that true or hard fearless style that we've already mentioned. So I think that LNG come into this quite rightfully as your favourites. Thunder Talk still a team that we expect could find a game, could potentially find the series if they live up to those expectations. But again, going in, your expectation should be that it's going to be an LNG victory.
Yeah, now the one thing that Thunder Talk definitely have going for them is that this is the first time that we'll be seeing these 5 players from LNG play together leading into the 2025 season. On the other hand, Thunder Talk not only have had the 3 games of group stage already here in the DEMACIA Cup, but 4 out of their 5 players are returning from last season. And, you even go back to even further where you have 1XN, Beishuan, and Hoya who have been playing together, I think now for 4 or 5 splits. So a lot of existing synergy here between the Thunder Talk players. And of course, in this early season tournament, early season event, perhaps that's the area where an underdog like Thunder Talk can really rise to the occasion. And I'm excited to see, especially once we get into like the early game, like how LNG do look with this new roster, and if there is going to be any growing pain, because we definitely saw some growing pain from JDG. That's why Thunder Talk are here in the first place.
Yeah, a lot of familiarity among themselves, so that could be something that they look to exploit. And it's also worth mentioning the power of a bracket, let's say, the power of the run, so to speak, right? DRX finding their play-ins to world champions is the perfect example, right, of them being able to go from having just a lot of experience and a lot of playtime together in a tournament, and how much that can do for you just in a given situation, that you're able to find a lot of games in amongst your tournament run, and then that gives you more familiarity, more comfort. You get built into the tournament quite significantly, and even though it's only one set of group games, it's worth mentioning that TT do have that, okay, we've broken the on-stage nerves now as this 5-man roster. We are happy to know what we're doing when we're playing together and how that looks.
Now, I think the players are like getting ready to begin setting up. Who would you send if you were the coaching staff for either team to this 1v1 battle? Would it be the top laners? I mean,
yeah, I
think
think so.
Top laner.
So I would send the top laner. They are in pick ban now for the 1v1. So let's take a look at what's going in. Zika versus Hoya. Yeah, I think you have to send the top laners because they're used to the 1v1 aspect to begin with. And then you also typically do it in the long lane as well, and then just familiarity with it just makes it breeds the contentness for our top laners specifically. And
I already love that we have a Heimerdinger ban, because that means that that's already going to be off the table. I know that LNG have been doing their homework at least a little bit. They saw what Flandre was able to do on that thing, and it was pretty boring, so I'm happy about that. And here we go. Looks like Marksman could be the focus here. That's what we saw in that first 1v1 yesterday in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, okay. Waiting for the hovers, obviously, rule number 1, don't get baited by hovers, but a mirror matchup certainly would be exciting. The one thing with a Draven mirror matchup is you don't want to catch each other's axes and get confused, so there may have to be a little bit of skin controversy and see, okay, well, now, hold on, I don't want to pick up the wrong person's axe. We need to differentiate who's going to be whose. But yeah, Draven versus each other for game number 1. A pure battle of skill, right? The same kits, the same potential outcome. This is certainly one of those matchups that, I mean, trying to commentate is going to be quite the joy, let's say.
Now, surely this does not go to 100 CS, right? We're getting
no,
right?
It will definitely be. One of these players will die, and there's a very real possibility that happens at level 1 or 2. Just to see who can get the shove in as early as possible. Fighting for that level 2 certainly going to be quite the important part, and then that can just snowball the entire matchup. So you need to be in the lane early on. You need to be there auto attacking the wave as fast as possible, making sure that you're not dropping an axe, because if you drop an axe, that's lost DPS on the wave. And yeah, there's a whole load of minutia that will go into this 1 versus 1, especially when you've got things so specific as the Draven versus Draven.
Now, we saw Draven versus Varus yesterday in the Weibo series against EDG. I think it was Breathe that played the Draven. I could be mixing my top laners up around here a little bit. It was either Breathe or ZDZ. And I don't remember who won, but it's showing that, as we get into this,
Draven's a powerful pick in the 1v1.
It's going to be a big pick in the meta, exactly. So
yeah,
this will be fun. I haven't casted like a 1v1 in maybe ever.
I don't know that I ever have, I'll be honest with you, but the fact that you get to see the beauty of it being a 1 versus 1, and obviously it being the same champion, there's no element of, oh well, he has longer range so he outranges me, or they have a different champion that can do different things to me, so that means that's why they won. It is the exact same kit going up against each other, so the possibility for outplay really does come down to that player skill, and comes down to their understanding and their mastery really of a champion that you would anticipate Neither of them really have, especially as top laners. It's really comes down to that, let's call it extracurricular gameplay, where, well, I'm not expected to be able to play Draven, but how much time have I put in on it specifically for these 1v1s? And that's going to be something that comes up in the LPL quite significantly also. So when you're now looking at this going forward, is this going to be your designated 1v1 champion? Am I putting in a time now for side select?
Do you think they like practice? Do you think before the scrim set they like do a couple like 30-minute 1v1 practice between the guys?
We need to make it official. We need to make it official. Please, can we do the 1v1s before the scrim set? Like, it's absolutely important.
And here's the other thing as well. Do you like have a 1v1 specialist, or do you kind of rotate it throughout the season? Because I feel like you definitely
need a specialist.
Yeah,
it's like if you, I don't know what's the American sport, but in football in the UK. You have a penalty taker. You have one person who takes all the penalties. You don't rotate it amongst the team randomly. You have one person who does it specifically, that one spot kick. It's like a free throw in basketball, right? But you don't get to choose who takes your free throws in basketball, if I'm remembering correctly.
There's one situation in basketball where you can choose, is that when you have a technical foul on the other team, anybody can take that free throw. So that's kind of what we're going at here, except I think the stakes a little bit higher here.
Yeah.
1v1 between Zika and Hoya, our first action here on day 2 of the DEMACIA Cup quarterfinals.
Oh, okay. Hoya already, for me, with the better position, I will say, has himself a spot inside the lane. He's got control of the brush as well. So this is a good start to begin with for Thunder Talk. Zika, I'm not quite certain of his plans just yet, but he's hanging out in the river at the moment, and maybe they're just going to go from opposing angles and start trying to hit this wave.
Oh, I'm looking at the coaching strategy here on the bottom left as well.
Yeah.
Is 1xN coming in and giving some advice? Is Foda coming in and...
I want to know what kind of advice you can give in a Draven 1 versus 1. Yep, so you want to catch that axe? Yep, catch that one as well.
Yep,
okay, good. Yep, don't stop autoing. We're warding for jungle ganks.
Is he going to take blue? No shot, right?
I don't think he can, but he can get a second axe spinning. So this is actually really clever.
Smart,
so he can go into lane with 2 axes. So he wants to pull this to the max range, ideally without taking a hit, and then as far as possible, pull it into the lane. And now he'll come into the lane, hopefully with a second axe spinning, whereas Hoya will be a little bit delayed. And 2 axes means he should be winning the 1v1.
All right, well, they're going to go right at it to start. Both that bone plating.
Level 1, baby.
Exhausted. I'm glad that we have this. Just full action, non-stop here. It looks like Hoya's winning things for now. Zika, one more auto. No! It's going to Thunder Talk with side selection for game number 1. The axe strategy just didn't work out for Zika. Hoya getting the better end of it, and Thunder Talk win the 1v1.
And you have to respect it, right? Draven versus Draven, you got to go all in at level 1. The expectation, I guess, is that the minions did a little bit more damage just because Hoya was a little bit more passive in that. But yeah, 2 axes at level 1 wasn't quite enough for him to overcome all of that minion aggro, and I guess a well-timed exhaust, maybe a little bit of vision toggling as well. Brush. So hey, a solid outcome, and definitely one of the 1v1s. A better 1v1 than a 100 CS one.
Definitely. Oh, I hope we hit all. I hope the meta becomes more of this and less of the
Stat check level 1. Yeah,
exactly. I'm getting word from Kelsey as well that the Draven lost yesterday. It was not a good
Varus that wins. So, well, Draven won today at least, but it also lost. So
yeah.
You know, we can. I wonder what the stats will look like.
Yeah, if we're keeping track of the stats, at least for now, Draven has a 1-2 record for our LPL 1v1s, which I think is a fun little touch, especially because the players are all in person. They get to be a part. The crowd gets into it a little bit as well. Big fan.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe we'll see, one specific pick emerge as the 1v1 champion and like the best pick in the 1v1 meta. Notice that Varus was on the ban table there, so there's an element of potentially, Varus becoming one of those picks that we're going to look toward as a champion to keep our eyes on for those 1 versus 1s. I imagine now they go into actual pre-game prep. So they're all on stage, they're all ready anyway, so the draft I don't envision will be too long from now, and then we can get underway with some actual potential preparations for what this series might look like.
Well, let's talk about the draft a little bit. Of course, we don't know exactly where Thunder Talk have elected to go just yet in terms of side select for game number 1, but just general themes for this draft, both in this current patch, as well as with the players that we have on stage today. Anything you are looking at for this game number one to, your first game of this 2025 season in a way?
Yeah, it's Victor bans, all blue side Victor. That's my real pickup from yesterday, was that we got 2 Victors back to back in game ones. So expectation is that either it gets banned or it's going to end up being taken away through those bans or in the blue 1 pick. I do think, though, that those facilitatory junglers you mentioned, a little bit of Weiwei Sejuani, we need to see potentially whether the Skarner comes back for base 1. So those facilitatory junglers that can enable those solo laners, that side lane as well, to really start popping off. And I think that those are my 2 areas of the map that we want to be looking at to begin with.
Yeah, so junglers specifically to start things off here as we head into the draft. For game number 1, Thunder Talk going towards blue side, which is not surprising given the amount of powerful B1s that there are. Quick disclaimer or clarification, I should say. We're not on the 2025 patch just yet because I don't think it's dropped or it doesn't exist right now. So this is the weird period between 2024 and 2025 where Victor and Mbessa are both enabled, but there is none of the map changes. We're still on that season 14 map and situation. Speaking of those 2 champions, Rude, neither of them picked here. B1 is going to be Ashe selected here for Thunder Talk. Seems like they prioritize that over both the Victor and the Mbessa.
And I do like taking the Ashe specifically versus the Victor, right? In a mobile mage, you can nail it with an enchanted crystal arrow. That's a way that you can try and pick off the champ with what is now fairly incredible range. But the Rumble locked in as well. It seems as though, Grapes, that the Victor champion, the Mbessa champion, not as high priority. We did see Mbessa struggle a little bit yesterday as well, but not to say that the champion isn't exceptionally strong. Rumble and Varus locked in. So this is, everybody, this is how you know AD carry's weak. If Ashe and Varus are your 2 ADs getting picked, AD carry must be weak. Their utility that they provide definitely going to be very valuable this game.
Been hearing a lot about how ADC is weak on social media recently as well, but that's kind of just run-of-the-mill ADC players complaining online. So it's always hard to tell, but when you see these 2 champions, definitely. They're playing for picks, they're playing for the crowd control. Renata going to get locked in for Feather. Now, this is actually the first time we will not be seeing 1xN on Varus this DEMACIA Cup as a whole, but this is something that I was expecting. The Rumble countered by the Galio. We saw Hoya actually whip this out against JDG during the group stage.
Yeah, so expecting this Galio to go into the top lane. I also saw Satab on a bit more playmake style mid laners as well, so it didn't quite fit the archetype from his group stage so far. With that Galio most likely going into the top lane, it's a great pickup early on for Thunder Talk, and whether or not LNG decides to go quite this aggressive with the support pick, we'll wait to see as the Blitzcrank gets locked in for Zhuo, and already now you find one of those 2 bot laners, they are going to be incredibly susceptible to going down. The chain CC from level 6 with the Varus as well. Definitely something that is going to need to be played around. And when you've got 2 squishies already, that's 2 good targets for the Blitzcrank. You imagine that the mid laner as well for TT going to be squishy as well, whether it's a Yone or an Akali or something like that. Not something that you necessarily want to hook into the backline, but it kind of instills the fact that Victor isn't a pick that you want to take here, because if it gets hooked, it's going to die.
Exactly. A big immobile mage that would do a lot of damage and would round out this team comp decently well. But now that you can't have 3 targets for this Blitzcrank to go after here by Zhuo. So it's actually going to be Thunder Talk taking away the Victor here in the second phase of bans. Satab has a pretty decent champion pool. He's gone through a lot of different phases, the marksman phase last summer into, the assassins and things like that. Zoe has a very high win rate from his time in the LCK Challengers League. It's not super popular, but always a little bit of a pocket pick that we're going to have to keep in mind, especially as we get through this True Fearless format.
Okay, so already taking focus of what we're looking at for the next set of bans. Jungler's taken off the board by LNG, so base one's champion pool getting targeted again with the Vi, Skarner, Wukong, and Xin Zhao taken away. That is 4 jungle bans from LNG focused onto base one. You can already tell where they feel like putting the most presence in the draft is going to be the most useful. I like that from them. We already highlighted that base one was the real reason that they were finding success. They get to effectively deny a 5th pick as well by taking their jungler on the second rotation on 4 here. So 5 jungle champions down. Where are TT going to look?
Let's see. They're gonna maybe hover jungle first, or not. They're gonna need probably a mid jungle. We're assuming that Galley was going top to counter the Rumble, unless things get really freaky. Some physical damage is definitely needed. It's not going to come from the mid lane though, as the Orianna is locked in. It means it's gonna come down to Beishuan. We saw him whip out things like the Vi, but of course it is taken away. So I hope we see something maybe a little bit more aggressive, especially for Beishuan, who was such a big player for Thunder Talk during the group stage. I think it would be great and very exciting to see him try to go 1v1 against Weiwei. Instead, we might not get our wish though, as that is a poppy hover, kind of the opposite of an aggressive heavy AD champion.
Yeah, I mean, it does physical damage. Whether or not I deem it as heavy, is a little bit different. But the poppy picked as a decent denial to the Viego, right? As soon as he channels that stun, it can be interrupted by the steadfast presence. It also has decent value versus the Azir that's got locked in as well, but it is very much a pick to answer Weiwei, and hopefully the early base damages of the Poppy might be able to outlast and do a little bit of damage to Weiwei early on. That has to be the hope for Beishuan here. But it is another one of those facilitatory junglers. It's another pick that we can expect to see Beishuan make some plays early on with. And again, is a champion that as we move later on into the game, definitely going to struggle to find as much agency. I think that an overarching theme for the TT jungle is going to be that Beishuan needs to make plays early, or he's going to struggle a little bit later on. The rest of the composition, though, it is worth saying for TT, they've got Ashe for the late game, they've got an Orianna as well. Their team fight is, especially with a Renata as well, to cause some disruption.
Now, the one thing I will say for Beishuan locking in this Poppy is there's not a ton of early game damage from any of the lanes. You can argue the bot lane does decently in terms of that with the Ashe Renata, but you need like a really good setup, I think, for Beishuan to have an impact, especially on this Poppy. So it'll come down to both the lanes setting themselves up well for ganks, as well as Beishuan being able to be in the right place and the right time. But what we saw from him in the group stage of the DEMACIA Cup last week is that he could be capable of doing that, and will have to be capable of doing this against Weiwei if Thunder Talk want to pull off the presumed upset.
And there is also a build that puts Poppy into being a bit more of a bruisery threat with, Sundered Sky. You can go for a Sterax, Black Cleaver, like those type of things. They're not typically Poppy items, and especially in a jungle economy, you're probably going to struggle to get past your second one. But there is a world where if we see Beishuan really start to snowball, he can start to facilitate with a little bit more physical damage if that is required. And then again, on the flip side, with LNG, they have got scaling for days as well. They've got the Varus in whatever capacity they deem it, whether they want to go to on-hit or lethality. They've got the Azir as well.
Well, I mean, we waited long enough, Rude. Let's get into this one. The first semifinal, or quarterfinal, I should say, of the day between Thunder Talk and LNG Esports. The winner playing against Top versus IG, the winner of that series in the semis. So should be a very exciting one between two teams that might not be considered the favorites to win the LPL this season, but definitely have very high expectations for how their 2025 can go.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Hail of Blades already for Photic, so that suggests more of a lethality style as opposed to the on-hit. And I like that versus this composition, right? When you've got quite the range of champions that you're looking at, you've got a distinct advantage of engage when you're using the piercing arrows for poke just versus trying to auto-attack versus something like a Galio. If you're going to get taunted, that's definitely a struggle.
Yeah, so right now, some little shenanigans here in the level 1, I think, as we can pull this one up. Both Hoya and Zhuo are in the mid lane. I think that means we're going to be, having that lane swap set up. LNG kind of opting for it by sending Photic to the top side of the map.
Yeah, and you can already see duo laning in the mid lane also. I would say both of our supports, but this is Hoya and Satab actually trying to share XP in the mid lane. So an opportunity for a dive is usually what you're looking for. Somebody needs to catch these side waves. It's who's going to be that person for each of these teams. And if they elect it for it to be nobody, then it is just missed experience out on both sides. But again, if that's missed from both teams, doesn't end up being net negative, as LNG already playing for a very deep catch on this third wave and a teleport in. Here we go from Hoya. As he gets the majority of this wave, this is a little bit of an issue with trying to catch the wave so deep, is that you can't threaten this dive anymore. And with Winds of War, level 2 for Hoya, he's able to collect the majority of that. And now the question becomes who can catch it on the spot side for LNG.
Yeah, Galio able to survive very nicely up there in the top side. So things working out for the better, I think, in general for Thunder Talk now, because they were not the one to initiate the dive with all the balance changes that ended up happening. They're the ones who get to hit this tier 1 tower, which has no additional resistances compared to the top side here for LNG. And so as we get back to our normal lanes, we also see Beishuan hovering around here alongside his bottom lane.
3v3.
A bit of a 3v3. The Hawkshot comes out, so they know that this is happening. do have some teleports on the LNG side if they want to go for it. Nice sidestep, though, by 1xN to make sure that Ro doesn't send him under the tower.
Yeah, nerves of steel there from 1xN, not flashing at all, just recognizing, hey, if I dodge this, I'm absolutely fine, and dodges it, is absolutely fine, is about as best case scenario for TT as that can go. Some of that wave caught by Photic under the turret, but overall, a decent denial from ThunderTalk so early on. Again, you know, it's the minutiae of a lane swap, it's the small little bits of advantage that can snowball into quite a big lead. So far, the only real advantage you can see is a couple of 100 gold for 1xN. The rest of it just standard laning advantages so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that LNG wanted to go for that lane swap here, especially because the Galio is a rather safe pick. It doesn't get dove super easily, especially with when you have the Q for some additional wave clear and things like that. Plus, you have the ability in this bottom lane to maybe break it open if Zhou is able to land a hook or two. They're maybe worried just about this Rumble matchup that, you know, Hoya was able to play decently well against Ale, you know, just in the group stage.
It's worth saying as well that, especially with our bot lanes, because those back timers came through at different windows. So we saw sort of 3 waves pushed by Photic on that top side, shared as well. He got himself a pair of boots, whereas on that bot side, 1xN was able to crash a good couple of waves, catch all of that, and got the gold individually. He was able to go back, pick up a Rectrix, which, whilst isn't a massive power spike, gives a little bit of movement speed, gives a bit of AD, and means that they can be forcing out these advantages. Get the flash away from Zhuo. Now, he does have Hex Flash, which means that you're not feeling too terrible about it, but his safety in his disengages, in his ability to get away from a bit of danger, not going to be present anymore.
And you can see just how much they are respecting ThunderTalk, and specifically Beishuan in the jungle there, with Zhuo flashing away. The only reason he did that, and I assume, is because he was spotted on that ward on the bottom side tri-brush there. So worried about Beishuan coming in to make it a numbers advantage for ThunderTalk, so they have to burn that summoner. And as you said, it means Zhuo can still be aggressive, but cannot run away as easily, which can prove beneficial and could be an area of the map that Beishuan should want to attack.
Yeah, now we have had Drake spawn. Your recall from the bot sides are coming through. How many people are going to path up towards these grubs is your question. Photic from LNG already making his way up to that top side. Is it going to be matched by 1xN? Absolutely looks like it for the time being, as he goes back to base, finds himself just a little bit of extra stats, a little bit of extra health as well. And the recurve bow picked up, you know, a decent advantage already. Top lane is moving down into that bot side. We are going to be seeing what looks to be at least posturing for these grubs, and this is where the Blitzcrank can really start to shine. We're so early on that the tanky nature of a Galio, of a Poppy, haven't really been sort of built up just yet. So if somebody gets hooked in, they're going to be finding themselves in a lot of danger.
But it will actually be ThunderTalk, who, of course, didn't have to send Hoya down to the bottom lane just yet, getting first priority around the grubs and should be able to pick up all 3 of them, despite LNG knowing perfectly well that this is going on. The trade on the other side of the map, though, is that Zika has now hit level 6, will be able to crash another wave underneath the tower and get back into this game a little bit, get a little bit of time away from Hoya. But in general, Rude, a very good early game here for TT, and you can maybe see some of that existing synergy coming to play here against a team that, of course, has not gotten the chance to run any official games together here for this upcoming 2025 season.
Yeah, absolutely. A really solid early game performance from TT so far. Save for that little bit of experience lost on that bot side from Hoya. You know, they should be very happy overall with what they've got. Whether or not we start up this Drake now for LNG and whether or not it's contested are your next big questions. But with your AD carry up on the top side, TT probably just going to be happy in the knowledge that they got themselves those early triple grubs and that they can move into the remainder of this early game with all of these funky lane swaps shenanigans with a little bit of an advantage if they can hit those turrets.
Yeah, so with that dragon picked up, we are still going to see the lanes in different areas here. Of course, the 1xN and Feather have not left from taking the grubs, are still going to be around the top side of the map. It's very interesting to see these teams avoid the traditional 2v2 setup and you know, just a sign that despite all the balance changes that Riot has tried to implement to make these lane swaps go away, they still are going to exist because, you know, teams still find benefits in giving resources to specific players on their team.
And so far, decent advantages early on. I say decent, sort of small advantages is probably more apt for ThunderTalk because they've got a couple of 100 gold lead across all of their roles outside of that top lane. I love the Sork shoes for Zika early on. gone for the Conqueror as well. So not going to be the most dominant laner in the world. Might not have the easiest time versus the duo or trio as it may prove to be in this top lane. You can see a lot of pings going around on that top side. Wei Wei making his way up also, but he's there in time. Beishuan spotted on some wards now and takes the time to clear the control ward. Means that there's not going to be there in time for a dive, and they can't quickly in and out without Wei Wei helping.
Yeah, the equalizer also available here for Zika, so would be very dangerous for ThunderTalk to go for that, especially now that they spotted out Wei Wei in the area. So just going to try to get some more plates down and hope that on the other side of the map, Hoya will be able to hold down Photic and Zhuo just a little bit better, but they could actually be going for another attempt here.
Yeah, I mean, a 3 versus 2 dive, not impossible. It's definitely tricky, but Equalizer just to cull the wave off. Worth saying that without using Equalizer, Zika has a much harder time trying to clear these waves.
Okay, now we get a bit of a crowd control combo there in the bottom side, but Hoya is able to Justice Punch away. That's the burst combo that typically would one-shot 1xN or Feather, but Hoya has a little bit more HP, is a little bit more tanky, so we'll be able to survive.
Yeah, and he can just go back to base, use his teleport to get back down here in time, and maybe catch a little bit more of this experience. What I was trying to mention is that Hoya are going to have a much easier time clearing these waves than the Rumble is. Can just step up, sacrifice probably, what, 200-300 HP, clear a full wave inside the space of that sort of auto-attacking from Photic. Whereas the Rumble, going to take a little bit longer. That's the main issue. So he takes a little bit more harass and definitely struggles a bit more in this lane swap situation. But with both of our top laners and bot laners having gone back to base, we now get to play that game of chicken. Who's going where? What are our plans for the lane assignments? And at the minute, TT haven't bitten. They've gone for the same approach. They're going to be putting Ashe in the top side, meeting the Rumble, and again, by extension with LNG, they've said the same sort of thing. Okay, Zika, you can go into that top lane, but it's actually Haichao who's moved into the bot side to pick up an additional set of gold on that plate.
Yeah, so because Haichao is there a little bit earlier to the bottom side of the map, slight advantage in favor of LNG, but now Satap could be in trouble. He gets flashed upon by Zhuo, but the Keeper's Verdict is going to send the Blitzcrank away. And I was just about to say, Rude, we're past the 10-minute mark. This is an LPL game with no kills at 10 minutes. Very surprising. It looks like it's going to stay that way as ThunderTalk have full control over the second spawn of Grubs.
Yeah, and they made their play in the mid lane and unfortunately didn't yield anything, so T get full control over this top side. Drake not live for another 90 seconds, so there's even an opportunity for ThunderTalk to come back, reset, and potentially protect that dragon. The bot side, though, Hoya, you're on your own, buddy. What can you do?
Yeah, they have the teleport for Satap, but don't know if they want to use it. Nice job, though, by Hoya to clear out that whole wave. LNG spend a lot of resources and a lot of time to go down to the bottom side, but will not be able to go for the dive. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, with those 6 Grubs, that turret is dying quick.
Yeah, and even if they had found that dive successfully, this top turret is going down anyway. It's always going to be an advantage for TT. Equalizer comes down, so this wave not going to be the one where they take the turret, but you have to feel like it's only a matter of time, and maybe that Equalizer buys enough time for the rest of LNG to make their way up here and make sure that that first turret doesn't go down just yet. But again, without any support, and I'm looking at the minimap again, LNG, they're not sending anyone to that top side. The Ashe Renata, with a little bit of hovering from base 1, will be able to find that first brick.
Wow, look at this, Rude. ThunderTalk, 11.5 minutes into this game, just playing the early macro very, very well. Now, of course, there hasn't been any bloodshed, and I think once we get to the team fights, that is when we will be able to truly see the mettle of each of these group of 5 players. But right now, things are looking very, very solid for a team that was not expected to win their group, not expected to be here in the quarterfinals yet, is putting up a good fight against some very, very strong players here on LNG.
Yeah, and now looking at this setup for the dragon, 6 seconds before it spawns, the bot side jungle of TT completely lit up. LNG have all the information that they could look for as they move on to that bot side objective. And it looks like that's going to be a second dragon, again, largely uncontested. Now the question is, what do TT do with this time? They've freed the Ashe up. There's a very long lane for somebody to go and catch some farm in, but they want to keep getting gold onto this Ashe, make sure that 1xN is constantly getting gold as that DPS threat for later on in the game. And we already highlighted that ThunderTalk, in these late game team fights, we might be thinking that their damage is a little bit low. With Ashe Orianna, you get really good burst from Orianna, not quite so much consistent DPS. Ashe as well can struggle. So if your Ashe isn't really accelerated, TT may struggle to find any form of purchase in the fights.
Good thing is, though, for Thunder Talk, a lot of the squishy members on LNG side, that Weiwei Sejuani, not necessarily playing a factor here. He's on the Viego this time around. Chain of Corruption misses onto 1xN here, as we're starting to throw out some abilities, just some feelers here in the mid lane, as both bot lanes have rotated there. Interesting to note the top side dominance for Thunder Talk so far versus the bottom side / Dragon priority here for LNG. Would be good for them to continue to stack those Drakes, but for Thunder Talk, it means that they can continue to stall this game out a little bit longer, but we'll have to fight around these Drakes one way or another soon.
Yeah, the expectation, I would say, is that they're going to end up fighting around that third dragon. We have got the Mountain Soul for this game, so something that you're going to be looking at for a Galio and a Poppy specifically. Really exciting. There's a good chunk here already from Photon, and definitely taking the rough end of these trades. And that's the power that this Varus has, right? With the poke build, you poke people out, and they don't have the opportunity to fight back against you unless we see that Enchanted Crystal Arrow committed.
Yeah, but take a look at this, a 900 gold lead expanded here for 1xN, who has been a very solid player for Thunder Talk, you know, in these last couple of splits. I think, you know, people could argue, you could argue he was borderline top half. You know, some people could rate him even higher depending on what your expectations of him were, or what you thought of him. Playing very well so far in this game, getting him a lead for himself. Who's not in a good spot right now is Hoya, who's able to clear out the whole wave, but we could finally see our first kill. It is going to go to LNG. The teleport from Zika confirms the kill as Hoya goes down first of the quarterfinal.
Okay, finally some action for our Bloodlust. It's going to be Hoya on the TT side that falls, but base one finds Herald. We get to see Setab pushing in on this top side as well, so maybe able to break open or at least get some good chunk damage down on that top side. It's not going to be without a response. The TP down into that bot lane costing them a little bit is now Keeper's Verdict.
Ishwan in trouble. Oh, the hook doesn't land there from Zhuo, though. Meanwhile, on the top side, in the bottom side, that turret will be taken down. Mid lane tier 1, still a little bit away from dying. They send Setab around to the Raptor pit to make sure that Thunder Talk are reinforced. This next wave, they're going to try to break open this mid lane. A lot of priority could be available for Thunder Talk, and they will be able to get it. Question is, will they be able to escape? Zhuo has flash. Easy target could be Feather, but he gets locked up instead. There comes the Shockwave, and Zhuo has to flash away defensively, and the arrow barely connects, or barely misses, I should say. Overall, no kills shed there in the mid lane, but Thunder Talk do find the advantage by taking the mid tier 1.
Yeah, so Haichao currently for LNG is your big key player, has himself a decent advantage from getting that turret all on his own down on that bot side, found first blood as well. So your eyes need to be on Haichao for the remainder of this game to see if he can do the damage in these team fights, or if he can be in the right place at the right time to facilitate an LNG victory. Whereas on the flip side, we've already highlighted it, but it's 1xN who's really going to be that domineering force, that constant team fight factor that TT need to look for. Beishwan looking as though he was eyeing up Haichao, but doesn't quite end up looking for anything.
Yeah, Haichao definitely the person who has to pick it up here for LNG. A new addition to the mid lane, replacing Scout on this team from last split. Has a full kill on the Azir, up about 1,000 gold. Now going to get targeted here by Hoya, but is joined by Weiwei, and immediately Hoya flashes away. That was a very respectful flash, but it's worth it because Thunder Talk take the bot tier 1 on the other side.
Yeah, the flash there, predicting that Haichao's going to Emperor's Divide him, and then all of a sudden the space that you've created is a lot larger for him to get back to safety. Might have been able to walk it out, especially with base one nearby, but just make sure that he's going to preserve HP, wants to do as much sort of preservation on this top side as he can, and make sure that this turret doesn't go down, that they're not giving over more gold to Haichao and this already very farmed Azir.
So able to get another wave in, but not take that tier 1 turret down. As the gold lead remaining at about 1,500, fourth TT, as we get closer to that third dragon from spawning. Now, interesting to note, because Hoya, you know, and Beishwan have spent a lot of time up here, means that the jungler for TT will be late to this third dragon. They might just have to give it up unless they force the initiative rather quickly.
So Haichao has teleport. He can TP into this fight a little bit later on, but he's going to catch that top wave, make sure that either the tier 1 turret is secured in that top side. And again, LNG, they can give this Drake if they want to, but it'd be good for them to get Soul Point. But if they're getting more gold onto their Azir, Haichao might make an argument. Well, actually, I want to get this turret, but he's actually already teleported in. And if this is our big 5 versus 5, it's going to be around this third dragon with everybody posturing to look for it.
LNG with Prio to start things off, but we're already getting hit up by the arrow. A nice two-man keeper's verdict knocks up Weiwei and takes the LNG jungler down 3-0 in favor of Thunder Talk as they get the fight. Zika gonna try to make a response onto Satab as the equalizer comes down over the top of TT, but will not be able to find a kill. Zika has to flash away, flashing in the wrong direction. Feather with a really nice handshake, and Hoya able to tank up as much.
It's gonna go down!
Zika will get one kill in response, and 1xN will trade it back. Now here comes Haichao, able to take down 1xN and make it at least a reasonable trade in terms of kills for LNG. Still has a lot of health, not a ton of mana right now, and is still on the opposite side of the map with a big old Galio chasing him down. 3v1 in the bot side right now in favor of TT. Question is, can Haichao get away from this one?
He's just playing Vision.
Yes. And now here comes Zhuo, Satab, all of a sudden under pressure. Gets the command protect. There comes the attack to make sure that Zhuo is unable to get onto that. A wild fight, but Thunder Talk able to get the dragon most crucially.
Yeah, they get the dragon and they get a couple of kills as well. Now they do go on to Hoya, so the Galio going to be even more tanky, and the marksman and Satab in the mid lane not quite the recipient of that gold. But a little glimpse really as to how we see TT want to take these team fights. We've got a great keeper's verdict from Base 1 to start it off. 1xN effectively neutralizing the Blitzcrank by calling the arrow, and by the time that the Blitzcrank's not stunned, his backline have already died, with Photic going down, Weiwei going down so early on. The Blitzcrank is rendered null and void by that enchanted crystal arrow. Really solid pincer maneuver from TT, as when they move into this topside jungle now, it's okay, we've got enchanted crystal arrow ready, we can find any person that we desire, and when we call that as well as the Renata ulti down at the same time.
Oh, arrow from downtown connects onto Haichao. Beishuan there to try to add on to the damage, but Haichao able to dash away with the shifting sands. A long-range arrow from 1xN nearly finding a kill.
Okay, so through Beishuan getting hooked, hold on.
Okay, looks like he takes a lot of damage.
He's absolutely
very,
fine.
very well. And now Weiwei is the one who gets hit up by the handshake, has to use the Heartbreaker to escape, and does not get hit by the Renata ulti. Meanwhile, the Chariot of Corruption does put some Blight stacks onto Beishuan, but they will not be able to proc them until that piercing arrow comes through. We can see some of the power that Photic has, but just not nearly enough at this stage in the game.
No, not quite. And a very scrappy topside fight, very scrappy game as we've moved into the mid stages of this one, which is quite exciting, as Haichao still remains to be that presence on LNG. 2-0, 2 items on the Azir. The rest of the team just a little bit by the wayside, as you can see a couple of items finished for 1xN. That Shadow Flame looking to be picked up by Satab as well. Once we get there, you can really expect to see this Orianna Shockwave start to deal quite the amount of damage that is going to be quite scary, as Haichao will pick up this tier 1 turret. It's been escorted by Weiwei and Zhuo. This is again more gold funneled into the Azir, more pressure on Haichao as this new mid laner for LNG to carry them through game number 1.
Yeah, and he's very quickly becoming the main character for LNG, despite being a very new face to this team. Normally synonymous with LGD here in the LPL, but this time, of course, a big shutdown on his head. 2 completed items already. And we talked about how when he was with LGD, Rude, Haichao was always the one to make these aggressive plays, be the one to pull the trigger, and sometimes that not ending up working well for them, whether it's a little bit too over-aggressive or not understanding his position on the map. He's going to have to really have a good performance in these game-deciding team fights, as we now see Beishuan being very aggressive and not caring because he's got Thunder Sky and he's got a lot of health.
Yeah, just throw a buckler, get a little bit of health back, and even versus Haichao, who, 2 levels down on, he's taking, 3-4 autos from the Azir and only losing sort of a quarter of his HP, so it's a good position so far for Beishuan to be in, but again, the prevalent era of this Poppy is starting to fall away. The time in the game where the Poppy's going to be really impactful has started to subside, and moving into the late game, moving through the rest of this mid game, it could be quite difficult for Beishuan to facilitate as much as he might have once been able to. The damage coming through from Haichao, from Photic, means that this Poppy going to start getting taken down a little bit faster, a little bit quicker, and that those spell rotations aren't going to be nearly as possible. The Galio, on the other hand, very tanky already.
Yeah, the Thornmail on top of the Hollow Radiance already here for Hoya, which means he's able to do a decent job at clearing the waves, but also going to take a lot of time to take down here. The Thornmail is an interesting choice because Photic is going the lethality build, so shouldn't necessarily be auto-attacking too much. Just wanting to apply Grievous Wounds, I suppose, onto Weiwei will be the main objective of that item. But Hoya, overall, playing this one pretty solid for now. Just has to make sure he keeps his backline carries alive, as it'll probably be Beishuan being the one to force plays, on flanks and initiating the team fights.
It's worth saying as well that Zika with the Conqueror and the Riftmaker also now is going to have a decent amount of Omnivamp built into the Rumble kit, so the Grievous Wounds there, certainly something that if Zika makes the mistake of auto-attacking the Galio, could find him itself in a little bit of trouble. Haichao now the focus. TT.
Another arrow coming out, finding the stun onto Haichao as well as the handshake. Looks like the Shurima shuffle so far, but a nice stun into the wall here by Beishuan. The Sun Disc comes up, but I don't think that's enough to save him in a 1v4. That's a big shutdown onto the head of Satab, and we're past the 20-minute mark. Baron potentially on the table here for Thunder Talk if they want to be aggressive here in a 4v5.
Yeah, they should look for it, to be honest. That's the big member of LNG down. TP up, but 30 seconds on the death timer. Now, LNG, they've got the pick, they've got the Blitzcrank, and the Equalizer in the pick can be tricky.
They send the teleport from Hoya directly into the pit, so no opportunity for a flank. Hook immediately, though, lands on a Feather, who is able to flash away. The bailout should be able to keep him alive for a little bit, but eventually he will tick down. That is one kill, and now a 4v4 has opened up with Haichao spawning with TP in 10 seconds. Now Thunder Talk on the wrong side.
They don't have a turret here.
Away from the rocket grab. Zika does not have the Equalizer, but has a good amount of heat. He's in on a flank. Teleport comes in. Thunder Talk might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Haichao! He gets one shot before he goes any bit of damage, but the damage has been done on the other side for LNG. They get two. Hoya stuck in a 1v4, and he will fall as well. LNG punch back, and the Baron attempt from TT goes awry.
Completely stymied in the pit there. LNG come up trumps. A solid performance all round as Zhuo lands the initial hook. The Equalizer from Zika takes down Feather, and that then enables for a really easy chase down. Beishuan now sniffing around this pit. Feather back, doesn't have the hostile takeover, but a 2v3 against a Baron as well.
Yeah. It's so hard to fight Zika, though, right now. That Flame Spitter is doing so much. Woe coming in as well. The Electro Harpoon, the Sun Feather, and it will be a kill, but the Baron not going to be taken. Photic was just way too low, and that Dragon already spawning, and you know that Thunder Talk want to potentially go there and even up this count.
Yeah, so job done there by Feather and Beishuan, so good job that they're at least able to prevent that Baron from going down, and that can still be an objective. It stops LNG from completely snowballing, and so they saw where he was beginning the recall, and that means that they can nail the arrow to begin with. Great use of the Hawk shot as well, but Haichao, 2 deaths back to back, gonna have impeded his KDA just a little bit, but really there's not a lot that you can do once you get caught out by the arrow like that. Probably needs to have initially dodged it before there's any real chance. But then this is the disengage or the prevent and turn from LNG. Pull in just whoever's easiest. And the Renata, particularly squishy, quite easy to try and take down. Hostile takeover is completely dodged. And then they're just corralled into the top side. And Satab's already dead.
Yeah, nice pick. It must have been Haichao and Zhuo collaborating on that one. Keeper's Verdict preventing it from getting worse. But now that's the mid laner for TT down. LNG now onto the Baron.
That was hostile takeover used as well. The missed synergy between Beishuan and Feather. They both use their ultis and they counteract one another. Flank mark for Zika. Haichao flashes.
Arrow goes wide, but there's not a ton of damage now on Thunder Talk, especially with Satab dead. They initially go onto Weiwei, who has to flash away, and now it's going to be Zika in some trouble here. Gets onto the wrong side of things, and it will be 1xN picking up that kill. No top laner now, down for LNG. That Dragon, very well available.
They can just send 1xN to go solo this, but also with the desync on those death timers, they might fancy themselves something a little bit extra. Satab now live, and they've got 30 seconds. Where Zika isn't going to be a part of any fight. TT, though, they call the pace of the game to be slowed just a little bit. Dragon here, a lot lower stakes. LNG more than happy to sacrifice this for what was, again, a little bit of a misstep around that Baron. This time it's Zika who gets just a little bit too close for comfort. And the issue when you're playing against specifically an Ashe is the second that one auto attack goes down, you do just get caught. Haichao here, great engage, great find on the Orianna, and yeah, pretty much solos out Satab. There's a Blitzcrank ulti there for good measure, but Satab was definitely caught by the Azir. 30 seconds pretty much up now. Zika back live, and we restore ourselves on this 5 versus 5. Who's got the advantage so far? There's a 1k gold lead currently for LNG. largely sat on that top side. Haichao, 1600 gold up over his counterpart, very close to that death cap being finished. And when that hits, Grapes, that's your big ticket. That's when Haichao starts to turn on.
Yeah, we, didn't get to see him in the last successful team fights for Thunder Talk because he got caught out first in both of those instances. So now definitely going to be a major threat, especially with that death cap nearing completion. On the other side, though, you have to take a look at 1XN. Has those 3 completed items and a BF sword already in inventory. So he's very strong here in this bottom lane as well.
Yeah, and a small thing here, the Bloodthirster coming in third means that 1XN is now the target that Thunder Talk want to be taking these arrows, wants to be taking the piercing arrows from Photic, as an arrow goes wide there onto Zika. But the lifesteal means that he can get hit by a Varus Q, sustain up off the wave.
Little blast cone action here. Beishuan forcing Weiwei away as Baron now the big major objective on the map. Hoya getting spotted out here by Haichao. That's a 3-level difference, by the way, between those two guys. Hoya and Satan actually, or sorry, 1 level difference.
Yeah, if he was level 18, I would be very scared.
I could not read, my bad.
No, you're all good. But Haichao, I mean, it's worth mentioning, he's not the person that Galio wants to find, unfortunately. Trying to take him down is not a 1v1 that well for you. If you can find, double man taunt, ideally Haichao and Photic caught in the same taunt would be ideal, but Beishuan now going to lose his blue, that's all. Never mind, he's going to smite it away.
Okay, you got it. Do you ever play Blitzcrank where your goal is to level 1?
Yeah, always.
That was the strategy here. Looks like it might actually cost him a little bit. He has to flash over the wall to safety as a couple of auto attacks come through for Thunder Talk. I'd be very surprised if they start up this Baron. It is still a 5v5. Zhuo does have to go back to base, but it looks like instead they're going to try to just generate more pressure and get more control around the topside jungle of LNG.
Yes, set up vision off of that. There's no, or there is a sweeper missing at least. It looks like there's another 3 on the side of LNG. So the hardest thing in the world for them to try and clear out vision. But with 1XN now being in that mid lane, they're going to set up the push. Mid first is, port of call for pretty much every neutral objective play that you're going to look for. Move back into this topside jungle, assert your vision, and you can see that other than LNG with Weiwei being the living ward, they have no vision in this.
Important to note as well, Photic has the Edge of Night as well as the cleanse, Zhuo also with the Mikhail, so the added pressure of that Ashe ultimate gets negated just a bit because of the extra safety nets that LNG do possess. Right now, mid lane prio going to be a priority for both of these teams. Neither one feels super confident to start up this Baron.
No, I mean, the potential for disruption on that Baron has already proven to be quite significant. You've got hostile takeover on one side, which in a pit can havoc. You've got the equalizer in combination with the Blitzcrank, where again you're already really penned into one specific area, so finding a Blitzcrank hook, not the hardest thing in the world, and we're just seeing this back and forth.
It's on to Zhuo. He can't get away from this one as a lot of damage comes through. Shockwave as well as Hoya getting on top of him with the flash means that support for LNG is down, and Thunder Talk now turning their eyes towards Baron. They have done such a good job controlling vision around that pit that it's going to be very difficult for Weiwei to get in there.
Well, that's one of the tools gone, right? The Blitzcrank isn't there anymore, but there's still Azir poking at you, Varus poking at you, Rumble ulti over the top.
Gets singled out by Weiwei, has to flash away. Now Photic in some trouble as well. Haichao doing so much damage though in this Baron pit. Already Satap taken very low. The Baron will be secured here by the Poppy. Will the damage from LNG though be enough? Haichao has to flash away. The shifting sand sealed, barely keeping him alive. Meanwhile on the other side of the fight, Zika has arrived, has the Conqueror proc, picks up 2 kills. It'll be a fight won for LNG in response to that Baron being taken, and it comes off for their veteran Zika, who gets himself a triple kill in the pit.
They get the Baron, but it costs them everything. Satap slammed into the wall as well.
And here comes Viego, baby. That's an ace here for LNG as they take control of the map and of this game number 1.
Baron goes in favor of Thunder Talk, but they cannot fight their way out of the pit. Haichao sacrifices all but one of his hit points to make sure that TT fall in the pit. Now they can set their eyes on some turrets. The tier 2s fall like butter at this point, just getting churned through super quickly, super easily. But this probably means, Grapes, that this game is going to continue to be a little bit longer. We've got no Baron, no pushing objective for either of these teams, no Soul coming through for another 5 minutes. It's a one fight for LNG, and it's great that they're able to turn all of the Barons away from Thunder Talk. but it doesn't give either one of these two teams that snowball that is going to open up the game.
Yeah, it's Zaytap here, just getting caught out by Weiwei twice actually in the extended fight, but that initial play takes him to half HP, then Haichao just does so much damage in the pit that basically takes Zaytap out of the fight before, it even really begins.
Yeah, and it's a really good look as well from Beishuan. Flashing finds Haichao into the wall, and 1xN flashes for an extra auto, but the shield from the shifting sands actually keeps him alive. The W, the bailout from Renata, wears off on 1xN, like times out the second that Zika gets on top of him, and all of a sudden all of your conditions that you think are met just not quite there, and then Zaytap unfortunately takes a little path back round, and Weiwei is just literally waiting for him.
Yep, he was able to get a back in the Baron pit after the objective went down, then teleported back in, and then died. Got caught out by Weiwei twice in that fight. Bit tough there for Zaytap in one of his first games here on stage in the LPL. Is now with control over the map. LNG are in a good position now, also picking up their third dragon. That means the next one would be Seoul, as now Beishuan getting caught out here by Weiwei, but Hoya wants to make this a fight. Redemption keeps Beishuan alive, and the taunt will land onto Weiwei. The Viego in some trouble right now. He gets charged into the wall to make sure he can't take the blast cone. Here comes the hero's entrance. It knocks up two, and that's a shutdown onto Weiwei, but Zika gets one in response. But now the Rumble is singled out and will be taken down here, as now it's 1xN with a ton of items taking control of this fight. Just going crazy with the bailout, keeping himself safe, gets the volley, and will finish the kill onto Fodic before he eventually goes down.
So 4 for 2 there in the jungle. Haichao not part of that fight, was doing some good zoning to begin with, but ThunderTalk able to just find a way back into this game. Again, we talked about the fact that these fights have been so close, but winning for one side just barely. This time round, ThunderTalk are able to pretty much brute force their way through onto Weiwei. See Haichao at the bottom side of this fight, keeping 1xN, keeping at the very least Feather away from this, and this 3v2 on the top side. Surprising to me that ThunderTalk come out of this with as much of an advantage as they do, but that Blitzcrank hook ends up signing the death warrant for Zika as well. Haichao not quite able to continue zoning out Zaytap, not able to continue keeping Feather away, and again, just the matter of split seconds for 1xN here. He gets the auto mid-flight, but the bailout wears off, his HP depletes. Even though he finds the kill, he's not able to keep himself restored, keep himself alive.
And the two things right there I want to talk about real quick regard both the mid laners. First of which, Zaytap's Shockwave, I don't think hit anybody. It was on the top of Beishuan's head and just didn't connect, and ThunderTalk were still able to win that fight. And on the other side, Haichao just wasn't able to get involved as much, as we have another fight erupting. Zhuo already just getting singled out by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That is 1xN getting kill number 5. No objectives on the map right now, but just allows more time for ThunderTalk to gain control around this topside river.
Yeah, and this is a bit reminiscent of previous seasons where we used to see Tom Kench used as a counter to the Ashe. You'd constantly gobble the person who was getting Ashe arrowed, and then it turned into arrow the Tom Kench and take him down. Zhuo's doing the same thing here. He's got the Mikhails. Whoever's getting arrowed, he's looking to Mikhails them, but he doesn't have a QSS for himself. He doesn't have the own tool to keep himself alive, and 1xN just constantly picking out the Blitzcrank. He's the only target that they can conceivably take down. The mobility from the W not enough to get him away from any form of danger, and constant picks, constant threat from this Ashe. 1xN continuing to find the picks for his team.
Yeah, you could say like, oh, it's just the Blitzcrank. They use all these resources on our support. Like, we'll take that. But it's really, it does kind of start to add up, as, that allows for more vision control. It allows for ThunderTalk to extend this game even further. They're still down about 2,000 gold, but I think they're happy with where the state of the game is at this point in time. 1xN super strong. The front line of Hoya and Beishuan going to eat up a ton of damage. And Zaytap, of course, is going to be playing, for that Shockwave, making sure that he's able to get it at least down to one priority target.
And there's 3 very high damage items as well from Zaytap, with the Shadow Flame plus Deathcap plus Ludens, about as heavy into the AP as you can go for those first 3. Going to be very delayed on a Void Staff if he looks to get one of those, so, those Mercury Treads are doing some really good for LNG, as we get to see a full posture, full 5 versus 5 once again in that mid lane. Haichao spotted on a ward down here, but certainly looking for some.
Yeah, sends out the soldiers, not going to full send just yet. Does have the Banshees on top of him to make sure that able to withstand a little bit of crowd control, as the Baron will now become the topic of conversation. But remember, LNG have the opportunity to get the soul if they want, but it looks like they want the fight, while Haichao will take the Mountain Dragon on his own. It will surely be soul for LNG. Can they win anything? No. It's going to be Haichao teleporting before the fight, and the arrow does not connect. So the Baron will be secured by Thunder Talk. Chain of Corruption goes onto 1xM, but he's able to cleanse out of it. Equalizer goes onto the main carries, and now fight.
Three-man taunt!
Three-man taunt from Hoya. Dro's already down, but look at Haichao with the Shurima shuffle. Is not able to take anybody down just yet, but Photic will do so himself. Hoya and Beishuan, though, still so tanky on this front line, and that Poppy does a good amount of damage. Zika overheating, trying to find the feather. Will not be able to do so. Flashes onto him right now with that reinvigorated heat, and will finally take down the support, as now we got some tank combat here. A 1v1 between the top laners. Hoya will be able to take him down with the Hollow Radiance, and it will be Thunder Talk barely winning the fight 4-for-3.
Oh, so they keep some Barons this time. It's on Beishuan, it's on Hoya, not the go-to targets that you'd love to have a Baron on, but they're on the targets that can certainly make the most of it. We're going to have to see, because that soul now going to be denied once again. We're going to soul point split 50-50, 7 Drake game. And again, another very close fight.
Yeah, and again, the big thing is that, you know, LNG committed for that fight. Haichao was sent down there to initially start up the dragon and confirm the soul, but teleported before the objective went down. So they kind of don't get their cake, and they're not able to eat it either.
And then the arrow to begin with just pops the Banshee's Veil. Early Mikhail's as well, so we've used a couple of ultis, but not really to any consequence. Satab Zonya's early, I like it from him to get rid of the equalizer damage, but then with a flash over the wall, 1xN effectively means that he's not doing any DPS, and by the time he returns to this fight, he's actually already out of damage and already getting focused down by Zika, by Photic, who has as good a team fight on this Poke Varus as you can hope to find, constantly nailing people left and right with these arrows, and just all round you get to see the power of these bruisers, and the fact that Beishuan and Hoya are the two left standing is not by choice. It's the fact that they are able to just consistently keep themselves alive. So much healing and so much damage that comes out at the same time.
Yeah, you can see that the Hollow Radiance doing a decent amount here, and now Hoya picking up the Haunting guys as well. So signaling he wants to go for a little bit more damage to round out his build. Off screen, we saw Thunder Talk pick up their 3rd Mountain Dragon. We will come down to the ultimate 7th to decide who gets the soul. You know, I know we got Top Esports versus, you know, Invictus Gaming later today.
Yeah.
We got Banger here in Game 1 as well.
No, absolutely. 40 minutes in, and we're not really any closer to knowing who's going to come away with the victory. The gold's no bigger than sort of 400 between the two teams, and we're at that point in the game now where it's, okay, can we allocate farm appropriately? Because my AD carries full build if I'm looking at Thunder Talk's side. Haichao doesn't actually need any more farm. He's full build as well, so we should be looking to get some gold onto Hoya elsewhere.
Oh, already Beishuan just tanking 1v5. Will he go down? Yes, he bit off a little
Shockwave!
bit. A 4-man Shockwave coming through from Satab. Saves the fight for Thunder Talk, prevents LNG from getting more.
Yeah, they thought about going further, and all of a sudden we're reminded that this Orianna, whilst not had the best game to open us up with, has certainly got enough power to pack a punch when necessary. An excellent shockwave there. Unlucky, really, not to take anyone down. A very well-timed locket from Zhuo prevents any follow-up damage and keeps the team alive just barely, as it's the hook from Zhuo that starts it out. And it's, you know, Fable as old as time, really, with Blitzcrank. It doesn't matter how many hooks you've missed. If you hit one at 40 minutes into the game, boy, are you going to do some damage.
And just take a look at that. You know, you can see right now Haichao up 3,000 gold and things like that, but you look at the items again, just AP on top of AP on top of AP, especially because not a ton of magic resistance on LNG's side. Those guys got bursted by that shockwave.
Whether they can defend this top tier 2 remains to be seen. I think that LNG just with brute force going to try and take this one down, but we have a little bit of a quiet before the storm, I dare say here, Grapes, as 1xN. This is about the time that you'd be looking for your arrows, try and fish, because we've got 90 seconds before the Baron spawns, 2 minutes really, a little bit longer for that dragon. This is when you're going to look to try and use that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, knowing that it will be back up and ready. for when those objectives spawn. Maybe you can force the cleanse from Photic to get a little bit of an advantage going into those fights, but not going to be the case. Instead, just stepping around inside their base. They haven't got vision control. The power of that pick didn't really give LNG anything other than control over the map, which, you know, say it as a small thing, can be very impactful in these late game situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find anything really onto Photic because he has both the Banshees and the cleanse, or the Edge of Night, I should say. So right now, the Ashe really mitigated in terms of the, you know, engaged potential that he has. But let's not mistake that with the fact that 1xN will be doing a ton of damage in these team fights, and also be very, very hard to kill, both with the Bloodthirster and now the Maw of Mod Mortius and the upgraded Zephyr that he just picked up as well.
There we go. So actually full build now. So he's now should be giving the rest of the farm over to the team.
For the Ashe.
Well, he hasn't got a red pot yet, so he needs to farm up for a red pot still. So 1xN needs to take as much farm as possible so that he's got potion ready for these fights. 30 seconds left on the Baron, though. I don't think anybody's going to get a base in between now and when they next look to engage one another. As full build picked up for Photic as well. You already mentioned sort of how difficult it is to try and engage with the arrow. Weiwei has that Guardian Angel as well. TT storming into the mid lane here, fancying themselves a bit of a piece of this pie as Haichao warns them away. You can see Feather, Hoya getting caught and quite low already as Zika may be the focus.
And you can see the poke there from LNG doing a ton, but 1xN able to heal it up rather nicely, has that Bloodthirster as well. And so Haichao now sending his priority towards mid. 1 second now spawning is the third Baron, and we have 45 seconds until that 7th Drake. It'll be Thundertalk starting it up first, but LNG have a good angle into the pit. Shuo looking for a hook, potentially to get Beishuan out, but look at the Creeper's verdict. It sends 2 away, and now TT can instantly burst down this Baron. Will it get stolen away? Absolutely not, as Beishuan smites it down, but now can they get away? It's still a 5v5, but the health bar is in very good locations. They're going to channel the resets, get back to base. But now we have the 7th dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
And they can get out, right? They lose their tier 3 turret in the mid lane, but that's of little consequence to them. If they can keep mid prio, that's not going to be a problem. If they can get into this soul is the question. Face checking a Blitzcrank, notoriously a difficult task, and this Drake will fall much faster than the Baron did, so TT, they need to get in now.
He had to lead the charge. He gets hooked up, taken very low, but not dead just yet. The hero's entrance keeps him up as LNG start up this 7th dragon. Haichao and Photic, they burst this down quickly. Do they want to burst it down fast? Now Beishuan is in the area.
Flipping?
He try to steal it away. It's going to be secured here by LNG as Weiwei picks it up. But now Zika is some trouble. He gets stunned up and Satap takes him down. Already a 1-0 in favor of Thundertalk, but the soul goes to LNG.
They have mid prio as well. Hoya just needs to interrupt some bases and they can look to really do some damage to the base. 3 people all going to get back. They're going to lose their inhibitor for this. And remember, this is a 45-second death timer. They could inflict some real damage on the base of LNG. They've already taken 1 inhibitor. They have a wave prepped in the top lane, which they can look to, at the very least, take this tier 2 from. And with the amount of damage that they've got in their back pockets, I would be surprised if they didn't go for a 2nd inhibitor here.
I mean, they have to at this point, right? The trade of taking Baron for Dragon is that you can get a lot of gold on the other side with this Baron buff that expires in just a minute and a half. 22 seconds on Zika. Chain of Corruption buys LNG just a little bit of time, and it ends up getting them enough to clear the wave out. Gonna have to wait for another one to escort in. Cannon Minion is available on this as well. They should be able to take down the tier 3. The question is, will Zika spawn before the inhibitor is under threat? Beishuan threatening, looking for an heroic charge. The inhibitor will go down, but now Zika spawning in 2 seconds. There is a ward very, very deep in the river if they want to go for an extended play, but it looks like instead it'll be Thundertalk escaping here with a 2,500 gold lead with Baron buff for another wave.
And in the end of it all, it's Hoya who comes up and makes the play that breaks the base of LNG. A taunt from the brush catches Zika just on the very edge of its range. Zika with flash ready, wasn't expecting it, gets caught out by Beishuan's flash to follow, slams him into the wall and takes him down as well. Thundertalk come away using their Baron to break open 2 inhibitors. And from this point, the game becomes very rudimentary for them. They've got super minions pushing top lane, super minions pushing mid lane. All they need to do is go bot lane, where Haichao is overextended.
He's going to be the target here. Can 1xN burn the spell shield? Not just yet. The smite, though, from Beishuan will, and the enchanted crystal arrow over the top will take the carry for LNG down. Another 4v5 opened on the map for over a minute now, and Thundertalk have control of the rift.
Question is, do they just go mid lane, try to end this here and now, or are they going to do it by the book, pushing through that bot lane, using that bot wave? With no Baron, this is a little more difficult. They will happily get this tier 2 turret down on that bot side, but as soon as Photic shows his face, those minions get eviscerated by the piercing arrows, so going to be questionable for ThunderTalk. Remember, they've got the 6 grubs as well.
Yep.
They can clear one wave with the equalizer. They're going to need to clear a second as well.
Okay, Mikhail's had to be used onto 1xN there to get away from the Chain of Corruption. That is a big cooldown that will not be available for both sides. Photic, no ult. Feather, no Mikhail's. And now we see that there's no Baron buff available yet for ThunderTalk, so the waves die rather quickly, but they're trying to make use of this death timer. Another arrow comes down to the Photic, another Mikhail's gets used, this time by Zhuo, and it should buy enough time for Haichao to respond and make another 5v5.
Remember, again, just looking to clear out this wave as best as possible, and with the virus, it's not too difficult. With that pick, Haichao getting caught out, he only loses his life. Nothing else going to go down as Wei spot out Feather here.
Actually thought that maybe Feather was going to try to finish the back. Instead now looking to get onto Wei a little bit, but with the mist able to escape, and now ThunderTalk have to probably just go on the defensive. Zhuo has the flash as well as the rocket grab. Hoya waiting in pursuit for a flank, and actually it's going to be Beishuan to go into Haichao to start things off. There's the ultimate here from Feather, not going to find anybody, but Zika has been targeted once more and will go down again. Another pick here for TT, as they have been playing this map basically 4v5 for the last 5 minutes.
The reason that LNG were able to hold so well last time was because Zika had pushed the top wave in so far. Those super minions weren't a burden. However, that isn't the case this time round. Haichao is only able to catch these 3 supers, but he's actually under fire.
He's like got the red buff right now. He's got to get back to base here. This game could end. A teleport coming in. It's going to be Satab joining the fray. 5 members strong for TT, as only Haichao and Zhuo are here to defend the Nexus turrets. The first one goes down. The second one at half HP. Locket comes out to try to buy some time. We have to do something quicker. This game is just going to end. Heroes Entrance comes out. They're focusing the Nexus, and ThunderTalk win the 50-minute banger and get another step closer to an upset in the DEMACIA Cup quarters.
Pick after pick after pick, and it is wonderful from ThunderTalk. They're able to meticulously pick apart LNG in the end game, constantly just finding one member, asserting themselves on the map, and getting exactly what they needed from every single situation. That was a game that, at 45 minutes, Grapes, could have gone either way. But from 47 onwards, we knew it was ThunderTalk's game to lose. They were constantly just pinning LNG back, putting just a little bit extra on that cake and making sure that they found game number 1.
And, you know, we knew that it was going to be harder for ThunderTalk to find these picks as the game went on. We kept mentioning, oh, the spell shields, 2 spell shields, the Mikhail's, a cleanse, all available for LNG. But ThunderTalk just kept throwing things at them. And honestly, Rude, it was Beishuan, the one to start most of these fights. We talked about him having a ton of agency on this Poppy pick. He found Zika time after time, especially at the end of that game, finding the pick onto the Rumble that ultimately decided things.
Yeah, I mean, just really good stuff from the ThunderTalk jungler. We were talking about him being our potential facilitator that keeps TT in this series, and was exactly that in this game, right? Didn't ever feel like Wei was completely running and storming the rift over Beishuan, who was, you know, keeping pace, doing exactly what he needed to do on this Poppy. The Viego never really got to take over and was a bit of a null factor really in that game. We were always talking about Haichao and the power that he had, and again, the sort of hangover from last split where he would sometimes be a little bit too far forward, get a little bit caught out. Happened again in this endgame where he's catching a wave bot lane, which is just one wave too far forward, finds himself in a little bit of danger and gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, very sloppy from both sides, specifically as we got into the late stages of things, but really liked how TT were able to play together as 5. Again, we talked about how they have the existing synergy from playing 4 out of 5 of their players from last split, as well as, of course, having those 3 games in the group stage. I think that showed a little bit, definitely in the early game, but even as we got later on into this one, to take LNG to match point.
And with all that said, with it looking at these damage stats, I can see Photic, you know, it's a poke champion. He's going to be up there quite significantly doing the most damage in that game. But I think that one of the more interesting stats is probably going to be how much damage was tanked. I think Hoya and Beishuan were just constantly under fire and seemingly constantly keeping themselves alive. But look at that gold graph as well down on the bottom. That is, you know, the full spectrum of who's winning, who's not winning, and just a complete seesaw almost for this game.
And the craziest thing is that, normally you get like a 10K, 11K gold lead at the end of things. The largest gold lead in this entire game was 4,400, and it was from the losing team where LNG were up 4K gold and ultimately ended up throwing that one away. It was a 3,000 gold or so lead for ThunderTalk as they took away this game. And going back to the end of that one, I mean, a couple of questionable decisions specifically from LNG at the end of it. Notably, Weiwei at red buff as his base was under fire and ended up just getting there way too late. You could argue that maybe nobody was there to respond, but definitely some questions that LNG are going to have to answer going into game 2.
No, absolutely. And this is one of, if not many of the flip-flops that we got to see around the Baron. I think this is the situation where TT lose out because this is where Beishuan is so close to taking out Haichao. And again, worth mentioning, it's Beishuan who's starting these fights and starting the plays for TT. This is where the majority of LNG's gold lead came from. They find this fight, they take down some tier 2 turrets and really start to put themselves in a winning position. But that's completely hindered by a fight in the jungle, which we now get to see, and where TT are just barely able to come out on top once again. Beishuan facilitating and Beishuan finding these fights.
And you can see he's like really not afraid at all in any of these engages, like getting so low. I think he eventually dies here in this fight, but just setting things up beautifully for the rest of his team. I specifically want to praise 1xN on this Ashe. Had a great early game to get himself in front, and then this fight. I mean, just incredible stuff on the Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned it as well just a second ago, Grapes, that the early game from TT was a little bit more fluid. They came out with just a few more advantages than we were maybe expecting from them, and that enabled 1xN to look like a bit of a fiend. This fight here, the flash over the wall, it unfortunately doobs himself to a pretty suboptimal set of fighting. But LNG somehow still not able to come out on top, where Photic's able to snipe out the mid laner, isolates out 1xN, and then all of a sudden you're thinking, right, both carries, quote, quote, are dead. Why haven't we won this fight? And then you realize, yes, Galio exists, Poppy still exists, and we don't have the damage to take them down.
Yeah, and going into game number 2 for LNG, again, the team that got a bye to get through into this quarterfinal bracket without even having to play through the group stage. Things that I'm looking at as we get a look at that nice shockwave here are from specifically Haichao, who had himself a really big advantage in this game, but Neverroot had that one team fight where he really took over.
No, and maybe that's something that we will expect to see from a champion or a mid laner with that little bit more experience, right? Haichao is not a player who's been playing in the LPL for a long time, right? This is a first time outing, so it's a situation that we could expect to see maybe a better mid laner or a more experienced mid laner find himself in a better position. But overall, Haichao got some early advantages, found himself in a decent enough position, and maybe we can see him carry a little bit later on in the series. But it's going to need to be, next game, because they're going into now what is an elimination match for them.
Yeah, I mean, the best of 3 kind of gets on, it creeps on up on you pretty quick, because it gets to the point where all of a sudden you're on match point if you just drop that first game. I believe we have our paw graphic that we're waiting for as well. Otherwise, we're gonna see. There's a lot of people that I think could get that one. I think I'd hand it though to Beishuan on the Poppy. Not only did he have the task of going up against Weiwei, who literally made a World Finals a year ago, but also just the way that he found those engages and played the fights were really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to try and just correct that score along the bottom as well, make sure that we got the TT actually coming away with the win for game number 1. Perfect. Boom.
Necessarily,
easy.
But they did win.
Well, exactly. But they did end up coming away with that victory. I think that for me, Beishuan, like you say, right, he probably has to be MVP, just based on the amount of facilitating that he did, that he did for that game just as a whole. Was pretty much everywhere and doing all of the right things. There was really decisive keeper's verdicts as well, which enabled them to take that final Baron of the game, which ended up being what started that snowball going. So a lot of good things from Beishuan this game. Feather on the Renata as well. We didn't really talk about it, but some of those hostile takeovers were a little bit questionable. The thing that you have to remember though is when a hostile takeover misses, unless it's gone in the complete opposite direction, it's still zoning, which is important.
Yeah, exactly. Like, unironically is zoning also there for the Renata Glass. It's actually going to be 1xN picking up the player of the game here for game number 1. I believe he did the most damage. We talked about how far ahead he was able to get in the early game just based off of the lane swap situations that there were. You really could have given it to anybody here, but shout out to 1xN as well.
Yeah, I mean, my valuable second, I think, is, I'm happy if for me, if it's not base 1 or 1xn, then I'm not happy. But it was either of those two. We managed to get the good, better of two evils, I think, is my way of phrasing that.
Yeah. So congrats to Thunder Talk, but they don't want congratulations, even though they're playing with house money a little bit. They still want this series. They want a spot in the semifinals of the DEMACIA Cup, and we'll see if they are able to earn it after we're back from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to our continuing coverage of the 2024 DEMACIA Cup quarterfinals. Thunder Talk taking a win over LNG. We talked a bit about how Thunder Talk were probably the upsets coming into this one, specifically because they were not expected to necessarily win their group. Then they beat JDG. And of course, they're playing against LNG, who have players like Zika and Weiwei, who just made it to World's Quarters. But some really good macro specifically from Thunder Talk allowed them to take this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the macro early on is a great point to call out to begin with. They were moving 1xN around the map just that little bit better. You know, it was a trade, really. They traded power of 1xN over power over Haichao, and in the end, that ended up paying dividends. It meant that they were able to find a lot of picks. They got a really consistent DPS there as well. And then as they moved into the late game as well, they were really hot on punishing those mistakes that we saw from LNG. Okay, somebody's overextended down in that bot side. Let's pick them off. Let's make sure that we're finding that pick and finding that kill, giving ourselves the advantage as well. It's one thing to see somebody overextended on a bot wave. It's another thing to think, do we have the resources? Are we going to lose anything by going for this? Yes, no, weighing up all of those pros and cons, and then moving into a position where they can actually take that fight. So a really solid late game from TT as well. There were a few mid-game shakes, don't get me wrong. Like, they had a couple of fumbles around the Baron where one Baron they ended up just completely whiffing out on. They lost every single member and died, lost all of their Baron buffs, but then they had a fight a little bit later on around a Baron where, oh, we've all of a sudden, Keeper's Verdict knocks 2 people away. We've got a really nice way out. They get 5 people with the Baron completely out, and then are able to fight around the Dragon as well. And even though they don't get the Dragon, the Mountain Soul, we got to see sort of the lack of value if you aren't taking those solid 5 versus 5s, because as soon as all of those members were with Mountain Soul, they actually never fought 5v5 again.
Yeah, exactly. And that's credit to Beishwan, who, you know, was our player of the game, even though it went to 1xN on the broadcast. But finding these picks, you know, even though there was a lot of abilities and items picked up for LNG to allow them to try to get away from the idea of getting picked off, you know, Thunder Talk were still able to find ways, and that, of course, revolves around their jungler. And just really cool stuff to see, you know, in a world of so much roster mania, so many teams switching out everything, every split to try to make something work. Thunder Talk, a team that has never been at the top of the LPL standings, but, you know, always have been kind of running together a core of players for the last couple of years. You know, Hoya and Beishwan have been on this team. They're going to their 8th split together as teammates on this roster. They've been playing with 1xN for 3, Feather for 2 now. And so seeing that kind of be rewarded is a very fun thing to for Thunder Talk, especially up against LNG, who a lot of people consider to be some favorites coming in. But as we swap sides, we get into the draft for game number 2. Now remember, this is a true fearless format, so all 10 of those champions on the bottom of your screen will not be playable by either team, and that means that some things are going to come out that look very different. And we see the Victor getting picked up here by Thunder Talk here in the first rotation. That means LNG on blue side did not want to pick it up.
Yeah, red side Victor is not what was expected, I think, given the games that we saw yesterday. There was a lot of priority on, you know, specifically game 1 blue side Victor was given over quite a couple of times. And then we've got LNG, who have opted into straight away B1 Cassante. We know exactly where this is going. We're expecting to see it in the top side. It suggests that there's an answer for LNG, right? They know that this Victor's going to get locked in. Haichao has the Akali locked and loaded and ready. So whether or not we see this Akali able to put down Seitab early on is going to be the real question that we need to answer.
Yeah, a lot of very short range so far composition in terms of just the solo lanes for LNG. That can definitely be balanced out with what Photic decides to choose in that second phase. See a Garen hover right now for Thunder Talk, as it is a good answer to the Cassante, but instead we're going to see the Udyr. Not necessarily the highest priority in the top lane in recent patches, but going to be a pretty safe tank to play up there against the Cassante. Will be able to outduel him in the long run in an extended fight.
Yeah, and it's mainly a case of dissuasion as well. Udyr probably one of the few champions that can actually run away from a Cassante, so if he tries to get on top of you, there's the tools to keep yourself nice and safe. But with the Xin Zhao early on, I'm really a big fan of these really aggressive AD pairings when you've got a Victor. Victor's still a champion that doesn't do a right lot early on, can be very weak in those early game phases, But the power of new Victor, and we'll get onto this a little bit more, is that he scales a lot faster. So with the Victor or with the Xin Zhao by his side, it gives a little bit of power to that mid jungle 2 versus 2. Going into the second round of picks, though, expected to see a lot more focus down on that bot side. There is a small chance for this Victor to go into the bot side. I don't want to hold out too much hope, but there's an opportunity to flex it down into that bot lane. As we look, though, at the second round of bans, without any of those bot laners being taken off the board, with still that range option for LNG decidedly missing.
Yeah, I mean, things like the Varus, which you typically associate with range, not going to be able to be played by Photic this time around because we are in that true fearless format. So now you're either, looking for something like a Jhin, which is able to do damage from afar a little bit, but is just low damage overall, or something a little bit further down the tier list that we don't see a ton of here from Photic.
You don't want to lock Jhin here versus Udyr versus Xin Zhao. You're just not going to have a good time. Jhin is unfortunately not the pick versus tanks or versus particularly those bruisers that can kill you in one rotation, aka the Xin Zhao. Lovers Duo, a very apt pairing if they decide to go for that. The Jinx locked in means that the early game skirmishing from 1xN specifically might be a little bit weaker. And with the Rakan on the flip side, LNG have an opportunity to try to play aggressively. And with Feather as well, saving that counter pick for support. We'll have to wait and see what they lock in to try and answer whichever bot lane it is that LNG opt for.
It's going to be Corki locked in here for Photic. Used to be a big mid lane pick. Now, of course, has transitioned to the bot lane with some of those recent changes. Does entirely physical and true damage now. And a Volibear to round things out for Weiwei, sticking with his aggressive early game play style.
Yeah, so giving now a lot of power into that jungle role. Volibear, an exceptionally powerful early game champion. Certainly a pick that can try to go toe-to-toe with a Xin Zhao in those early stages. And again, bolsters up what is now very lethal mid-jungle 2 versus 2. If Hoya's not able to, or if rather Satab's not able to keep his distance from the Akali, from the Volibear, there's certainly going to be a little bit of danger. But I really like the point that you made early on, Grace, because it's held true. This LNG composition is very short range. The poke from a Corki, again, not what it was, is much more focused around getting spells around his auto attacks as well. So making sure that he can get in range to auto is going to be very important. And then outside of that, it's 4 melee champions for LNG versus what is going to be a very difficult team fight to get through, right? Yeah. You've got Victor Field going down with the Gravity Well, Flame Chompers to try and fight through. Crescent Guard from Xin Zhao is going to cause some disruption as well. Plus you're fighting through the Udyr with his double ulti, with his double R going out as well. That's a lot of ground level obstruction that is going to be difficult for LNG to try and chew through.
Yeah, I'm going to say it right now. Weiwei needs to enter like prime LeBron mode here in this early game, because if he doesn't have like 4 kills at the start of this game, it's going to be very hard for LNG to play this short range composition out against a Victor, a Jinx, and some really good setup as well on Thunder Talk's composition. Haichao's life is going to be miserable, especially as we enter those team fights. He tries to dash in there. There's immediately an Udyr stun. There's a Gravity Well. There's a Magnet Storm that comes up on top of him. Like, this Akali is going to have a very rough go of things. And so up to Weiwei to set up his carries to perform well. And then once we get to maybe those team fights, definitely looking at Photic on that Corki to really take the lead.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task either. It's certainly something that LNG are going to battle with, but I think that going into this second game, obviously we're expecting them to be 1-0 at this point. They aren't. It's Thunder Talk that found themselves game number 1. LNG are going to need to put the wheels in motion relatively early on. They've got the tools to be able to do it. They've got that really early game aggressive jungler with Weiwei, with the Volibear, an opportunity for him to try and find some advantages. And there is a very weak LNG early game. Victor, Jinx, 2 champions that look to scale and do lots of damage later on, be those hyper carries as you reach the 30, the 40-minute marker. But early on, you're not expecting it from them. It's not something that they are typically bound for super early doors. So for TT, their hope is that they can withstand that early game. Maybe that base one can do just a little bit of work and keep the team afloat and bridge them into a mid game where they've got some power.
And we definitely know the jungler is going to be high impact, just like they were in game number 1, but now a little bit more on the line here as LNG facing elimination as we head onto the Rift for game 2.
And a little bit less entertainment from the level 1 this time around, as well as last time we got to see a team invading onto the Blitzcrank, which obviously we don't get to see this time around with this true fearless, but no hard invades coming through on either side, just those trades of standard level 1 wards attempting to sniff out any potential jungle pathings early on. And more notably this time, Grapes, we haven't got any lane swaps as well. Last time we spent probably 15 minutes waiting for first blood just because everybody was in these janky lanes. But this time round, top lane is going to be top, bot lane is going to be bot, and Hoya's going to be causing a little bit of disruption for Weiwei.
Yeah, just a little annoying. Spots out that is where Weiwei is going to be starting things off. Feather immediately starting with that, dismounted W, but gonna take a big chunk of damage in punishment. So right now, this bottom lane, not something that we're expecting to go super well here for ThunderTalk, and they're already taking a beating.
Yeah, and TT, you can see here 1xN attempting to push for level 2, but he's so low already on HP.
The Grand Entrance connects, another stun onto Zhou, but Feather now below 200 HP. They still have not gotten the level 2 just yet, as they should be able to have big priority around that side of the map. So early on, much better start to this game here for LNG.
Yeah, apologize for the slight frames issues. Hopefully we'll try and get that fixed for you all as soon as possible, but XP attempting to be denied by LNG. I don't think they're going to be successful. They've reached that level 2 marker, which is now very important, and they can attempt to zone away. Looks like 1xN is actually just going to go for a base already. Seeing this, LNG should just look to hard push this, crash that third wave, find themselves a reset, get as much gold out of it as possible, and if Otic comes back to lane with that tier already stacking, that's going to be the goal for them.
Yeah, we apologize again for the brief technical delay. I think we're heading into a quick pause just to get that all settled down, and hopefully things should be working out a little bit better now. So didn't miss too much. It is 1xN and Feather going back to base, but I want to focus on this mid lane a little bit, Rooted, because when you look at this new Victor champion, the first thing you say, oh, ultimate change, it's a little bit more strong, but there were a lot of other changes to this kit that changes his identity. What can you tell me about the differences between Victor now and what we saw from him specifically here in this early game?
Okay, so I'll go through the important changes. Now, we're going to use the term Victor Bucks as currency, if Weiwei lets me, because he is sniffing around mid lane right now as Haichao fairly low.
We can get back to it, because right now Haichao and Weiwei looking for save tap here. The gravity well comes down, but the shuriken flip should be available here for Haichao, but a nice follow through from ThunderTalk, base 1 and Feather there to make sure that their mid laner survives.
Okay, so Zaytab relatively low on mana here, so the kill threat not particularly present, and this bot side as well is not looking good for ThunderTalk either. Trying to get this wave crash is going to be opportunity or priority really number 1. But to go back to our Victor talk, Zaytab on this Victor, the champion itself used to get 25 stacks per takedown. Every 100 stacks you would get an evolve. Now it's only 20 per takedown, so kill or assist, but you also get double from cannon minions. So you get 10 for every cannon minion that goes down. It means if you're CSing your cannons, you're getting your upgrades a lot faster because cannon minions are a lot more frequent than takedowns, especially in competitive. It means that fighting around a Victor early on, not as powerful as it was. Also, they changed what his evolves did. Now, the laser, still the same. You still get a second pass through. You still become Wave Clear King. You're happily able to do that, but you don't actually get the slow on your abilities until you evolve your W now, which is obviously the third evolution that you tend to take as a Victor. So you don't have that slow, that inbuilt Rylai's almost to your abilities until you have those 300 stacks. And then the most important change, almost the thing that makes him such a super scaler, is that he has an evolve on his ultimate now as well, which is that every time you get a takedown, it increases in size and refreshes the duration just a little bit.
All right, I think I got all my notes down. I'm gonna hopefully remember all that by the time we're at least by the time the new year starts, right? Like there's a lot of changes to take into account. Long story short, the ultimate is definitely a big factor, but fighting around this Victor becomes less important, and it's more about picking up those early canyon minions and making sure that you get your stacks that way. While we were talking about all that, 1xN and Feather having a terrible time down here bot.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that they have now got a wave crashing into them is quite nice because it means that 1xN will be able to find some form of farm anyway, and you can see he's actually has actually gone for a second recall early on. Sometimes you will not recall once before 5 minutes, but they've actually taken 2 resets, so they're going to be a little bit behind in that experience game. Picked up a cull and a dagger is, not the fighting power that you're looking for from your Jinx early on, but this is exactly what LNG need. They need to be finding these advantages early on, and this is purely 2 versus 2, purely laning almost. The fact that Beishuan had to come down and force the crash for the ThunderTalk bot lane, the fact that he's even hovering now just to add a little bit of presence is giving LNG so much time. It's giving Weiwei this chance now to take the Void Grubs on the top side. Yes, it's going to be traded out for the Dragon, but if you're a snowballing team, you want those Void Grubs because you're going to snowball significantly when you get more gold from plates, which means that you can take turrets, which means that you can get your items faster, and the whole snowball sequence becomes a lot easier with Void Grubs than it does an extra 3% out of combat movement speed.
Definitely. So Photic and Zhuo able to use their pressure to not even have to go up to the top side to secure those grubs. They're able to use all their power, all their lane presence to just allow Weiwei to take it himself. Of course, the flip side is ThunderTalk picking up this first dragon, but if you are LNG, definitely enjoy a little bit as well. Takes away the Scuttle Crab as well, and now Weiwei actually burning the flash to try to stun up Beishuan, who has to use his flash in response. LNG playing with that ultimate advantage on their jungler, trying to make a play.
Yeah, and I think that both of those jungler flashes will amount to be sort of inconsequential. I don't think they're going to matter too much that they both just flashed there. We don't have either objective up for, you know, a good amount of time. Going into your lanes is, you know, not the most difficult thing in the world. So using flash to gap close is just not going to be a possibility anymore. The thing that I always get worried about is when Xin Zhao's don't have flash, that they don't have an escape tool anymore. Usually they use it to be aggressive anyway, because you're Xin Zhao, you should be using your flash aggressively, but by all means, if you're going to get caught out, using the flash defensively is probably the one use case for Xin Zhao. And now that option isn't open to them, but it's also worth mentioning, we talked about the scaling aspect of TT and their composition scaling very well into that late game. The champions for LNG, the Corki specifically, will do good damage. The reason we say that this composition will struggle later on is because finding access to that damage is going to be a lot more difficult. We already highlighted all of the obstructions that TT are going to be looking for, but Weiwei going with a little bit of a different take with the tier as well. There's going to be an added element of Volibear safety as we move a little bit later into the game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So I'm assuming that's a Cosmic Drive probably going to come through here for Weiwei. The question is, like, what is that tier going into? Do you build Archangel?
It has to be Fimbulwinter.
It has to be Fimbulwinter, right?
If it's not Fimbulwinter, we need to be investigating Weiwei a little bit.
Yeah, because it's not like Volibear has a mana issue, so he's definitely going for a tier item. He's not just going to hold it in his inventory. I imagine it's the Fimbulwinter, getting a little bit of extra shielding and things like that while still having the damage of the Cosmic Drive. Speaking of, now has level 7, invading onto Beishuan's blue buff, as just continuing to play with the fact that Photic and Zhuo are constantly able to garner pressure here against 1xN and Feather.
This is the power that just a winning 2 versus 2 can grant you, right? Like, look at how much now experience is being denied from 1xN once again. Blue buff secured by Weiwei. I think that must have been with Sky Splitter, because maybe Sky Splitter flash to give vision, smite even. But 1xN luckily able to collect the majority of this wave, which is quite nice, but was going to be losing out on a significant amount of that had the wave been, or the fight in the jungle, taken any longer. And the experience advantage, the gold advantage, it's all starting to rack up for LNG, even though once again we aren't seeing any kills come through this early game. There's a small advantage as Beishuan is looking for Weiwei.
Oh, this time he wins the smite fight.
He misses.
Stormbringer does not go over the wall. Unfortunate for Weiwei, but he will go down. Kill going to the victor.
Yeah, and you know, that's plus 20 stacks, so that's going to be E-Evolve already for Satab. That now means that his mid lane experience going to be quite a lot easier. Obviously, versus an Akali, you're very happy pre-level 6. Once you hit level 6, you start to be scared again. But now you've got this upgraded laser, you can clear every single wave on repeat, and you're absolutely fine just to, you know, hit the couple of melee creeps, clear the rest of the wave, and that's job done. Haichao, though, CSing very well. You will typically see this for your mid laners who were just so focused on not trading. He had so little HP for the majority of this laning phase, but it's because he's constantly sacrificing HP to try and get that CS, able to play on the very edge of what Victor's early game damage does and make sure that he never goes down, but also doesn't miss any CS. Up at that 101 mark already. Storm Surge finished very early on, doesn't even opt into any form of boots, but if he gets on top of a carry, they will get popped very quickly.
Now, do you think the new cope thing here for people playing against the Victor is, oh guys, I died, but it's fine. It's only 20 stacks.
It's only 20, guys. He's not getting 25.
Yeah, he could have gotten a cannon minion instead. But
he could have got 2 cannon minions instead.
I'm actually getting him a big advantage here.
Okay, big fight? Not big fight.
Got our second spot of Grubs. Weiwei still having power over here, as now this time Photic and Zhuo come up to the top side of the map to help secure this. So you mentioned how getting these 6 Grubs could be very important for LNG to help continue their snowballing, but right now, after that first blood, it's actually ThunderTalk with the gold lead, and Beishuan maybe looking for something as Feather and Hoya in the area as well.
Okay, so Satab was getting a little bit of free time down on that bot side. It took the teleport from Zika to make sure that this Victor wasn't just getting free farm, free gold from those plates, and Zika might fancy this 1v1.
Oh yeah, finds the Pathmaker as well as that ultimate. Satab could be in some trouble here. He takes that on about 400 HP. Zika looking for the final kill, flashes, but it will be matched here by Satab to make sure the Victor survives. Satab living to see another day.
Okay, just barely there, makes it out alive, and looks like Beishwan here going to be able to collect that wave again. Apologize for the visual issues, as it looks like we've skipped back just a little bit to make sure that we are all okay. Once we've got some updates on these issues, we will be sure to inform you. But for the time being, just going to make sure that everything is nice and safe, make sure that everything is looking as good as possible, because trying to get a glimpse in that 1v1 was proving quite difficult.
Yeah, I mean, again, just a disclaimer to everybody here. This is a community-run stream run by a lot of really hard-working and talented production staff that have been able to get this together. We're using the Huya feed from the LPL actually directly to commentate over this. That's why you're hearing some of the Chinese casters in the background. You see some of the Chinese assets when we're in-game. But we hope that you are able to stay with us and everything. Big shout out to Chris Sunga and the graphics team as well. I mean, all the assets that we've been able to get here with Friend or Foe on our English community side of things have also just been incredible.
Yeah, and it looks like there was some semblance of a fight. We've come back into live, and Hai Chao is 2-0 now on this Akali. They take the turret down on the bot side, turret on the top side also gone down. So a big advantage seemingly has happened for LNG in just that small pause there to give them a decent advantage. 1.4k up in the mid lane, 1.4k up in the bot lane as well. So LNG immediately off to the races here. That snowball that we were talking about needed to sort of roll down that hill has begun its motion.
Yeah, that is a big fight that happened for LNG. It looks like it might have been Beishwan and Satab that took the brunt of things here. As ThunderTalk looking to get back into things now as they start up this second dragon. Remember that LNG, after picking up the grubs on the top side, have full control of that area of the map. But if ThunderTalk are able to pick this up, that will be a 2-0 dragon score lead. It means they could potentially snowball their way towards a soul. But they now are finding themselves down about 4,000 gold, which is a pretty significant margin. It means the LNG early game comp is doing their job.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the goal really for LNG, right? On an elimination game coming into this series as favourites as well. They would have been anticipated to be in this position anyway, had this been game number 1, and this would have been fairly run-of-the-mill. But that's obviously not off the back of what was a banger 50-minute game number 1 to set us up for what could be a very late night for you, Grapes, as the rest of LNG continue to try and assert their pressure across this top side, stealing away the red buff now from ThunderTalk. And with LNG already so far ahead, this natural progression of stealing away camps is really all they've got left. They've taken the tier 1 turrets in top and in bot. Final job is to try and find that mid lane tier 1 turret as well. I think we're going to get a replay of what happened down on this bot side. This was after Zika went for the 1v1.
It looks like we have actually two kind of situations up here where LNG looked to go for a play on the top side, and then Hai Chao just teleports down here and makes quick work of both Beishwan and Satab.
Yes, I agree. That is what happened. The TP from Hai Chao, hey, very solid. And Hoya came up here as well. I think this is where Wei Wei probably takes out Feather under the turret. Yes.
All right, well, there you go. That's your situation. That's what you missed on Glee. It's we're 4,000 gold up now here for LNG at the 15-minute mark. They've definitely grasped a firm control of this one, specifically onto their main carries. Hai Chao and Photic, each the ones to pick up the gold. That is very big for them in terms of how they want to snowball this and take it to game 3.
Yeah, very important that they find these advantages nice and early. They've already got themselves the Rift Herald as well, so that tier 1 turret, if it wasn't already, had taken down, which it is, would have been sort of mincemeat already. This now means though that they can look to try and break open a side lane turret as well, which has got a lot of gold built into it. It's effectively 2 kills worth of gold if you can take down one of these tier 2 turrets in bot or in top. So with that Rift Herald and with such an advantage as well, I anticipate that they try and look for that. Drake not spawning for another 2.5 minutes, nearly 3 as well. So there's going to be a decent while whilst LNG have got a lot of the map to play with and decide what they want to do. Really, at this point, it should be focus as many of the camps as possible and just choke Beishwan out of this game. He's already down 1 level, but you shouldn't really be giving access to any camps when you've got this sort of a lead.
Yeah, already have all 3 of those outer turrets, which just makes this invade job even easier. Beishuan now down about 4 camps worth, despite having a pretty good go of things in the early stages of this. Rift Herald picked up here by LNG. As Haichao sends it not towards the tower, but instead on the defensive. He saw 3 of those guys and it's like, all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah, as soon as the Flame Chompers go down, this is the power of Jinx versus a Rift Herald. If you charge it into the turret, the Flame Chompers actually catch you. They're getting top tier 2 and a big fight top side.
Feather with the Magnus Storm, but it gets buffered by the ultimate of Weiwei. Nice escape here from the Volley Bears. Now Hoya getting targeted underneath his own tower. Zika able to land that 3rd knock up here with the Q, not going to be able to find anything else. Just waiting for that next wave to get escorted underneath, but with Satab here, ton of wave clear, that Victor going to make sure that tower survives.
Yeah, and should be on his 2nd evolution by now, so has a little bit of movement speed from the Q as well. You can use that to kite out these melee champions quite significantly. So, versus an Akali, maybe it's not as easy when she's got 3 dashes plus, targeted E on you if she lands it. So, the kiting away from the volley bear, the Cassante, don't get me wrong, very, very useful. So Satab will be feeling quite positive about his position. Like that he's going for sort of double tank shred as well with the Blackfire Torch and what looks to be a Liandry's coming through as that 2nd item. Because trying to get through Zika, trying to get through Weiwei, that's not going to be easy.
Definitely not. So the burn definitely helps here for Satab, but and just in general, the added scaling of this Victor Jinx is what we have to continue to focus on here for ThunderTalk, because even though the gold lead is pretty significant for LNG, the later we get into this, the less and less that gold obviously ends up meaning. If you continue to get more items into the carries, we talk about how this scaling composition for ThunderTalk really can take over. But right now, definitely LNG favored.
Absolutely. And this is one of those games where it is literally never over until LNG have taken the Nexus, because if they take down triple inhibs, 2 Nexus turrets, but don't close out the game, that's, don't get me wrong, a very positive position to be in, but that's also a lot of gold that is starting to get funneled into what is a Jinx and a Victor. So definitely going to be a difficult situation if they find themselves in that spot. ThunderTalk trying to defend their tier 2 turrets, which is proving much more difficult than they might have first anticipated, as LNG, good rotations again through this bot side. They've set up all their vision in the bot side jungle. They've got Drake spawning in 10 seconds, so they take the tier 2 turret, they move down into the bot side and continue by taking that dragon, and now they're just slowly getting more and more advantages, increasing that gold lead, increasing their dominance over the map, and are constantly able to force this advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Even though since we came back from that break, the kills, nobody has gone down in terms of kills. The 3,000 gold lead became 4,000, 4,000 became 4.5. Now we're getting close to 5 at this point in time, as the dragon will also get picked up by Weiwei and LNG. So they're doing a really good job at snowballing. That is what their composition has to do, though, and so they cannot let up. They have to continue this unrelenting pressure.
Now we see Zhuo here just darting around on that top side, looking for a little bit of some. 1xN does manage to find that red buff, as Feather could have potentially sniped it away. LNG, though, focus on this top side turret. They're starting to set up that vision. Zhuo!
He just face checked 4 members of ThunderTalk, but he's able to escape with the quickness, and here comes the teleport. Zika looking to enter the fray, try to go all out here onto the entire backline. Beishuan already going down. That's 2 for 0 with Feather falling, and LNG in the enemy jungle take down 2 kills for free.
And the fact that Zhuo lives there is absolutely crazy. As you say, face checks 4 people and then re-engages as well. Decides that he's not done just yet. Finds a couple of kills with the help of Zika. Haichao coming in as well. And that kind of speaks to the wallet diff currently that LNG are battling with. They're able to take those, honestly, bad face checks, but because gold lead, they become good. Right, walking into 4 people should never be good. You should never be leaving this position as the Rakan. But it's a great flash as well. He gets over the Flame Chompers, navigates those perfectly, and is able to get out as well.
Yeah, and Beishuan just is a champion on the Jin Zhao. Has to go in. Not really a ton of escape potential. So as soon as he dashes in out of that Rakan, it's kind of game over for him, as Zhuo able to get out of there very admirably. So the 5,000 gold lead has become 6.5, as LNG continuing their pressure here and trying to send us to a Game 3 in the DEMACIA Cup quarterfinals.
And the question now is when Baron, because LNG are far enough ahead so that they can probably just start this up 5v5, look for a turn, find a couple picks, rinse and repeat. I think the good thing for them is that they've already got a lot of this topside control put down. Zhuo is there. Looks like they want to take this tier 2 turret on the top side before they start focusing their eyes on the big purple worm. But they've got 2.5 items finished for Photic, 2 items finished for Haichao. Damage isn't particularly a concern for them. Maybe Weiwei needs to finish off his Fimbulwinter and, get it fully upgraded as a fully stacked tier. But other than that, the next logical progression for LNG is to try and take that Baron. They're nowhere near a soul. It should just be, okay, when can we find the objective that's going to end this game?
Yeah, this is a great spike right now for LNG to start this up. I would imagine that should be their priority. There's not 2 items on 1xN just yet. You have 2 items on basically everybody on your side of things. And so I would imagine that becomes a big focus here for LNG. But right now, going to instead kind of be a 1-3-1 setup with both Zika and Haichao in the side lanes, getting a little bit more gold, trying to potentially play the waiting game a little bit. But the longer you wait, the closer you get to 1xN having that second item and then more.
Yeah, and with all that said, this bot lane is a complete stalemate, so there's no advantage being drawn out there. Zika's just catching waves, Hoya's just throwing them right back at him. It's not anything that's amounting to an advantage down on that bot side, so both of these top laners going blow for blow, really. Nobody's going to kill one another either. That top lane, though, definitely a lot more threatening. Haichao can focus Satab and can probably take him out under the turret, so it's probably going to be costing Satab just a couple of creeps here and there. And finally, the question has been answered. When Baron, Grapes, 22.5 minutes.
And it looks like not a ton of vision there for ThunderTalk. The blue are going to spot them out. They do this super fast, but that's because not the full squad has been deployed to take damage onto this purple worm. Right now, Zhou doing a good job spotting out everybody on ThunderTalk. We still have Hoya on the bottom side, but he does have teleport as Zika now takes control over mid. There's a TP. The TT definitely know that this is happening and want to try and put a stop to it, but that seems to be all the LNG wanted to do. Burn that teleport and immediately peel off and go back to trying to find pressure here in the top side jungle of TT. Zhuo once again going in rather aggressively as we have another slight delay here on our screen. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen right now.
Yeah, it's
just waiting. Okay, we're gonna go back just a little bit to make sure we're all cut up to speed. Here we go. Zhuo misses that grand entrance. Here comes that big Magnus Storm, though, from Feather. And it should be at least 1 kill going in favor of ThunderTalk in that fight around the top side. Really sorry about all these delays, about some of the pauses that we're seeing on here. Kind of out of our control, I believe, just in terms of the production side.
Very tense situation on that top side. There's a really tricky position that we would think ThunderTalk find themselves in, but credit to them, they are consistently looking to try and find these fights. They're consistently looking to pick up kills where possible and make this game as difficult as possible for LNG. One of the old adages that I've always been a fan of is we may not win this game, but how can we make it as hard as possible for the enemies to win? Right? How do we make it so that we lose in the longest possible time, draw this game out for as much as possible? And this is still a best-of series at the end of the day, so inflicting as much mental damage as possible is certainly something that has value in a BO3. Yeah.
I mean, that's one way you could put it, right? And also just the fact that if ThunderTalk extend the game, it makes their champion stronger and it allows for them to maybe get back into this one a little bit. But still some short. We'll get back into this hopefully soon. Don't know exactly what's going to happen in that team fight. A little surprised that LNG pulled off the Baron, but they seem very confident that as soon as they burn that teleport, they could win a fight and then take the Baron without any chance of a steal.
The thing is that now they've pulled that Baron or pulled that TP, it changes the entire lane assignment for ThunderTalk. It means that the Victor now has to answer the Cassante, which is a lot scarier because the Cassante has kill threat onto the Victor. The opposite is, the case for the top side as well, that the Udyr can't wave clear nearly as easily versus the Akali, as we are panning back in to a time, I believe, earlier. So this is all repeat of what we've seen.
So the teleport comes in, and then we're going to see Zhuo go in onto Beishuan. He's not going to land anything, and then gets in a little bit of trouble here. So here we go. We're going to try this one more time here. Charm comes out, and again, Feather with a big ultimate to at least take down Zhuo. But Haichao now in here, lands that Shuriken flip, will pick up one. Hoya goes down as well. It's a double kill for the Akali, and LNG go 2 for 1, but both supports do fall.
And importantly, it's Hoya that goes down as well. So there's still damage for TT if they decide to try and stop this Baron, as it gets started up by LNG, they've still got a lot of HP. Haichao can base, can teleport back in. Beishwan's got to make the long run back from base as well. And trying to face check this is going to be very difficult as well. Zhuo back up and alive. Feather there as well. Deep TP comes in. Thundertalk, they're going to have to give this.
Yeah, and Beishwan, 4 levels down on Haichao specifically, that Kali versus Jin Zhao. Not going to be able to find too much. We're going to skip ahead, I think, a little bit here just to get ourselves up to speed as LNG now with that Baron have a really firm hold on this game. You see the gold lead has expanded to about 9,000 as they're going to even up the dragon count as well.
Yeah, and at this stage, it is a case of... It should be a case of when, not if. 9,000 is a pretty big benchmark, and the composition that they have is really good at snowballing, is very solid so far from what we've seen. Finding advantages, continuing to push those, and a Fed Akali for this composition is absolutely important. It's very imperative to how they're going to try and take those leads, trying to continue to push this game towards its natural end.
Okay, we're back in 25 minutes. Baron buff still available for another 2 minutes here for LNG. Can only imagine that another fight went their way, probably around that Baron. And right now, with the gold at about 9,000 in their favor, they're looking very good in terms of trying to snowball this lead into a Game 2 victory. And hopefully they'll be able to do so in this next minute and 47.
Yeah, odds are that we are going to Game 3 here, folks. Going to keep it a complete stack with you. One of the things, Victor, very good at wave clearing, but Baron buff pretty much stops all forms of wave clear being as effective, so you need to put Jinx and Victor both in the same lane to answer those waves.
Okay, Zhuo did go in, again, very aggressively. It seems to be a common trend here for this Rakan. And we'll see if we can get that sorted out again. It's a... very sorry about all this. Yeah, big shout out to Casual Cutie on production who is trying their best to get this all sorted out. But we'll have updates for you as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, and I mean, Zhuo going in has been the trend, but it still gives them success, it's worth saying. So it's, okay, great, you've lost your life as the Rakan, but what has it got you? Well, last fight it earned you 2 kills on an Akali. This time round, we may yet see a lot more. When they're expending so many resources to try and just take down a Rakan, it means that they don't have those resources for the important people, like the Akali, like the Cassante, who are going to cause real problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've gone a little bit further in, but I think this kind of goes to show us. Every time we cut back, it's LNG getting a little bit further and a little bit further ahead. Things are going very well for them right now in this one. As the Baron buff still up for another couple minutes, we see a 3-for-1 team fight was taken in favor of LNG, as just Haichao was the one to go down.
I mean, that's a worthy pickup. I'm not sure who will have got the shutdown. Would like to think that it's Satab that picks up that kill, because if he gets that was a lot of gold sat on the Akali's head. So, good opportunity for him to get a little bit of gold back into this game. And again, will re-emphasize this. This game isn't over until it ends. Until the Nexus turrets and the Nexus itself have fallen, there's always that small part of me that's going to think, okay, can Jinx, can Victor battle their way through this?
Yeah, we have I think a replay going to go through here of just that last fight. But I mean, just firm control from LNG overall in that second game. Like we talked about how worried we were about this composition and how it could fare if we got to a kind of an even state of the game later on. But they never let that even state happen, because from minute one, it was way on the volley bear, as well as just the lane prowess from Voduk and Zhuo in this Corki lane as well. Just really doing well for them.
It's good to see that people are using marksman and the slight counters that you can have within there, right? Jinx isn't a pick that can do much early on, doesn't have that dueling power. The Corki absolutely is. So you can get the power really from the Corki early on. You've got Rakan, who's doing quite significant amounts as well with his laning presence. You can get good knockups, the heal as well that comes through. Definitely something that's very powerful. And it's also, worth highlighting that when you are so far ahead, that pushing can, finding those advantages can be a little bit difficult, but this is the hallmark of what is clearly a very solid team, that they're able to find all of these advantages.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at this replay here. Look like Zika had a little bit of a grand escape, and Haichao going very far forward, and I think now we're going to see a little bit of just that wallet diff here.
Yeah, and then from here, okay, a good Q3 from Zika catches out 1xN, and he's forced to flash away, means that he's now can't DPS as much has to reposition, is losing time on that, and then nobody actually goes down. And as we would have anticipated, it looks as though we've had LNG take their first win and tie up the scores.
Yeah, so 1-1 is what it is. A long Thunder Talk and a very short dominant win here for LNG. Kind of goes to how both those compositions wanted to play in that first game. Again, we sincerely apologize for some of the freezes and things that we had on our side of things. We're going to make sure to do our best to get those issues as close to fix as possible as we continue throughout the day. Again, we're trying a lot of new things here on the LPL English stream. Fully community run broadcast and everything like that. And so we appreciate you sticking with us and you know, it's been a lot of fun so far.
You know what this means though, Grapes? So we get game 3 and then we get our third game.
Yes.
And I think that game that we got to see was a bit of a testament to what anticipations were, what expectations were as well, right? The LNG came into this series, they were the expected favourites, and yes, they've drafted an early game composition versus a late game composition. They've executed on that quite well, but that's kind of what you anticipate from a better team, is that they are able to get those advantages earlier on, that they're able to find the lead in those early game phases and then snowball them quite naturally to their end. It again reinforces the fact that the game one was atypical. We weren't expecting to see that, and maybe the cause of that was those lane swaps, that all of those advantages came from the lane swaps. They were able to cause so much chaos, and you know that at the end here, with LNG finding what is a very satisfying gold graph, that this is maybe the team that we're anticipating for this tournament.
Yeah, this is the more normal gold graph that you see. Not like that one that we saw in game number 1. It's a big lead, a big fight won at about the 11-12 minute mark. And then it kind of snowballs from there. Big shout out to Fodic as well, who ended up doing the most damage in the game. I think made a lot of sense. And honestly, wouldn't be surprised if like almost half of that was just at the start. You know, the levels 1 through 6, because they were raining havoc onto 1xN and Feather in that early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's the power of that early 2 versus 2 where, and it's nice to see as well that it wasn't just, a jungler ganks bot lane and now the bot lane is over. It was just laning prowess and the power that Rakan Corki have versus what is objectively just a weaker lane, and the fact that they take advantage of that as well. So shout out to the Photix robot lane for making the most of that and getting those advantages where they are. I will say, so far through this series, standout performer for me, or at least subverting what I was anticipating coming into this, has been Hoya. I think that in the second game was, you know, doing everything he was supposed to on the Udyr. There's not a lot of agency that you get as that champion, especially versus a Cassante, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. And in game number 1 as well, had some good picks for an area of the map that we were anticipating would be a bit of a weak spot for TT. It's great to see that Hoya is holding his own as best as possible.
Especially against someone like Zika. I mean, always a really cool thing. Of course, didn't come up with that win, but it all comes down to this final map. Our last game of this first quarterfinal. We're going to step away for a bit, try to make sure that we get all those technical issues under control, and we'll be right back with you for the final game of this quarterfinal series. Welcome back, everybody, to what will be our final game of this first quarterfinal of the DEMACIA Cup day. After today, will be the finish. We'll have all of our semifinalists lined up, and one of them will be either Thunder Talk or LNG. As we come back to you here on the LPL English community stream, Grapes and Rudude here. We apologize again for some of the freezes that we had in game number 2. We think we have everything lined up in a good way to make sure that we're able to deliver our coverage of game 3 to you. And it should be a good one because we're in game 3. I think it's the first game 3 that we've had in the DEMACIA Cup so far, and that means our first look at 20 bans across the draft for game number 3. It'll be fun.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun sort of story to follow in and of its own right. So seeing where those priorities now begin to lie, because we've lost a couple really solid marksmen. We've now lost a lot of mages, a lot of assassins. The top lane tank pool is getting firmly whittled away at as well. So maybe we'll get to see Hoyer on something a little bit different as well. Beishuan has had game number 1 was 5 bans targeted at him. Game 2, he had a decent chance at making an effort. So we'll wait and see whether or not anything more comes from this draft style, but it should be certainly exciting to follow.
Yeah, and remember, stay tuned after this series because we've got Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming on your way after this one. I mean, that was the highlighted quarterfinal. As soon as the bracket was set, we were expecting that to be a very competitive series. Man, we got a good series going right here as well between two teams that maybe don't have the same level of expectations. You could argue the LNG, potentially, coming off of that Worlds appearance, still have high hopes. But both of these teams trying to make a bit of a statement with rosters that either have not seen too much success or just haven't been seen in full at all just yet. We talked about Thunder Talk being these big underdogs, but they put up a pretty decent fight specifically in that first game.
Yeah, and I think that if Swan Song, that the fact that they took LN and they beat G in the group stage, that's enough to the power that to have going into the next. I
think we lost Rude a little bit there on your connection side of things, but I think that if you want to repeat what you said, I think I don't know if the stream heard you the first time.
The TLDR, the short is that if TT go out here, they've made a good run of things. They took a game off of JDG. They should be happy.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, they weren't expected to even be in the quarterfinals at all, is what we've continued to say. But showing that sticking with this continued core of players, can pay dividends in the long run. And I'm excited to see, what this Thunder Talk team is going to be able to do throughout the LPL season as we head into 2025. Not just the DEMACIA Cup, of course, matters. There's a lot of other League of Legends that's going to be played as we flip ourselves kind of into the new year. For this team, still a lot of good things to look forward to, but also good things from LNG. We saw a lot more good things from LNG in that last game specifically. That bottom lane of Fodak and Zhuo, who have been playing together now for a few years under a couple of different teams, really came into their own, specifically in the laning phase.
And so, as we sort of highlighted, the fact that we've got 2 matching bot lane duos, so that they've played together before, the fact that LNG came out with such an advantage first game shows the sort of prowess the LNG name carries a certain amount of weight, right? That they've got expectations of the brand as well. Yeah,
I mean, it's all good stuff to continue to look forward to. When you are LNG. A storied organization that's been in the LPL for so many years, maybe not always under the same name, but always the same powerful organization that has had all this success. Getting promoted or getting called in, signed to a team of this caliber, of this legacy, always a very good opportunity for some of these newer players. Fodak and Zhuo have been around a lot of really talented positions and players like Rookie, on NIP and things like that. But for a player like Hai Chao specifically, really getting his chance after being on LGD for these last couple of years, it's going to be a really fun story to watch here.
And watching Hai Chao specifically, the glow up from game 1 to game 2 as well, something that is very worth mentioning, right? Got a lead early on with a TP play to the bot side and absolutely ran with it, right? Was an absolute menace through those team fights, through the mid game into the what was admittedly a very short late game. Haichao was on top of his game on that Akali, felt much more at home and certainly made the most of the advantages that he got given to himself. So credit to the mid laner here, as we'd mentioned, sort of from his days on LGD, that might have been a mid laner that was a little bit flippy floppy, you know, wins games one week and then is the reason they lose another. So far, we've had almost both of those in game 1 and game 2. So hopefully for game 3, we can see the Haichao that is solo carrying 1v9 in games.
And, you know, it definitely wasn't all bad from Haichao in game number 1. He had himself a lot of good opportunities to make plays. He had a big fight around one of the first Barons as well that ended up doing a ton of damage. But once we got later into that one, some of the finishing touches, definitely a little bit more of a struggle. As we head into the draft for game number 3, it looks like TT opting back towards blue side, which is that advantage now because of the 1v1 that was won almost 3 hours ago at this point by Hoya against Zika. So it looks like they prioritized that Vi going towards Beishuan. It was something that he found success with earlier in the group stage, and so going to have another opportunity to make a ton of plays in the early stages.
It had been banned away from him as well so far this series, so really good to see that he gets his hands on that first of all. The Skarner and the Sejuani going to be the opted into bans, so they know that they're getting a Vi pick locked up here. They seemingly have thought about it, saying, okay, we'll take Ezreal, I can buffer the cease and desist and make sure that I'm not where the Vi is when that ultimate lands. They've also got the Maokai, so that creates a lot of space. As soon as you see Vi start to channel to go in with the ultimate, you call the Nature's Grasp, you put those roots forward and you root everybody back in place. You create a large separation between the Vi and the rest of the team. However, if TT decide that they're opting full dive all the way in, maybe the Maokai ulti isn't going to be enough.
I mean, it seems like it's a very different style of composition from game number 2 from LNG. It was all going in, all gas, no breaks in game 2. Now they're okay with playing a little bit further back. They have the Ezreal, of course, for Photic, as well as that Maokai, which can provide a lot of peel. Like you mentioned there, Rude, going to be an Ahri locked in for Satab here, one of his champions that he had a lot of experience with in the LCK and in the LCK Challengers League, alongside that Nautilus for Feather.
Oh, okay. So we'll see how LNG adapt, because so far they've got decent disengage. Honestly, they could just triple down on this as best as possible. There's no surprises with the Thunder Talk composition, right? We know exactly what they're going for. They're going to be going all in. They're looking to try and dive on top of you with this Viari Nautilus combo. Whoever you are, you have to find some way to be safe. I think that the Leona lock-in here, just to give them a little bit of power through that laning phase, means that there's an element of fighting back for LNG. There was an option for them to go for something a bit more disengage-oriented, but that's not a bad thing in its own right. For TT, though, what are the pairings of AD carries that you can go for? Well, you've got two sides of the coin. The Kai'Sa is the first one, where you just dive in with the ulti, you absolutely go hell for leather. You've now also got things like a Jhin, which you might want to look to ban, and again, up against tanks, it's not the best thing in the world, but it's really good at enabling the rest of the setup. So you lock down an Ezreal, and all of a sudden you've got Curtain Call coming over the top. There's another chance there to take that Jhin into the bot lane and help out the rest of the team.
And this is a very similar style of draft from Thunder Talk that we saw in game 1 specifically, when you look at their jungle support and how they're able to play together around the map. It was the Poppy Renata, it was them kind of working zones, and specifically Beishuan finding these big picks. Beishuan's going to have the opportunity to do that again. This time has a little bit of extra help from Feather on the Nautilus, has that point and click crowd control, can really single out one member, and against somebody like an Ezreal who is very slippery, having that point and click always very, very important. So as we round out this second phase of bans, interesting to see the Ambessa finally taken off the board. It really hasn't been a priority in either of these drafts, and so it's going to go completely unpicked throughout this first series. And the final ban here for TT will be the LeBlanc, one of Haichao's most played.
Okay, so a little bit of comfort taken away from Haichao, and then some really thematic champions taken away by LNG. So TT, they're going to have to dip a little bit further into their pool to see if they can get some good dive picks going down. And I think that this Kindred here, if it gets locked in, would be absolutely wonderful. Oh. Gets taken, and I think that that's such a really solid pick versus what you've already seen from a Thunder Talk. It just stops that engage right in its tracks, and it also, for an Ahri who's looking to reset, prevents that immediately, right? The Spirit Rush charges going to be struggling to be found, is the short answer of that. Won't be easy at all for the Ahri to get those resets going.
So 1xN now looking to round out this competition in the bottom lane with the Nautilus is going to be the Misfortune, actually. Now, we saw Fodic actually play this Misfortune fairly often last year, but not a ton from 1xN, I believe, in the 2024 season. So a pretty surprising pickup here, Rude. What do you think?
No, I mean, I like it versus an Ezreal. You can attempt to match range with those double ups through minions, and, you know, when you're looking for an ultimate that's going to do damage on a CC target, hey, you know, my Misfortune fits that brief. The issue that I'm finding right now is that they're going to end up with a lot of missed synergy if these Gragas and Misfortune ultis end up syncing up with one another. Ideally, I love Gragas versus Kindred. It's such a good answer. You knock them all out of the Lamb's Respite with your ulti. The way that the game ends up playing out, typically you're using your Gragas ulti for an engage to try and facilitate some sort of a fight in the first place, and then the Lamb's Respite is used afterwards. But if Hoya can hold on to that, if Hoya can make the transition into that mid game or into those team fights without having to use his cask, it can have a lot of power.
Yeah, so with the Taliyah picked up here for High Chow, it means that, you know, officially we have our lane assignments. It's going to be Maokai top lane, actually, for Zika, you know, the player that is known for things like his Jax, like his Camille, like his Renekton, things like that. He's going to be on tank duty this time around against the Gragas in what is kind of like a 2016 top lane matchup of some sorts up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the best tanks currently, unfortunately, which is, you know, really sad to watch because he just gets healed by everything. And Gragas' cooldowns are relatively short as well, so the Maokai is just going to be sapping you, constantly healing, and then you get, is it Unending Despair is one of these items that is just currently incredibly obnoxious. So things like anti-heal, probably going to need to be on the menu for at least somebody on Thunder Talk at some point. So keeping their eyes on how well they can cut through a Maokai as well is certainly something that they're going to have to try and broach, because looking back, thinking to their roster, Tank Shred, not something that they've got a lot of, right? Misfortune, a champion that really struggles specifically versus tanks. The Ahri doesn't want to be hitting tanks, and then you've got, what, support top lane. So again, the Maokai could very much be Thanos this game, really struggling to go down, but if they keep it behind the curve, maybe they're going to be accelerating the Misfortune to a point where she's so far ahead that maybe you can keep on cutting down the tree. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Now, as we get into this game number 3, I'm definitely looking at this jungle matchup, specifically Weiwei on this Kindred. And something that we talked about, Rude, before we actually went live, is just the thought of Weiwei's role on this newfound LNG roster and how it could potentially be a little bit different than what we've seen from him in the last couple of years. You know, when you're playing with someone like Scout and Gala all the time, you're allowed to be on Sejuani duty a lot of the time and have that be okay. Looks like they're going to put a little bit more juice into Weiwei. He's going to be a big carry for LNG in this decisive game of the quarterfinals.
No, and I'm absolutely here for it as well. He's done his job so far, playing the more facilitatory roles throughout the first 2 games. Let's give him a little bit of agency in game number 3 to really start to get things going. And again, I want to emphasize that this is now an early game snowball composition for TT. Yes, they've got elements of late game team fight where they can pick off one target, but I'm really concerned because the carries that LNG have drafted are all really solid late game. So Ezreal, Taliyah, and Kindred can all be very solid carries, as we're actually seeing Weiwei take away the red buff, and that is traded by Beishuan. But the Vi and the Ahri, they're going to kill one person. There's then 2 other carries for LNG that they have to try and get through. And on top of that, they have to try and get through Zika, who is going to be this massive immovable front line for LNG.
And as we start off this game, we do have a lane swap once again here for game number 3. It looks like this time, though, it was initiated by Thunder Talk if they sent 1xN on the Misfortune up to the top side alongside Hoya. So again, the team that initiates the lane swap always gets the worst end of things in terms of tower plate damage, but if they're the ones that are initiating, it means that they have a matchup in this lane, in one of the side lanes that they don't necessarily enjoy. Looks like Feather and Zika both hit level 2 and then are going to go on a retreat for LNG specifically, going to try to get as many plates off that bot lane as possible before the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, so Feather attempts to get level 2 before going back down to this bot side and, trying to catch a little bit of experience. He's here to support the teleport that is going to come through from presumably Hoya from that top side, but LNG, they're already in position, making sure that Feather can't get into this lane, and that if Hoya TP's in, it's a 4 versus 1, at worst a 4 versus 2. And so far, Hoya calls it. He doesn't want to burn the teleport because he knows he's just going to get dove, but
here he goes.
Now he's done it. 4 versus 2.
Yep, and immediately getting hit by the Twisted Advance. Feather did not show, but it does not matter because First Blood will be picked up here by Weiwei and LNG, and they're going to go for the redive as well. Zhuo taking tower damage, but he will survive with less than 100 HP. 2-0 LNG as they execute that bot lane dive perfectly.
Yeah, no notes, actually. The fact that they didn't even have to burn summoner spells is a testament to itself. The TP from Hoya, unfortunately, signals his own doom, right? He knows that TPing in there is so risky, really. But if he doesn't do it, then he's just sacrificing far too much. And 2 kills already. They're going to the best place as well, onto both of the marksmen. So already LNG incredibly far ahead with that 1k gold lead. They deny all of that experience under the turret as well. It's 1xN who goes to pick up some of it, but again, you have to feel for Hoya and Feather there. They knew exactly what was going to happen, and they still just walked themselves into it.
Yeah, it's always one of those situations, like a lost cause fallacy in a way, because you feel like you have to try to save that massive wave that's crashing underneath, and potentially 2 plates down there in the bottom lane, but you end up losing all of that anyway, and you also lose 2 kills. So goes from bad to worse a little bit there for Thunder Talk. And again, it's the team that initiates the dives, Rude, that ends up on the short end of things. Hey, maybe that means that the ride changes are working a little bit.
Yeah, lane swapping is bad, guys. Maybe you shouldn't do it, and then they get punished for it. So
the results analysis that you can see here on this screen.
Just only the finest, only the finest. And for the time being as well, that's a devastation for TT. We talked about the fact that they have the snowball-oriented composition, the comp that kind of needs to get farmed and needs to get ahead relatively quickly. 1xN has gone back to base, picked up a cull, which doesn't indicate snowball. And we've got already our top laners that have taken a death for Hoya's case as well. So TT really on the back foot so far. LNG with this really heavy scaling composition with the Kindred are more than happy to have this sort of 1.3k gold lead super early on. And I think that moving into the rest of this game, eyes need to be on Beishuan to see what he can do, because Feather needs to stay in lane to just get the bare bones of XP, has only just ticked over to level 3. And from here, it's all on Beishuan now, right? How much can you get done through this mid game to get any semblance of a way back into it?
Yeah, and it becomes harder and harder as we go forward, and as Weiwei could potentially hit level 6 and provide a little bit extra safety on a potential 2v2. Head over to the mid lane, and Seitab tries to find the charm on the high chow, but is unable to do so. Zhuo with the Zenith Blade is able to force the flash out of the Ahri in return. Weiwei on this Kindred now, 2 stacks after picking up that first blood, as well as the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side. He is off to a fantastic start to this game as a grub spawn.
Yep, and we'll be looking to take those as well. You can already see with Zhuo moving his way through the mid lane, forces the flash from the Ahri. Not the biggest deal. Seitab will ding level 6 and be absolutely fine in just a couple of minions time. There we go. And from that, the Ahri now regains her safety. But can Thunder Talk find any sort of fight on this top side? I think they absolutely have to look. The only way out is going to be through.
Yeah, gonna find Feather, or find Zhuo, I should say, with the Hex Flash forward. Zenith Blade does not connect, and Seitab will make it a numbers advantage for now. Hoya with a nice body slam will find the first kill under Zhuo, but the Unraveled Earth doing so much. 1xN joining the fight. Still numbers advantage for Thunder Talk as they're fully investing into this scrub fight, and it will work out for them as they pick up 2, even up that kill count, and they're gonna try to look for more. Weiwei will fall into the trade of junglers as Beishuan will go down in response as we all find ourselves all tied up 3-3.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what we needed from Thunder Talk. They have this early game composition. You can't just accept that because we lost a little bit early on that we can't play the game at all, otherwise the game just ends. Love that they make this move up to the top side, even with the small experience disadvantage. Their composition earlier on is just that little bit stronger. Hoya comes in, finds a double body slam, they find the first reset onto Zhou, and from here on in, it's just Ahri season. You're looking with that level 6 to constantly find those kills, pick up as much as possible. Hai Chao saves Flash, knows that he's going to go down there anyway, and yeah, like you say, it is just a wonderful charm to pick up Weiwei, who again makes the most of that situation, finding the trade kill. But overall, with Thunder Talk finding themselves now with a bit of an advantage, they're looking for another fight.
Yeah, the trouble is both junglers died, which means Beishuan wasn't able to get the grubs. They finally pick up 1 as they once again send all 5. The bullet time barely not able to get Zhuo, but the Hoya with the explosive cask will be able to secure the kill onto the support of LNG. Zika also falling. Thunder Talk forcing these fights and somehow winning them. Another one, 3 for 1 in their favor. Fotic and Haichao, though, still alive, trying to target down Feather, who's still only level 3. And now Hoya able to finally go back to base. Still, only one of those grubs taken there, Rude.
Yeah, and again, Beishuan's the one that falls for TT, so he's not able to pick up the rest of those grubs. 1xN here, playing with a little bit of fire. Fotic as well. Okay.
Wow. A lot of damage coming out of that. Misfortune. 3-0 and 2 all of a sudden. We got a game.
A really small thing there that we got to see from 1xN, so Zhuo goes in again.
Okay, we're just non-stop fighting. It seems like these grubs just attract these LPL players to force them to go at each other. Level 6 unlocked for Beishuan. Landon that cease and desist on a Weiwei. Doesn't have the ultimate himself. Hoya doesn't have the cask this time, so Weiwei will be able to escape. And finally, ThunderTalk will get all 3 grubs and also like 7 kills in the extended 3-minute fight.
I mean, what even is bot lane, right? Like, I don't think anybody's been there for the last 3 minutes. And in fairness, that's actually benefiting LNG right now because there's a huge wave down on that bot side that Fotic's going to look to be able to go and collect. But I'm sure they would have much rather had 3 grubs and a 3-0 misfortune. And ThunderTalk here, they make the most of what is a really solid early game composition. This is the second time around, I believe, that we get to see them going in. And, you know, level 6 already for the misfortune. Zhuo barely gets out to safety, and then all of a sudden Hoya, it's a 2 birds, 1 stone because he knocks Weiwei right back into the midst of danger as well and ends up finding the kill there. Looks like picture in picture. They're looking for a fight onto Zika as, you know, TT do come out on top.
Yeah, it looks like this Maokai is pretty tanky. Will he be tanky enough, though? I don't think so. 1xN getting stronger and stronger as this game goes on. And this, Rude, is what... You know, this series as a whole is what's making me pretty excited about this ThunderTalk roster as we go into the season. Game number 1, their goal was to scale into late game. We didn't see a kill until 12 minutes. They were able to execute on that and win that game. This game, they saw that they were down heavy, and they knew that they had to continue to force fights, and that's exactly what they did. This team knows how to play to their win conditions, and that is what is allowing them to have a lead and potentially move themselves onto the DEMACIA Cup semifinals.
And, you know, love this True Shot Barrage, actually, from Fotic. Even though he didn't take any of the minions, it means that the time taken on that turret for the ranged creeps to die is effectively halved because it takes 1 turret shot instead of 2. Gives LNG a little bit more free time down on this bot side and gives TT a little bit less time on that top side. They are TT that is going to be able to take first brick. It's split 3 ways, but it's still effectively a kill going to 1xN, Feather, and Hoya all together. Whereas down on that bot side, it's Fotic who's going to get a large chunk of gold all for himself.
Yep, so kind of it's an interesting trade because you get more gold overall for TT, but you get maybe the resources into the players that you want more for LNG. Fotic gets a full tower's worth of gold with all those plates on its own, and Weiwei gets that dragon. First one of the game, now up to 4 stacks on the Kindred. That's that first milestone that you want to hit on this champion as well.
And so far, so good for TT. You know, that being said, it's another one of those games where even though they've got now this lead, the game isn't over until they've you know, put the final dint in that Nexus, because otherwise there is that opportunity for your Kindred, your Talia, to really start to scale up and find an advantage in those team fights. Bloodthirster finished though for 1xN. We'll get to see where the build path takes him next, whether it's the win more of the Essence Reaver or if it's just going to be an Infinity Edge to brutalize with the early stages of Misfortune. And TT looking like they want to continue their dominant streak through this game. 4 people in that mid lane, see if they can secure some of the plates in there as well.
Yeah, 1xN and Feather have basically been living in the mid lane ever since that last Grubs fight. Speaking of second spawn in about a minute, they have to make sure that they do it quicker than they did the first go around, or else that Rift Child's going to spawn right on top of it. But for ThunderTalk, definitely going to be a priority for them. You see Beishuan taking that top side Scuttle Crab, and 1xN and Feather now with a massive, honestly, I was going to say a massive lead, but it's actually not that large, only about 400, as Fotic was able to get a ton of gold back both in the CS department as well as that entire bot lane tower.
Yeah, and you know, with Fotic, only being 400 gold behind, it's really a testament to how powerful turrets, minions, all actually end up being, because he caught a massive wave off the back of the Grubs shenanigans that happened, and as you mentioned, got a lot of turret plates and an entire solo turret last plate in gold to himself. So feels quite comfortable in this game so far, has that finished Infinity Edge, is at parity with the Misfortune. And if you want to think about it this way, Grapes, the effective advantage that 1xN has in the gold has purchased him the Cull. So that 400 gold is sat in the on-hit effect from one cull. So it's really not the biggest of advantages so far. And so far for Photic, he's going to be more than comfortable. Sitting, stacking up that tier, has the Triforce finished already, is more than comfortable with where the game is if TT don't continue to push.
We have our grubs spawned, and right now it's going to be 1xN trying to get some more priority here in the mid lane, using the Make It Rain to force Photic back just a little bit. Beishwan on that top side again, but here comes that Solar Flare. It's going to get cleansed away from, but a nice cast comes through from Hoya. It locks down Zhuo, forces the Lamb's Respite out from Weiwei. That's a big cooldown, and that's going to force LNG to play away from these grubs. It's going to be all Thunder Talk there on the top side.
And you can just see from the way that TT position, they're shielding Beishwan when they're moving out of mid lane. It's the path just discreetly up to the top side that all of a sudden indicates that LNG need to walk down to that bot side to be safe. And it means that the grubs on this top side are completely free reign for Beishwan to take. And again, for a composition that needs to snowball, this is exactly what Thunder Talk want. Find yourself 6 grubs, put yourself in a position to be able to take those turrets that little bit easier. And, you know, there's only 10 seconds before plates go down, so you're not going to be able to get that much gold from them. But it is going to mean that the overall objective of taking down the turrets does become easier for the TT side.
So another instance of all 6 grubs going to one team. This time Thunder Talk, of course, picking them all up. And right as soon as they despawn, the Rift Herald available for them to take as well. So additional snowballing here for TT. Again, what their composition needs to do, play around these picks, use Beishwan kind of as that main initiator and the tool to get them ahead. You notice right now, Rude, Beishwan is the only player on his team that does not have a goal advantage against their respective opponent, but that's because he's been doing so much to set up the rest of his squad.
Yeah, it's because Beishwan has lived in the Rift Herald pit and just sort of took up residency there.
Exactly. So camp's not necessary as long as you are able to win fights and get your carries ahead. As they pick up the Rift Herald there, actually, you know, going to be in his hands, as we'll see where he decides to deploy that, either mid or bot lane tier 1. Still available for the taking as Thunder Talk opening up about a 2,500 gold lead here in this one, Rude. It's not the same lead that I think we saw from LNG in their game 2. But it's still a pretty good situation for them to be in.
Yeah, and I think that overall they'll be happy with this position. The question becomes, they don't want to be content with this. They need to continue to push the pace of the game forward and make sure that they can start finding their way towards a victory, because so far it looks good. But again, as this game gets later, Zika becomes tankier and tankier. This Maokai, whilst has only built health and magic or health and lucidity boots so far, at some point we'll start picking up some actual really dangerous statistics. That means the MF can't actually get through him necessarily as quickly.
Yeah, and I think right now, you are LNG, you're kind of making sure Weiwei is able to continue to be in a good position. Haichao actually absorbing a ton of experience, now sitting at level 12 compared to Zika and Weiwei both at level 9. So that is where a lot of the experience has been allocated, not necessarily the gold, as still Satep has that lead, but yeah, still going to be focusing on that Kindred. Again, Weiwei on this new look, doesn't see a ton of him on carries in 2023 or 2024, but now trying to take firm control of that as he's going to pick up his second dragon of this game.
So the quiet before the storm almost here. This is the same sort of trend that we'd seen from game number 1, where we had you know, this relatively quiet early stage, right? Granted, there wasn't as much fighting around the grubs in game number 1 as we got to see this game, but we've got this trade. We've got 2 Drakes for 6 grubs. It's happened in every game so far.
See that?
And now the third dragon tends to be when we get that explosion, that one team starting to take an advantage, or both of these teams just absolutely bare knuckle brawling and kind of trading out evenly.
I'm just very intrigued at the 2 blue-pink wards straight in the mid lane. I don't know how that necessarily happened. Maybe we'll be able to answer that in a little bit, as Zico did go in, but yeah, little bit of mismanagement of resources there as the Rift Herald gets spawned down in the mid lane. Tier 1 turret, a little bit healthy still, as it should be able to survive, as those pink wards definitely doing a little bit of gaining vision there for TT as the Nature's Grass comes out alongside the Solar Flare, forces the cleanse. Already at 1xN, but a big bullet time from the Misfortune will make sure that it's already 3 kills in favor of TT. Hoya finds the body slam, forces Haichao to flash away, and they're still looking for more, but a nice seismic shove allows for Haichao to get one back. Satep lands the charm, and the flash forward from 1xN 1XN will take down the Talia. Hoya just pins under the tier 2, but it's fine. Thunder Talk win the fight.
Yeah, they get the tier 1 as well. They get 4 for 2 in the end there, which is exactly what they're after. Well, it's not exactly what they're after. They preferred 4 for 0. But it's a winning position for them, and it's a continuation of that snowball rolling in their favor. 1XN aggressive with the flash. Satab with the very max range of the charm flash catches Hai Chao, seals his fate, and just barely Thunder Talk able to find those couple of kills on the back.
Hey,
and
they noticed it too.
They noticed it too, Grapes. The cleanse comes out. It's really nicely timed from 1X, and he gets away from the seismic shove. And notice that there is no Kindred ulti used in this fight. The CC comes down. It's layered well enough so that there's no chance for the Lamb's Respite to come through. And then LNG, they do find a couple of picks on the backside of this, it's worth mentioning. But Satab, again, literally the max range possible. And 1XN does what he needs to, decides, yeah, I'll go for that. As Hoya, again, catches one Mystic shot too many. Photic did weave one in there so that he would have been taken down. If he eased forward, tanks 2 turret shots, he probably would have gotten away. But the extra Mystic shot is enough to take him out. As Satab finds the tier 1 turret as well down on the bot side. So again, a progression for TT. They find a lot of kills and turn it into turrets as well.
And that's it, Tab. Going to try to get away from here as 3 members of LNG come down there towards the bottom lane. But as you say, Rude, another wand fight for Thunder Talk as they continue to extend that goal advantage. 1XN, man, on this misfortune. 7-0-3. He already won player of the game in game number 1. I have a good feeling that if this game continues the way that it does, he could be looking at back-to-back.
Yeah, he's putting up a name for himself for that this time round. And moving through the remainder of this sort of early or pre-20-minute marker, TT did a really good job at securing all of the outer turrets. Right, they heralded into the mid lane, found a really solid fight off of what was over-aggression from LNG, and then moved down into that bot side as well. Take out that turret also. So we reached this 20-minute marker. Now, Baron damage for a misfortune, typically not the highest. Definitely a champion that can struggle with it. But still a possibility for them when they've got a Vi, a Gragas as well. If they do find a couple of picks, it's not going to be the slowest objective that we've ever seen. It's not Jhin, for example, that's trying to take it out. Would like to see TT try and break open some of those top side turrets, or even just try and invade for some camps. A bit akin to what we saw from LNG in game number 2, right? When they had a lead, they were choking out the enemy by going into their top side, their bot side, denying all the camps possible. Whereas you can see Wei actually still more than comfortable to farm, actually ahead in farm over Beishuan as well. So that's the next port of call for TT. They've just all taken their resets. Let's look at them move out onto the map and find their way into the ascendancy more than they already are.
Yeah, and with Satab, taking that bottom lane tower a couple minutes ago, means that, of course, that really does open up the map for Thunder Talk to, for the taking. The question is, how can LNG be able to maintain Wei's farm in a way that allows for him to continue to remain relevant? Of course, the stacks end up being more important than the items a lot of the time, but you definitely still need both, and especially when Wei is one of your big carries.
So they're setting up a trade right now. So TT looking for this dragon, but you can see with the amount of pressure LNG have put on that top side, whether they're looking for the Baron or just the top tier 1 turret, they were looking to try and find something where they can lose out on a trade, but lose gracefully. They know that going to the dragon right now, they're going to end up losing out on this fight. So they want to try and find something on the rest of the map, which gives them gold, which gives them an advantage, but that doesn't cost them everything as well. So Hoya on this top side needs to be very careful. There's a lot of marksmen chilling around here, but TT, they put just enough pressure up to that top side, just early enough to ward away LNG, and they actually get the best of both worlds for Thunder Talk, where they get this dragon and they don't lose their tier 1 turret.
Yeah, this dragon obviously huge because it means that you don't have to potentially worry about a soul on the scaling, Kindred Ezreal team, as well as the Maokai, obviously. So definitely a big win there for TT as they are able to maintain their lead at the very least, Rude. But you remember for game number 2 when LNG had a lead of this magnitude at about the 15-minute mark, they were able to take a little bit firmer control, I should say, over the game. They were able to end it rather quickly. Baron already in their hands at that point. So what is Thunder Talk doing differently that LNG was able to do so well? I guess we don't really know exactly because we maybe missed a couple of minutes of that because of some of the delays that we had. But what's the next step here for TT?
Yeah, so that they've taken the Drake now. Now it becomes, again, just about denying those jungle camps, trying to find some focus on either top side or bot side. Typically trying to spread yourself across 3 lanes can be quite tricky if you're really trying to find an advantage. That's why you tend to leave your Gragas, it will be in this instance, to sort of fend for himself. But you want to set up a lot of vision on this top side of the map. Make sure that you're working your way to steal away the Krugs, the Raptors, and Red Buff when they start to come through. And that you can push in these waves, hopefully in tandem, move into that top side to take those camps away. And if you find the opportunity, you can also look to try and work your way onto that tier 2 turret as well. It seems, though, that TT just going to be a little bit more cautious about it and are looking for a potential pick onto Haichao. They decided that that's not particularly an option and instead move their way back up to this top side. With no Drake spawning for 3 minutes 30, it means that this top side is the only real point of contest for either of these teams.
Yeah, and so ThunderTalk a little bit scared, I think, to start up this Baron. I think you rightfully should be, especially because, you know, still have some pretty strong champions like Weiwei here on the Kindred. Beishuan did have to flash away as Zhou did allow for Weiwei to get control over that Rift Scuttler on the top side. But right now, ThunderTalk should be in a pretty good position to go for fights. They right now have 1xN at 3 completed items compared to Photox just finishing up his second and looking to start the components of another. So I mean, right now they're trying. I think right now the goal should be mid prio with 1xN on this Misfortune, take down this tier 2. That's what they're seemingly focusing on right now.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to get themselves that tier 2 turret. And the thing that they have to always try and encounter for or factor in is who are they going to focus, right? It's all about this management of who is the most important target to take down. And if you've got a lot of CC, it's always going to be Kindred, because if you can deny the Lamb's Respite, that gives you all the power that you're looking for to prevent the LNG composition from doing what it wants to do. If you try and focus the Talia, you try and focus the Ezreal, and the Kindred gets over there, finds a ulti down, all of that effort, all of that work is effectively null and void. So you have to focus the Kindred in pretty much all of these situations to make sure that that Lamb's Respite doesn't go down. And then if it does, that's a whole other panicking situation that you've got to try and plan for.
Yeah, especially around those neutral objectives. It always gets a little wonky, especially if the Baron is pretty low when that Kindred ulti comes out. We'll say, though, ThunderTalk have set themselves up nicely for a potential team fight. They now have, 2 completed items on Hoya, that extra Fimbulwinter to provide a little bit of extra shielding and things like that. And most importantly, 1xN with a Mortal Reminder, as we saw on the bottom graphic that the LPL broadcast put up, being able to exert that multifaceted Grievous Wounds onto everybody, as well as providing a little bit of extra armor shred.
And I will say as well, whilst we're seeing this posturing, this is the exact type of game that we need to see Haichao start to perform in, right? We had game number 1 where it was a little bit left by the wayside on the Azir. Game number 2 where he was absolutely dominant on the Akali. This is a happy middle ground where he's got the tools to be a very present threat in these team fights. Just needs to be a little bit more careful about that positioning and how he approaches these team fights. A player that we've already highlighted as has got his coin flippy nature, right? Will win games, will lose games for an LGD roster, which is sort of rebuilt around other players. But now coming into this LNG roster, bigger named organization, can this mid laner step into that role, which has, got some very big shoes to try and fill?
Yeah, I mean, almost one of the biggest that exists in the space of LPL is Scout, of course, in the mid lane. Has been around for so long, and now Haichao going to try to fill the void that was left by him on LNG, the team that made it to the World's Quarterfinals just a couple of months ago with Zika and Weiwei. Baron was started up for a second here by TT. A lot of posturing, a lot of almost NA ramming, as I want to say potentially.
Oh, there we go.
The jungle as we finally find a hook and finally find a fight. Lamb's Respite keeps Zhou alive for now as a big ultimate comes in onto the backline. First kill goes towards ThunderTalk, and Satab still very strong. Looking for another potential flank. Finds the Spirit Rush, but not the Charm as Zika now goes in and tries to chase him down. Charm lands only onto the Maokai as TT will retreat, having taken down 1.
Okay, and that's a good timer for this. They're going to be able to try and find the Dragon off the back of it, but if they got a little bit more, they would have been able to find that Baron. They focused a lot onto Haichao, who is able to flash out to safety and stay alive. You got to see the power of that Lamb's Respite as well. But so much time, and yes, Shuo goes down, but if that hadn't have been the case and the Kindred ulti hadn't been used to keep the Leona alive for so long, that could have been a much worse type of situation, as Satab just barely able to dodge out on that seismic shove. Way up on this top side, they should be able to take the tier 1 turret as a trade. But again, overall, just so close really in these fights, Grapes.
Yeah, but close fights are good signs for LNG at this stage in the game. They're doing their best, doing their darndest to stall this out, play for that power, play for the power that Ezreal and Kindred have in the late game. Continue to get Zika tankier and tankier to make sure that he is unable to go down, and once he's able to start continuing to heal and keep himself alive. So the fact that this game has not gotten blown out of proportion for TT yet is a very good sign for LNG. It was something that TT were unable to do in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It's something that they failed on, and now going to get a bit of a lesson into potentially how they could have improved, as they are still looking for fights, it's worth mentioning, right? Feather flashing over that wall, looking for an engage, even though it's only on Tejwo. It's the type of aggression that they're looking for. It's the we need to fight type of mentality, which we actually saw them exhibit around the first set of grubs. They'd had a really shaky early start with a botched or with a great dive from LNG, but since then have been all gas and not particularly so much on the breaks, as Feather just rightly dodging away there from the Talia. And we already highlighted Haichao. It's worth mentioning Satab as well coming into this roster. You know, the only real change that TT made actually into this offseason, being called up from LCK Challenges in a direct trade, direct swap with the RX, is making sure that this step from tier 1, or from tier 2 rather, to tier 1 it's a big one. And now you're up against, again, Haichao, who's a little bit of a lesser name from the LPL, but certainly having played at that tier 1 is going to be a lot more experienced, a lot more touted in this type of situation than you are. And Satab so far, 2-0-7 on the Ahri, doing a very good job.
Yeah, both mid laners definitely trying to make a name for themselves here. We'll see if any of them can do so as the Baron has been started up. 1xN very, very strong, allowing for this Baron to burn, but Hoya might be caught out just a little bit as the Unraveled Earth does a ton of damage. Bullet time comes out, they're going to try to just burst down the Baron Nashor, and they do, with Beishan locking down the smite. Satab looking around for a potential pick, has a Spirit Rush to try to escape if he ends up getting caught out, but will not, as that is a just very clean Baron picked up for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and the Misfortune ulti there, maybe a little bit of zoning, but Weiwei doesn't want to walk head first into the bullet time to try and get in to steal that. Really solid use of resources from Thunder Talk. I was a little bit concerned that Hoya using the cask early on wouldn't be able to use it in a fight that ensued afterwards, but TT just decided, hey, if we don't fight, we're absolutely fine. We can wait for the cooldown and make the most of it a little bit later on. Eyes now setting towards that bot side for the tier 2 turret.
And it's going to take a while because that wave is kind of evened up, but 1xN going to do his best to try to soften up Fodak and Joe underneath the tier 2 before the wave does end up getting there. That Misfortune just so threatening, has picked up his 4th item, the Infinity Edge.
I don't think that LNG are going to look for this, but there's a really deep pink ward sat in the lane currently of Thunder Talk, which if Zika or Haichao wanted to, they could teleport to. I don't think LNG are in a desperate enough position to need to go for that just yet, but it's worth mentioning that it's still there. And if there's another siege that comes through a little bit later on down on the spot side, there is an angle for this Maokai to get into this fight.
Oh, Charm lands on a Fodak, but a nice Arcane Shift away to make sure that no follow-up can be had. Instead, the tier 2 taking a beating right now as Fodak once again has to shift out to make sure he does not die. If he goes down, this game could very much be over very, very quickly, as all of a sudden Zika might have found a pick here on to Beishwan. They're going to try to 100-0 him, and they do. Fodak getting the kill, and that's going to stall out this Baron push.
Yeah, that's going to stop it in its tracks. Nothing more for TT to grab a great pickup from Zika there. Just spots the Vi a little bit too close for comfort, and Twisted Advance is going to follow you no matter where you go. Great timing as well from Zhuo, it's worth saying. His Solar Flare was preempting the Seismic Shove from Haichao. Nailed it on the prediction as well. So just that little micro interaction between all of your champions on your roster really working out this time for LNG. As they put a stop to that Baron push, it's not going to mean too much more. And likelihood is that we'll see a fight around this dragon, which could very easily swing the metronome one way or the other for either of these teams.
Yeah, let's take another look at this. Zika just finds just the perfect angle here. Not a champion we're super used to him seeing him on.
No, and it's we can argue the user capability of Maokai is maybe a little bit lower than Jack's, right? We pressed W and the champion died, but still being right place, right time, and the spatial awareness of how to play tanks is certainly something that you have to learn as well. Just being in the correct position and knowing more so what is a legal movement and what is not so certainly becomes very important as Hoya defends his pink ward with his cask, and so you know what, does the job.
plus 75 for that.
Yeah. But one cast,
for this dragon if they try to start it up.
That's also true, but I think that TT should still be in as good a position so that LNG shouldn't want to try and fight this. If they want to contest, it should be on Soul. Shouldn't really be for Soul Point because they've not done enough to get themselves back into the game yet.
Yeah, another interesting thing, as you know, it looks like Beishuan and 1xN are going to pick up this dragon relatively uncontested. As now we see Satab and Feather actually a little bit forward here. Charm lands onto the Talia. I think Satab should be able to escape. Has all 3 procs of the Spirit Rush. The thing I wanted to mention, you know, we talked about how quickly Weiwei was able to snowball the start of this game, get those 4 stacks rather quick. Now that we're 33 minutes in, Weiwei's only gotten 1 extra one since that upgrade. He's only sitting at 5. We're all of a sudden at a point where this Kindred is not necessarily at the point where we want it to be.
No, certainly not necessarily behind the curve, but not as accelerated as it once was. As soon as that 3rd item gets finished off, maybe we can see the Kindred start to have some real impact, but we've got this sort of weird build in where you've got a couple of Sheen procs, you've got a little bit of lethality from the Collector, now we're opting into a Lord Dom's item just because we need Tank Shred. When you see, you know, just a couple of anti-healing champions that are also going to be or a couple of healing champions that are going to benefit from having Grievous Wounds applied to them. So a bit of a hybrid for the Kindred, but all damage items that are all going to do good work when they get to really start to pump out damage.
Yeah, and so now, with that dragon gone, more focus once again around that Baron pit. It continues to be this top side jungle of the red team that continues to be this, you know, just bastion of combat. Whether it was last game here when LNG were the ones forcing the initiative, or here in game 3 with TT. A lot of playing around this vision right now, but it looks like Haichao could have gotten targeted here, but a really nice stopwatch to buy himself some time. The bullet time comes through. They find the ultimate here onto the Kindred. Weiwei has to burn the ultimate soon and will be able to keep himself alive for just a little bit, but Zika now trapped underneath it as well. Weiwei able to flash away. On the other side of the fight, though, it is all Satab, and it is all Thunder Talk. A double kill in for 1xN, as now it is just Haichao underneath the tier 2 turret. Gonna try to teleport away, but he will get bursted down. Potentially before that, the E from Beishuan will finish the job. Only Weiwei survives as TT are pushing right down mid.
And that may finish the series. Grapes TT have got 5 members still alive and kicking. 30 seconds on Photic, 45 seconds on Haichao. Weiwei has no Lamb's Respite. Zika up in 20. TT going for the end.
2v5. Who's going to find the pick first? Ro just trying to clear the wave potentially. A nice cast comes through from Hoya, and that's what I'm Thunder talking about, baby. Upset secured over LNG as they advance to the DEMACIA Cup semifinals.
Another upset for Thunder Talk. They find themselves taking down JDG now. They've taken yet another scalp in LNG and on their way into the semi-finals. What a performance from the underdogs. Again, after that game 2 as well, where it looked like that could have really been a demoralizing loss. They got absolutely destroyed and slammed rolled even through game number 2. But into game 3, mentals reset. They move right back out into a very solid opening. And even after the level 1 dive goes awfully as well, right? They got 2 kills given over to LNG to begin with, a snowball starting going their way. They reset themselves, knew what their win condition was, and made their way out into a victory.
I mean, I'm just so excited to see that gold graph, because I think it was pretty much LNG in really secure control at the start of that game, and Thunder Talk knew it. They were like, man, we get outscaled. We are going to lose if we just keep letting these things continue to happen after that really horrible dive at the start of the game on the bottom side. And they decided, all right, screw it. We're going to send all 5 members to these grubs. We're going to try to get as many kills as possible. And that ended up being all it took to get that snowball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, they came away, I think, with 6 kills off the back of what was 2 consecutive fights around the grubs because both junglers died the first time round. So they went again, and then they kept on looking for those fights. And once again, 1xN on this misfortune, I mean, I think is once again for just 1xN as a whole, stepping into a very, very carry-oriented position and doing so seamlessly was absolutely churning out the damage, really solid bullet times across both of the team fights that were truly important, and then getting agency from the MF later into the game, something that you can so frequently see be a struggle. I think he ended that game 4.5 items, had the full Infinity Edge as well at some point, picked up another BF sword, was absolutely monstrously fed, and made the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, on that misfortune just really taking over. I think a narrative that got lost a little bit throughout this series is just the fact that 1xN and Feather, as a bottom lane, have been reunited, going back to last split, after being able to, play together in with the JDG system back in, I think, 2021, 2022. Now finding their synergy again, 1xN just had himself a tremendous series against Vodic and Zhou, who have been together again for 3 years at this point, I think, coming into 2025. And Feather on that Nautilus, a very crucial ultimate onto Haichao that started off that engage that ultimately won them the series.
And there again, right, it's the question of, would Haichao being caught there have happened if somebody else had been playing in that role, right? But even still, I think that both of these mid laners have certainly stepped up for what we were expecting from them. I've seen really solid things from Seitab in that final fight. Game number 2 from Haichao, and throughout the majority of this game, Haichao was performing absolutely incredibly well. But there's that gold graph that you were after, Grapes. Does that line up with what we were expecting?
Yeah, those the slingshot rides at the amusement park where you're like, you get locked in a little bit. You have to go down a little bit to start things off, and then eventually, once you let go, I mean, it just went off to the moon right there. That's kind of what that gold graph ended up looking like. As we could take a look at some of the damage done here as well. Seitab very efficient with his damage per gold ratio. I know that's not necessarily a stat that we talk about too much in the English-speaking world, but I'm a big fan of it. It means that he's very efficient with the gold that he was given.
Yeah, exactly. Is that the 140%, right? Like every gold he does so much damage. Yeah, very good.
So I think overall, very excited about what this Thunder Talk roster can look like. Obviously, we're very early in the season. We're so early into the season that the season hasn't even started yet. But here in the DEMACIA Cup, seeing a team like TT take down both JDG and LNG to make their way into the DEMACIA Cup semifinals is just so exciting. And, obviously, this LNG team is not the same one that went to Worlds in 2024. They have a couple of new players that we'll see how they end up gelling together. This was their first series as a squad. But you have to be really excited if you're a TT fan. Keeping the same core together, seeing significant improvements from basically everyone. I think everyone had a really nice series as we take a look at some of the replays of this Game 3.
And I think that the question for this Thunder Talk roster becomes, are they actually underdogs or are they just a solid roster, right? Like, is this composition of players going to be able to do enough to actually challenge these LPL teams when we get into the regular season? And, we won't be able to answer that question. That's something that they're going to have to do so when they move into the regular season of LPL first off. So we'll be waiting to see if they can continue this train. Obviously, they've got semis in a couple of days' time up against it doesn't matter who wins tomorrow, but not tomorrow, next game, they've got a difficult task ahead of them again.
Yeah, I think the big thing here for Thunder Talk is that both of their wins against, supposed big favorites have been teams that are, playing together for the first time. That JDG roster playing together as 5 for the first time. Same with this LNG group of 5. This is a team that has stuck together. The question is, of course, as they await the winner of the IGTES series, which will be coming up right after this, is how well and how consistent can they maintain their level of play against some teams that maybe have more experience together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always good to see the open-ended questions like that, right? Like how well, and give some expectations or at least some questions to be answered for both TT and for LNG as well, because obviously LNG, they're not going to be happy with this result either, right? They get knocked out their first time out as 5 against a team of Thunder Talk who you would anticipate with just the one roster change haven't been super massively upgraded, but maybe that is the case.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, and still a lot of questions that are going to have to be answered as we approach the start of the 2025 regular season. Again, it's going to be really tough to make conclusions off of anything in DEMACIA Cup, but especially for one best-of-3 series against a team that has been playing together with most of their roster for like over a year at this point. Like, definitely a lot still to look forward to if you are an LNG fan. Do not let this one series like fully take you off the rails for the rest of the year. Still a lot of League of Legends left to be played, but for right now, it's all about highlighting Thunder Talk and what they've been able to do to make it to the DEMACIA Cup semifinals. As we see our player of the game, it's 1xN for the second time.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises, to be honest. Game 1, we could have argued Beishwan. Game number 3, nobody's arguing that 1xN is the deserved victor of the POG, right? Played absolutely tremendously, got the lead, never let it go, didn't die a single time, is constantly out on the map. Like, just everything that you need from your AD carry is met.
Absolutely. So once again, congratulations to Thunder Talk 1xN. Certainly a player to look forward to if you are an LPL fan going into 2025. But that's going to do it for our coverage of this series. Root of pleasure. As always, we're going to take a short break and step away before we've got our ultimate heavyweight matchup. It's Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming after this.
and immediately be present yet again as Gala finding damage here onto Wunai. If a handshake connects, he's surely dead.
Even if it doesn't, he might be toast no matter what.
There might be more danger coming.
So they're on their way. As long as Aki can live, or then he has to live here.
Oh, Gala gets the snipe for the max timing stun lock. The part always about these cool lane swaps is watching the mid laners just kind of play their own game. As the Shy goes for the most influential but low range teleport between his own lane to get back here. He's just trying to jump for level 2 here with the big amount of cast minions stacked up, but he's thrown out from his under turret, and in goes PP God. They get the lockdown. Maybe we set the line a bit too high here. They're teleporting in for Nexus turrets. They're going sub 20. Screw the sub 25 mark. And they might just get it.
Okay, there's one.
Okay, Milky Way reset.
I don't think it's gonna be enough.
And the quickest game of the DEMACIA Cup so far belongs to Invictus.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English coverage of DEMACIA Cup 2024. I'm Mazel. I want to give a huge shout out to Grapes, who was covering the series before us. It was a fun series, went all the way, and now, Rude Dude, you're stuck with me for the next series, which is going to be a fun one.
That's true.
It's IG versus Top Esports.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, these are two titans, you know, potential favorites for this tournament had they not been drawn into the bracket like they have, that are coming into each other at the quarterfinals, which might feel like a bit of a shame, but it just means that we get the better action that little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see what we get today, especially. You got to see some of the highlights before from their group stage games. It did look dominant in a lot of regards, the 3-0 for IG. But the Shy was up to the Shy ways in a lot of times, and getting caught.
What do you mean?
No,
never. I've never seen the Shy get caught in my life.
No, never. But it is exciting. Obviously, I think this tournament as a whole has been a lot of fun to watch. I think we've gotten a lot of really fun games. Now that we're actually getting to best of threes, we get to see Fearless work out a little bit more as well. The first day maybe a little bit fell flat with all the sweeps, but this one with TT taking over LNG, that was a lot of fun to watch, and hopefully a little bit of a precursor of what this series can have, and hopefully going all the way to
Exactly, right? Like, coming into today, I wasn't sure about series number 1, thinking maybe 2, maybe 3. This series, though, in my head, has been 3 games the entire duration of me planning for this. And if I don't get 3 games, then I'm intrinsically disappointed. Obviously, we're hoping for the cream of the crop, 50-minute, 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 just repeat of absolute barn burner games, because these 2 rosters have got the potential to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think taking a look at those rosters in general, I think is really interesting, because we actually get to see a little bit more of the super teams would be, I guess, going into the next year itself. Especially, we've already seen IG talking about IG themselves a little bit. It is a team of teams. DEMACIA is finally off of the EDG jail he was been in. The final star to leave his roster of world champions. Which obviously is a big change in that regard. But he joins a team that's welcoming back their star earners in the Shy and Rookie, coming back to IG to try to make something happen here.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the rest of the roster as well. It's not like it gets any worse as you go down, right? Rookie in the mid lane, Gala and Mako in the bot lane. Significant improvements for IG going into not just this offseason, but into DEMACIA Cup. So expectations are very high for this roster, and I think rightly so. They 3-0'd their way out of the group. Not really too much of a hassle there. There were, like you mentioned, Lennon, a couple of oopsie moments from the Shy, but I don't think that they came from a position of relative weakness. It was maybe an old the Shyism sort of seeping in, and I think that one of our concerns going into this series, right, was that if that maintains to be the case, that they're against better competition that might better be able to utilize those picks.
Yeah, maybe try to use some of the momentum. I feel like at LPL is super powerful to have already played games and kind of have that under your track record, but they will be facing up against a team that is no slouch. And I think in this regard, Top Esports is looking like another iteration of a super team in their own right? I think building around the crucial pieces of Jackie Love, Cream, and 369, kind of keeping those holdovers is big. There were some fluctuations in kind of the mood of the roster at the end of this last year. So they bring in King Kanavi from JDG, who has been a structural pillar over there for the last 6 years. And then, of course, world champion Crisp to keep the veterancy in the bot lane.
And I really like the way that this roster specifically has been built, because there's no sort of misconception about where your resources are going, right? They've kept the top lane, mid lane, and bot lane the same. Those three quote-unquote carry roles are identical. So, well, I know exactly where all of my gold is going. I'm not intrinsically, changing the way that the system works as a roster, but we know that Kanavi Crisp coming in might want to try and better facilitate those other play styles or something.
So weird. It's so weird. Kanavi in a top esports jersey on a stage. Oh my god. I know it's still like the same exact colors, but it's still weird to me.
They're just the little logo. That's all that needed to change. It feels wrong.
It's just the logo. It's crazy. And then the team that everybody is here to see, obviously, but a team that honestly, at this point in LPL history, doesn't need any introduction. We're going to introduce them anyways. Is IG. And you have a lot of questions towards the Shy. What did his time off playing Valorant do for him? But I think still being able to see rookie be rookie was my biggest goal for this team. And him and JJ's combination, a crucial factor to a lot of the ways that they won their series, or at least their games in the group stage.
Yeah, and mid-jungle duo has been important since the dawn of League of Legends, right? But I think that specifically when you've got Rookie JJ together as a really powerful duo, it opens up IG to have what could potentially be a slightly exploited top lane, and it opens up for just so much power coming out of that mid-jungle 2 versus 2 that you're going to have an incredibly fed jungler or mid laner in the majority of the games that you play, without taking into account that those two pieces can very easily move into a top lane and help facilitate the Shy's success as well.
Yeah, and you have to remember, this is kind of a potential test run for a lot of these rosters. We're getting to see every roster that's going to be playing in the LPL in 2025, except for BLG's roster, who rightfully so deserve a little bit of time off. But it is a kind of precursor to what we can expect for a lot of these teams. So a team like IG, who has a lot of following behind them now, a lot of names, they're going to be a lot of pressure on them, at least to have some performance. We haven't seen top esports yet, and this is the first time we're getting to see this kind of iteration of this team. So I'm very excited to kind of see what can be possible with them. But I will have the caveat of saying, sometimes these first outings can be a little rough, as we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen a couple of heavy hitters sort of take an early exit from the DEMACIA Cup, maybe that we weren't expecting. But I think that the beauty of this series comes from the fact that whichever of these two teams loses, it's going to be an upset to the fans and to the LPL's sort of organizations as a whole, because these are two teams that, with the rosters that they've built, we expect probably to be top 4 of the majority of the going on splits. And the fact that they're not going to make it this time around, certainly something that will upset some people.
And now we're going to be getting into the 1v1, which is something we're going to have to get used to going into next year. We got side select 1v1s going on. And of course, it's a precursor to the, again, matchup at the top lane with 369 and the Shy. We'll see if we get a spice going on here. It's been a lot of ADCs being picked in these 1v1s, but we actually get a top lane matchup this time.
I love the rogue Amumu ban that's thrown in there. The rest of them I can about make a justification for. The Amumu, I've got absolutely no idea. The top of the day, we saw Draven versus Draven. The Shy 369's already locked it in. Come on,
why?
Second time round. We're waiting for the Shy. Lock it in.
All right.
I think he's done there.
I think he has. So I think, maybe this is just what the players want. All right, this is what we've all been waiting for. It's the Dravens. Maybe it's also just to get it done faster. The level 1 engage. There was the Draven had 2 axes earlier and lost the fight anyway. Like there's all kinds of little things that could happen. It is gonna be Draven versus Draven though.
Yeah, fully confirmed, fully locked in, and maybe we'll get to the micro developments in.
Who do you want coaching? Who do you want coaching for both these?
Well, you don't want the coach to. Maybe the AD carries are going to be behind them. I mean, me and Grapes went through this. What is there to coach? Like, catch your axe, keep auto attacking.
Yeah, absolutely. Imagine getting to tell the Shy that.
Keep auto attacking.
You didn't catch that one. Come on.
Because you can. Yeah, this is a. I mean, these 1v1s are always very close. I think when they're mirror matchups, sort of in their own right, you can always tell that it's going to be pretty scary. And the real high level is timing your barrier so that you're not only blocking auto attacks from the Draven, but also from the minions as well. So like, because you're not going to get a full amount of value from the barrier from the Draven autos sometimes, and yeah, there's a lot of extremely nuanced approaches to this.
Yeah.
Like if you use your barrier and you exhaust at the same time, that's actually less effective because you're exhausting their damage, and you're not blocking as much because they're not dealing as much. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into these.
Curious. Yeah, hey, it's a different beast. I will say, maybe I'm a little weird, but I love looking at like kind of the facial reactions and kind of stuff of the players and just watch it, because this is all new for them too. So most of the time they're all just like wondering what's going on. Some of them are smiling back and forth. But now we have two of the most feel-good guys in the Shy and 369 going at it in a 1v1. I would love to listen into the comms just to hear how it's going. But,
and I think the beauty of last series as well tells us actually that these 1v1s are quite important, because Thunder Talk won both games on blue side, lost on red side. Maybe you can make an argument that if the sides had been flipped from the beginning of the day, that we'd be looking at a different semi-finalist.
Also, like, maybe a little, like, an extra 10-pound weight on 369's back, because he's literally sitting down the row from Jackie Love.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you gonna do, bud? you keep getting a look from your world championship bot lane, you know? It's a little hard.
Oh no, that was a bad input, bad click. No, we're not actually. Whoa! That was.
Put me in there, coach.
Yeah, literally. But then the mind games continue, right? If you put Jackie Love in for the 1v1, Draven probably gets banned. Let's be honest. We're probably banning Draven in the 1v1s. And again,
I do wonder, are we ever going to get another position? Is it just going to be top lane forever?
I mean, I would like to think that in the span of however many series the LPL is going to play this year, that at some point somebody's not going to put in a top lane.
Why is it top lane? Do you think there's like an inherent reason as to why it's top lane?
Top lane is the best 1v1 lane because it's longer, and you can use
the left on an island.
Then you get left on an island, and they have more experience playing in those lanes. So the top lane is the best for like the top side lanes are better for 1 versus 1s. Bot lanes never play 1v1, so the top laners are used to the dynamic. That's why you always see the top laners
being played in the 1v1. This doesn't make sense, Rude. I don't know.
You know what? You're quite right. It does not make sense. Oh, is he gonna start stacking off of the ward?
They're just going at it. This is what we've decided. It's just level 1s. 369's gonna lose this one, I think. I don't know. The axes go back and forth. He finally got it. The exhaust. The Shy got the barrier at the last second. I don't even know who wins.
They don't know.
I have no idea.
Who's got 400 gold?
Photo finish. I don't even understand.
They need to VOD check who got 400 gold.
Oh my god!
I'm not even gonna try. It's gonna be a mystery.
The Shy. I think it was the Shy. I
didn't even get to see. So I think the blue name was below the red name, which means that blue side got first blood.
Yeah.
Which again, I didn't really get a chance to check which sides they were on because they just immediately started fighting.
I love it. So I thought maybe there was more strategy to the Draven. Like, maybe it's just really fun in the 1v. No, it's just so that we can go at each other at level 1 and see who wins, so we don't have the 10-minute farm fest that we had.
So we think IG was celebrating. So maybe IG won. We'll
the goat, I guess. Just put him on Draven.
Knows what he's doing, man. We'll see Draven top game number 1. That's probably realistic. Because that definitely won't get banned. That's also something that going into Fearless, right? This hard Fearless style, game number 1 of a series, you don't typically think about banning a Draven unless you're up against a Draven aficionado. So maybe they will be. But as you get later on, as you know, 2 AD carries get whittled out of the pool every single time, Draven becomes more and more enticing potentially as a ban.
It's 100% blue side choice, right? Like IG are gonna blue side. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it.
You would like to think, and I'm curious as well because the Victor prio wasn't really there for our series. It lost, and
don't go watch Arcane. Watch Arcane here. This is the new Arcane.
Well, we had Jinx and Victor in one of our games in the last series, and it lost. Absolute disaster for the franchise. But I think that that is where my loyalties of blue side are lying currently. The LPL teams currently aren't agreeing with me, which is absolutely fine. Okay. There's a reason they're over there, and I'm not.
Conversation going, you know.
It's an open dialogue between me and the entirety of the LPL franchise, right? Like we're constantly having little chats about Victor Prio. But the idea of blue side just getting a single pick that they know that they can sort of flex around, maybe that they can utilize very well. It's always been blue side dominance, really.
Oh, so we got an update, if I'm reading it right. So apparently IG were celebrating for no reason because blue side got first blood and Top Esports won the 1v1.
Perfect.
So Love can be proud now. You know, he'd be happy.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like blue side had won, and I mean, it's all good.
How about this for these players? Just giving us a little bit extra time to get things ready. You know, they need to make it like to the last second, so somebody has to sit there and go click by click to see who won and got first blood.
It's even incredible. So what they could. So first blood's extra gold, right? So you just ask which player's got 400 gold.
400 gold. That would be the easiest way.
And then they figure it out that way.
Communicating with the players, though, you know,
that's true, and you don't want to do that. That's a dangerous strategy.
No go. But no, that should be interesting. So I'm gonna guess Top Esports are gonna take blue side, but that means we can talk a little bit more about the matchups that we're really trying to hone in on here. And we started talking about Kanavi and JJ a little bit more earlier, but I think diving into that one a little bit more. Kanavi was going on a rampage in a lot of 2024 because of the failures of JDG in 2023. It petered out a little bit because of the team kind of not functioning as a whole together as JDG in the end. But he is still an extremely strong, control-heavy jungler. And him versus JJ is going to be a very intense matchup of who can wrestle that control early, because both these guys are extremely cerebral in how they approach the jungle.
Yeah, you mentioned right that Kanavi's this very extreme, very controlling jungler. That's the same for JJ as well, right? He does the exact same sort of style. He's really trying to force out his opponent to establish just the smallest advantage that he knows that he can then absolutely run away with. So these two junglers going head to head, in my opinion, I think could be either we're going to see just an absolute landslide victory because one jungler has found the smallest advantage and they've been able to run away with it, or it is going to be this battle of incredible minds where they go blow for blow and every move has a counter that has already been thought of ahead in advance.
I hope to see the Poppy for DJ. I think his Poppy is one of the most lethal Poppies in the game. We are already neck deep into picks and bans, though. As you see, Top Esports on the blue side after they rightfully won that 1v1. We immediately get the Rumble first pick out of everything after we saw some major bans. The Victor, curiously not banned. And then for IG, on the red side, they take the Ashe and Nocturne.
Okay, so Ashe Varus trade going to be our game one standards, it appears to be. You just get rid of both of those AD carries. You don't want to give both over to one side if you get it. You know, we're going to get two games regardless. Nocturne I really like specifically versus Rumble, excuse me, because when you turn the lights out, it's really difficult for the equalizer to go down, and then if you equalizer first, it means that you can sort of stall the fight as IG in this case. But the Rel getting locked in as well, already a very high presence bot lane duo for top.
I love that. I know something we talked, or at least that we're going to talk a little bit about, is this bot lane and trying to figure out who's going to win the kind of bend and break style of the 2v2 down there. The biggest curious question for me with Jackie Love and Crisp is how they are going to work in the 2v2, because Crisp typically likes to get out of lane in a lot of ways, but Jackie Love is a very heavy 2v2 centered focus. So we'll see what they kind of go up against now that the Ashe is picked up by IG. We'll see if what the support matchup is going to be, but the Gnar is the final pick in the first phase, at least, by IG.
So we have bot lane and top lane picked for both of our teams. It is a converse jungle versus support, so those are going to be your focuses for the second round of bans. You can already see junglers getting focused by IG, Rakan taken off the board. Maybe we see a Braum taken away as well by Top Esports, because there's a chance that the Braum does really well. It's a really nice pairing with the Ashe as well. They've got projectiles coming from the Varus. There we go. And now you get to see this sort of dichotomy of what the two teams are looking to play for. Take the probably mid laner here, or match your support, excuse me, is the answer for IG, unless they've got something super crazy that they're cooking up.
I do wonder if they just want to go something stock standard right now, hovering the Alistar, obviously, but something that can have a little bit of say into a Rel matchup. I do like it. You get a lot of CC chaining as well right now for IG's side of things, and they'll be able to have a little bit of counter pick available for Rookie, of all people.
Yeah, and mid lane counter pick is something that had kind of died down a little bit in recent seasons. We'd seen a lot of, okay, it's top, we need to get top lane counter pick, absolutely, but now it's going to be Cream coming off of what was a very, very solid year, moving into a blind pick versus Rookie, who you never want to face down, really.
Yeah, I think this combination of players going against each other, it's the new guard versus the old guard in a lot of ways, but Rookie going back to IG, now Cream without the help of Shie behind, who Top Esports had gotten for him as a positional coach throughout this last year. See if he's learned some of those lessons. We get the final pick for Top Esports is that Viego for Kanavi, so taking a little bit more onus into his hands.
And this is, it's not synonymous with Kanavi, but I definitely have seen the Viego Kanavi do one or two crazy things on an international stage before. And I think that these two, these picks going head to head versus a Nocturne specifically, the early game access is definitely there for Kanavi. A Nocturne pre-level 6, not something that you're particularly looking to fight around, but this is also the beginnings now of a really solid, or rather the ending, I should say, to a very good front-to-back composition for TES, whereas IG are looking to deathball and kill everybody in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I like that. And, once we hit that level 6, I'm sure it'll tick up in pressure. But the utility they have with the Paranoia and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to provide a lot. I'm glad that they went with the Oriata instead of the Open Victor there. So you get that kind of the combination there with the Nocturne. But as you had mentioned, a lot of pressure early, I'm sure, from Top Esports. And for the first game that we get to see Kanavi on Top Esports, you give him the sticks and let him drive.
And I think that that's exactly what he's going to have to do. We talked about these two junglers being very controlling. Kanavi's got that element now of early game pressure. He's got the onus, the sort of potential early on to make those plays happen. He's up against a Nocturne, a champion that needs just a little bit longer before they can make something happen. So I think that Kanavi has got all of the tools in his chest so far. Whether or not he can get them out and use them effectively, that's going to be the big question.
And also looking back down to that 2v2 in bot lane, if there does become anything boiling to a point, I think it could put the entire map off kilter a little bit, especially in the 2v2 in its own right, if we get a little bit of jungle presence there. But I'm very excited for this series to kick off. I know one of these teams is going to have to bow out of DEMACIA Cup, and we'll have to see them in 2025. But this is the first time we get to see two of our potential top teams in the LPL in 2025 going at it for each other, and a lot of big changes coming across the board for them. And that's why I think as a whole, I love DEMACIA Cup in general, just as an off-season tournament, as a potential for our players to get more experience, more time playing together, and we get fun moments like this right ahead of Christmas.
Absolutely. I think we are ready for the game, so let's hop on in and see quite where we are going to fall early doors. Crisp already going in.
Oh no, this is the worst start you could have as a Nocturne. You need time. You need time to incubate. There ain't no time when Top Esports is on the clock.
Oh, and now the Shy walking in.
Oh no, don't do it. Come on, man. I think he might actually die for this one. He's going to get a little bit low. The Conqueror did get stacked. Kanavi wants it. It's going to be Jackie Love of all people who takes it down. The ace is ready to go.
Oh, and he burns the flash as well. It's an absolute disaster for the Mininar to begin with. Now, the rest of IG, they're circling. They want to find them, but they're down in numbers.
Dude, we're just going to keep walking in here. Mako's like, oh, goodness. 3-man pulverize. Who's going to be there? Gala starting to fire away, but JJ doesn't really have an exit. JJ flashing and still die. Jackie Love starting with a 2-0 now. Here comes Gala, though, chasing down Jackie Love. The Flame Spitter doing work. That's another big pulverize coming in, but Mako will bite the dust as well. And Top Esports, they are hungry for blood, and they're welcoming this game. He wants to crash down, and he gets it over the wall. Another one comes through, and Kanavi is taking all their souls for forfeit. Jackie Love gonna find even more, and my God, are we starting off with a bang?
He's got 5 kills already. Kanavi finds another one. Jackie Love is gonna go into the hallway.
We're still going.
No way he's gonna die. Surely he dies here. Cleanses the slow.
Comes out. Kanavi's there. Welcome to Top Esports, my king and savior, as Top Esports get away with absolute murder.
It is 7-3, Lennon, and we are 2 minutes 30 into this game.
That's my LPL, baby.
That's my LPL. That's my region. Holy moly. What a beginning. And to take stock of all of this as well, this isn't a virus that is going poke, that is opting into a little bit more of a scaling aspect. This is on-hit virus that is going to be absolutely pelting you with autos. I mean, the replay is about as long as the initial start to this.
It's tragic.
The Shy flashes late, unfortunately. Gets an E and an auto.
Theme.
Yeah. It happens as well a little bit later on. I think it was...
Yeah.
Yeah, he just finds himself a little bit caught out.
So
Mako was
Chris
good.
literally did that same play like 3 times in this fight.
I'd be interested by a vision toggle because I wonder if they actually see Crisp walk into that top side for the second time round. I mean, they must do if I'm looking at this way. And the Pulverize, again, they look so good. Cool. But to what end? To what end is the important answer, and unfortunately, it's to a bad one.
Oh my god, this is exactly how I wanted this one to start out. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but IG are definitely the fun super team. Like they put all the big names together. The Shy didn't play, so you're wondering what kind of quality it is. Top Esports is the like I'm going to run this league super team, and we're seeing that even more so in the top lane as they have lane swapped and punished the Shy.
And remember, this isn't base damage Varus trying to dive you under the turret. This is a Varus with Berserker Greaves and an extra longsword trying to dive you under a turret. It becomes significantly easier when you've spent 1100 gold to dive a Gnar under the turret, able to find a quick kill onto the Varus, or for the Varus, excuse me, and then down on that bot side, it doesn't really look like we're seeing any sort of recompense for 369.
Oh no. Well, unfortunately, the feed is a little bit frozen, but it looked like Konami was about to have a little bit more fun on the Rift there, and it is looking a tad bit one-sided here. My big thing going into this was like, oh, finally we get to see JJ on even footing with Konami, and they're gonna just go at it and at it and at it, and then Jackie Love's like, nah, hold on.
we're gonna 5-man invade your top side, and we're gonna fight.
And
to
you're
the
just
death
gonna walk into us over and over again.
You could have conceded, and it might have been okay. However, we've not allowed
didn't
that.
Die.
So what's crazy? Nobody has flash, right? So all of these ganks are very dangerous.
We like to live in danger, you know. I guess that's the thematics of tonight. I really do struggle to see. Okay, we're gonna continue. I mean, there's somebody waiting in the bush right there. Yeah, Christmas just going for it.
Oh,
just
well played.
Knocked away by Mako. So well done.
It's a good cleanse from Gala there, and obviously Mako able to stop that. No,
the Shy, what do you do? Oh no!
You see, there's maybe JJ can find something here.
You might be able to, though. Konami does have the Gnar now, and unfortunately, JJ will just have to get back to the way. Jackie Love,
he's dead.
Jackie Love, one more auto, and he gets it as he walks away. Cool, calm, and collected. It's 6-0 and 5.5 minutes in. Jackie Love.
Yeah, well, I mean, the theory around this game was maybe it'll be an absolute stomp. Maybe it will be two cerebral minds going head to head. We're tending toward the former. Maybe it is Maybelline today. This has been... I don't think we can take too much from the beginning of this game, to be honest. It's just an absolute brawl from level 1 that is now beginning to snowball quite significantly.
I'm really happy to see Top Esports being able to take control of stuff like this. I mean, you always wonder, it's the first game we see this roster together. What is it going to look like? But they played to their strengths in the draft, and that's what I love to see, and then the execution as well.
Yeah, so there's, again, to hem back onto what you've just said there, that they played to their strengths in the draft. If they were better level 1, why wouldn't they force at level 1 and try and make these plays happen? It's pretty much exactly what they did. They know that they can walk in as 5 and probably win the majority of those 5 versus 5s. They did that. They've now extended that even further to be able to dive the Shy twice underneath that top tier 2 or top tier 1 turret. They've got advantages in their mid lane as well, as Cream is clearly just looking to absolutely bully the rookie as well. So far, with a 3k gold lead 6 minutes in, we're expecting Top to be able to run away with this game.
Now, are we okay with kind of the response that ING has had, where we did see the lane swap? There's a very powerful Jackie Love up there in a 2v1 against the Shy, who's consistently being put down. But IG have stuck their bot lane in the bot lane and tried to take a couple plates to even up there.
So what's important is that the Shy's still getting gold, and that's what their response has been. We've seen so far 369 be very respectful, sort of losing graciously, if you will, but it's coming at a cost because he's down 600 gold over his counterpart. They're even on experience, and actually looking at the items, the Shy is ahead. So if lanes start to match up again, the Shy, despite these 4 deaths before 7 minutes, probably feeling fairly confident in the 1v1. The issue then comes that there's a very real world where IG can't step up to this wave in a 2v2.
Oh, they're going to go crash down in the middle of the waves here too. Mako get a little bit lower, trying to get the play under the turret here. Jackie Love finally finding Gala there with a couple arrows as well. Mako is just running off into the sunset to try to get as much distance as he can, but unfortunately Kanavi is the sheriff in this town. He's going to try to chase him down.
And I mean, this is going to be a long, slow burn, and maybe even walks into... okay, well, burns the flash, and there we go. Finds a quick kill. Denies an assist, which is nice because he takes so long, but even still, there's a lot of zoning going on. Gala's not able to get access to this wave, and if that continues and continues, then all of a sudden, all the time that you spent with Gala getting free farm is now significantly removed.
We see a little bit of recompense, at least IG getting the first dragon of the game and an infernal dragon, which will feel good in some regards, but they do have a little bit of a ticking timer. I think Grubs has become such an important one, especially the first spawn, but when you're already up 3-0 in Grub spawn, you expect that second one to be even more important to try to get the 6. We already see IG trying to respond with their own strategy, swipping to top lane.
Yeah, and I think that them being in the top lane for now is absolutely fine, but if they continue to stay around this top side when those grubs spawn, they're just going to fall even further behind. I think that this is a sort of tough sacrifice, but conceding second grubs quite possibly has to be their answer because they cannot fight at the minute. Just the sheer items that have come through on that bot and jungle, Jackie Love and Kanavi have already got Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruin King. There's just no fight that is winning for IG at the minute. So there's a sort of a bit of a saving grace at the minute that Jackie Love and Crisp have moved their way back down to that bot side. But I think that's only because the plates that they can get there are easier to take down at the minute.
Yeah, at least. I'm just sitting there looking at like it was like 840 or something whenever Kanavi completed his Trinity Force. That is not a cheap item.
No,
completing that early, but yeah, the 4-0-6 and 6-0-4 mirrored score lines between Kanavi and Jackie Love. I mean, this pairing has a lot of ceiling to grow into here. This is the first game we're seeing them pair together, and Kanavi playing even more aggressive now.
It's actually really smart. The reason that Top moved their bot lane down is so that they could deny all of these bot side camps, or as many of them as possible. Jackie Love has just pushed in that bot wave, so now Gala has to catch that wave under the turret so he doesn't fall further behind. And that means that there's an advantage on the map. It means that Top Esports can walk in. They've already taken the Gromp. They're going to take this blue successfully as well. And JJ would have loved to have found 3 camps down on this bot side. He's actually only got 1.
That's so unfortunate. And this is kind of what we alluded to going into it. We were talking about how controlling these junglers can be. And one of the possibilities you had highlighted itself was we can get to a point where it's very one-sided because you have all that control. And we are seeing that unfold here, but maybe a little bit one-sided on bot side. Paranoia coming through. Jackie Love with the chains of corruption there, though, is going to be getting a little bit more damage down. And Mako falls. Chris stands strong. And it's Jackie Love who takes down his former support from this last year.
You absolutely love those situations as an AD carry. When you're super fed, they 3v2 you, but they don't go onto you at all. It's just a dream come true for Jackie Love there. He can stand and free fire the entire duration. And the fact that Crisp even lives is, added bonus really more so than anything. Kanavi finds the 6 grubs on that top side, and it's just a continuation of what is a completely dominant beginning from Top Esports.
What's so funny is I highlighted the point a little bit more. Okay, as the Shy is just going to be caught out. He almost just died to one combo from Kanavi. Mako's going in.
Still not
full
6.
horns right now and just getting burned alive. He just got put on a barbecue as Kanavi still kicking. Finally, going to get feared away. Goes with the Heartbreaker anyways and gets the kill.
So close again, but just not quite having enough gold means they can't find another kill. And now the Shy...
No. The Shy, what are you doing, bro? Oh, nice little flash. He's still got the move, but he dies anyways. You gotta remember that sword is very long.
Absolutely, and again, the Kanavi show is fully in motion at this stage, I think we can say. I think that this is more so the top esports show, to be honest, for game number 1. They have got 15 kills, 12 minutes in. They are going for plate dominion as well, where they get all of the plates on the map, which is something that you very rarely see, but they've still got 2 minutes to take down what is, I think, 4 plates bot lane and maybe 2 or 3 in the mid lane as well. How far ahead they are this game, they absolutely should be able to get it.
I'm just sitting here looking at Kareem. He's like, everybody else has massive KP. Kareem is just sitting there all alone at 0, 1, and 2.
He's having a great time, man. This is a great laning experience for Kareem. This is just him and Rookie are playing a 1v1 right now, right?
Yeah,
They're just being moved around.
Oh, Kanavi overstepped his bounds there.
No,
oh, Mako. Unfortunate, you can see SF. Things sputter out a little bit. There's going to be a hawk shot towards mid, maybe trying to take down Jackie Love. He does have support there right away, though, from Kanavi and Crisp. And now Mako and Gala are in trouble. Chains of Corruption's going to connect. There's the crash out. Still level 5. No hope or no prayers. Jackie Love gets another one as it's just Kanavi putting that crown on himself as he takes them down 1 by little 1.
Just a slaughter in the bot side jungle. He's still going.
He's still going, baby. Like the Energizer Bunny. He just don't quit. Welcome to top esports, Kanavi.
A triple kill in the bot side jungle, and honestly, largely 1 versus 3. There was a chain of corruption that set up the kill onto Gala, but the rest of it was absolutely all this Viego. And another monstrous fight in the this time bot side, but top esports are just running away with this game.
It's over a kill a minute, and they have most of them. It's 19-3 right now. Absolute dominion by top.
So, Mako needs to get level 6, is what we're learning from this, is to just go find some creeps, go stand by them. But from here, this is all Kanavi. Nobody's here to help him. Yes, people are walking menacingly nearby, but you know, what is actually going on there? Nothing's particularly happening as the downtown is absolutely incredible. And then, I mean, Rookie falling here. This is one of those situations where you think, surely I'm fine if I'm full HP and under my turret. Actually, no, you aren't.
He's the boogeyman. You are not safe anywhere. And unfortunately, that small bit of control, that small little bit of real estate that IG had claimed is going to mean nothing, because the next dragon goes to top esports, complete control of the map goes to top esports, and with the kind of composition that IG has, it's very difficult to be fighting out of these tough situations.
We should never say that a game is over, but I'm fairly confident.
Oh, it's over, baby.
I'm fairly confident that top esports are going to win this game. Something in my head is telling me that top might be able to take this game relatively comfortably this time round. And the question becomes, when, not if, I think is the question. Sort of when are they going to be able to close this out, and how are they going to do it? Because I think with this Herald, like they could probably just 5-man mid and win. With how far ahead they are, they get 1 kill. Who's tanky enough to withstand all of the damage that they're going to put down? I genuinely don't think there's anyone that can stop them.
God, it's just such a masterclass performance against in a matchup. Oh God, here comes the Shy. Hey, we said he's up to the Shy things. Well, he's gonna continue that track, and Jackie Love will get another kill. But talk about Kanavi a little bit more. Is like there was a lot of unknowns. I mean, he had been the staple position for top or for JDG for so long, and then coming over to top esports is so different. You see the arrow cross map. They actually have a play here from IG. They finally find another kill, but they're losing everything in top lane. And I don't get to do story time about Kanavi because he's running them through in the top lane of IG.
How do you theorize they now defend versus a 6-grubbed Rift Herald attack when they don't have Paranoia and they don't have Shockwave? They've broken open the base 16 minutes into the game. They've now taken a second tier 2 turret, looking like it's going to be a third because Rookie is still in the bot lane.
I mean, they're on 2 items already for Kanavi and Jackie Love. They're just going to fight it out under turret. Mako, even with the Unbreakable Will, he barely survives. They actually get a little bit more damage here. The Shy is about to get Meganar, but he can't stack it up fast enough. There's too much damage coming in. Kanavi going to have to use the Heartbreaker defensively, though. They've just sacrificed Cream, but he does make it out with a nice little flash. Gets shoved into the wall, and he survives because Jackie Love is there to put in the damage. They're going to chase down this trio here. Rookie had found a massive TP, but there's another TP
369.
coming in. And 369 wants a little bit of revenge. He's going to immediately flash. He's getting CC, but the Flame Spitter still goes. And that Fire Beast spitting. A double kill comes over for Cream. Top Esports realize they've bitten off a little bit more than they could chew and back away.
A casual 13,000 gold lead, 17 minutes into the game for Top Esports. Not a bad way to start out the DEMACIA Cup antics. And again, this is a continuation of a level 1 that pretty much decided the game anyway, but the way Top Esports are still just playing on the very edge, right? The fact that they baited IG to thinking that they could get a fight in that situation and then still turned it around. Genuinely incredible stuff. And again, as many engages as you look for, there's never going to be the perfect one. Mako, the Unbreakable Will, looking incredibly fragile right there, and he almost falls as well. And then the Shy thinks he's found an opportunity. Okay, Cream's a little bit overextended. We can get a little flash and a follow-up here. Just not the case, as the rest of the team can follow so quickly.
Cream's getting caught out a little bit. Does get the paranoia popped onto him, and Rookie will claim the kill.
But they're circling like sharks in the water, Mazel. They're on their way.
Who put the chum in the water, IG? Somebody did it. As Top Esports are going to crash down on Mako. They actually get a little bit tankiness right back, though. Crisp getting a little bit lower. There's a TP for IG's reinforcements. Kanavi wants more. He gets one. He's looking for extra. Heartbreaker still at the ready. Still ready to go. Kanavi goes for a second. Could this be it? He's looking for everything, and he wants the pin to be hit by the turret. Oh!
A little bit too much there for King Kanavi as he falls underneath the turret, but looking at that top side as well, 369 pushing it to his heart's content. He's getting a load of gold, and still now just Jackie Love who hasn't fallen on this Top Esports roster. Kanavi got a little bit too dicey with death there, does end up falling, and that's a big amount of gold going the way of IG. And I think even after that death, Kanavi should still have a mega bounty on his head, but the catch initially, it's Cream looking to pick up a blue buff, and then Gala with a nice arrow, we have to imagine? No, actually. Just gives vision.
I guess they just knew that he had no exit. They just pulled the trigger on it. The shockwave combo's there. So we actually see the combo work out in real time.
It's a shame that they've wasted it for this game, though, because this would be a lovely one to have for game 2, but True Fearless, they're not going to have that chance. And then you get the continuation. This is Alistair actually doing his job with the tankiness, manages to sustain and survive, and then the Kanavi moment where there's that part in the back of your head. Is this a pentakill after he gets 1 kill? Because he's playing Viego. Fortunately for IG, the answer was no, as Jackie Love forces the flash from Rookie, and then it's actually a double hop.
Forcing it.
It's a double hop from Kanavi, jumps on Jackie Love's head, which I don't think he was expecting. Is he dead again?
Oh. Maybe. No. He got feared. The arrow. Oh my god, he barely missed it. No, Rookie. No. Man down. Man down. Yeah, just left Rookie out to dry. And unfortunately, there will be no Orianna in the comp right now. Top Esports going to ping over towards the Baron.
Yeah, Nocturne Channel's ultimate. Rookie's like, I've got support. And then nah, I think I'm good, buddy. Actually, I don't want to go in there and get
Wait, I didn't know you turned out my lights. Oh, no.
Baron, probably a formality here. Probably some kills to go with it, but let's find out. IG should look to contest this.
Cream's getting a little dicey there. 369 is going to take the brunt of the damage from IG. Here comes Crisp over the wall. He's a little bit by his lonesome right now, but the rest of the team is coming to join. Equalizer goes a little bit wide there. There's Kanavi getting one of the resets, though, and that's really what you're looking for in any of these fights.
Okay, so a 1-for-1. It's a trade of supports for IG. An absolute win. They stop the Baron going down. They get a kill. They only trade their Alistair, who's already died 5 times so far this game. So you're more than happy with that as a trade, and it stops Top from continuing to close out this game. And, you know, it's worth mentioning that the scaling aspect of Top Esports is also very good as well. They've got Corky Virus as they move later on into the game. So there's not really that possibility of, if we stall, guys, we're going to absolutely destroy them late game, because Corky Virus is still very scary.
That is very true. And you're not going to get away from the poke. It's actually terrifying.
Yeah.
I also have maybe a little bit of a side question to ask here.
Okay.
How many kills will it take for Jackie Love to make Mako want to go back and be like, yo, we haven't started the season yet. Like, put me back in, coach. Like,
I'm gonna go with 17. I think that's the break point.
That's the point where he just writes a letter. He's like, guys, can you please re-sign me?
I actually really wanted to stay with this roster. Believe it or not,
I didn't want to leave at all. I promise.
Jackie looked pretty good, actually. I wouldn't mind playing with him
pretty good. We'll see if he continues to be that good. 11-0-8 unkilled, and Top Esports continuously pressing on this top side of the map to force the Baron if they even feel like they have an extra second to do so.
Okay, so the Jack show on 3 for Jackie Love is also very, very clever because it just gives him that extra durability, meaning that his likelihood of going down very, very low.
Oh.
Nice move from the Shy there. Dodges out. And Cream. Okay.
We're just throwing ultimates, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't work out for either side.
There we go, another one.
Speaking of, we're just throwing it straight on to Jackie Love. They are actually on top of the man himself. They have not been able to protect the president. He's gone. But the other president on the other side, the counter president, and Kanavi has just been racking up kills left and right. He didn't want to save Jackie Love so they could have the same amount of deaths. And here they go, marching down the mid lane.
And that's probably going to be a game here. Game number 1 should go their way. They've got so much damage. They've got a wave. Job done for Top Esports. They don't even need the Baron. Honestly, a great game number 1. Not one that gave the most competitive of a fight, but certainly one that was worth a watch.
Absolutely worth a watch. If you just want to watch Kanavi and Jackie Love stunt all over this IG super team, 23 minutes and 23 seconds. An absolute masterclass and the first representation of this 2025 Top Esports roster. Things are looking bright.
32 kills in 24 minutes, 25 minutes. Those are some pretty good numbers. Now, again, probably very inflated from the level 1. And I think that just one small ward could have done a lot of work at preventing how this game ended up playing out. Nevertheless, it's worth saying that Top Esports, they were all over it, let's say.
Yeah, they were. I mean, hey, you got to be there to pick up the ball, and IG just kept giving it right back to them over and over again. And, you know, I feel for IG in a lot of ways. You feel like they can't keep winning these fights if we just keep TPing in and keep coming back to it. But no, they did, and they kept doing it. And then it was such a lopsided game. I think, again, though, back to kind of a point you were making in the game itself is, you can get a stomping lead like that. We've seen it time and time again in the LPL, but a lot of teams in the LPL, a big league itself, won't know how to finish out games like that or won't be clinical on how they do it. Top Esports was literally their own hospital at that point. They had the clinic wide open. Like it was crazy, the map dissection that they were able to do, and Kanavi leading the charge in that.
They were running the Rift, just absolutely top to bottom. They knew exactly what they were going to do, how they were going to do it. There was a small shake around the Baron, but they were so far ahead that they didn't really need to worry about that. And this is the gold graph of probably a coach's dream, right? Maybe it's a little bit flat in that like 15 to 20 minute marker, but like we got a lead, we never let it go. And there's very few peaks or very few bits where it dips down again. And that's probably where you're just seeing resets come through and somebody's catching a wave. But overall, up to nearly 15,000, the gold lead there. Whereas it appears that the biggest lead that IG ever got was 25 gold, maybe from pinging wards. I don't know.
It might have been just that, actually. A holistic effort. And honestly, you know, Cream was pretty quiet for a lot of that, but you need all the pieces to work itself. And I think in this situation, you have to think about the Fearless setup as well. The fact that none of these champions will be available for the next game in this best of 3. And there was a really succinct strategy that IG tried to go for that just didn't work.
Yeah, and I think that's a really solid point because they don't have now Nocturne Orianna plus an Ashe to try and get themselves a win. For Top Esports, they're thinking, okay, well, we got the win. It doesn't matter that we've used these champions. They just had to do JJ like that and really put him on blast for a late flash. And again, I think that my MVP for this fight specifically is Crisp because he just sits in a brush, just stays there. He's absolutely stationary like a statue and then just catches them out again every single time.
How many times could I go behind this wall and do a crash down over the wall? We'll see. And apparently it was many times. And Jackie Love and Kanavi, Kanavi obviously getting a lot of value off the souls in an early fight like this, but Jackie Love actually piloted this fight really well with such a low amount of resources available to him.
There have been a lot of memes around Lethal Tempo's re-edition, and sort of it's not a great rune, right? Relative to some of the other choices that people make. We found the use case where Lethal Tempo is just the best rune in the world. And it's when you fight level 1 and you fight for 20 seconds, just constantly churning out autos.
That's apparently the best of times. But it was, I know I didn't get to go fully into Kanavi story time, but it's refreshing to see the kind of reestablishing of a story for this guy on a different organization. We got to see that a lot last year with some big names going to new orgs. We see that again this year. But the fact that Kanavi is away from JDG, but still able to put out such back-breaking performances, it feels good to see him still in his own. And I know that the whole JDG roster was very, very upset about the way that the last couple of years had gone. So I think trying to find a new breath of air, new breath of life is really nice to see from Kanavi.
And I think that it's always a danger, isn't it, right? You make this big commitment to sign for a different roster. Sometimes it just falls flat, but I mean, nothing was flat about Kanavi's performance this game at all. It was absolutely solid, and just so much positive words to be spreading around Kanavi specifically for this game, and that's the best you can hope for. As a Kanavi fan moving into this tournament, if this is the first showing you get, you take your hat off to him, because it's just...
The stonks are high.
Exactly, they're exactly where you want them.
Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay, he got there a little late. I was like, I didn't even realize that he dropped the ball first and it kind of reconnected. That was kind of funny.
The really sad part is look who gets the kill onto Jackie Love.
Yep, I know.
Mako with the plus 1,000. All of a sudden,
man.
the most well-paced
he had to
sport in
get
the
his
LPL.
revenge, all right? He's like, I ain't letting you go without a kill by these horns.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to 17 kills for Jackie Love, and Mako finding the kill at the back end there. Maybe that's the bit that's made him happy enough with the contract negotiations for this split. But he's definitely getting himself his fair share of revenge as well.
Yeah, I think little point to Jackie Love's success, obviously in this game, was huge. Helped springboard the team very far forward. But again, we just came off the back of him and Mako, who were on Top Esports this last year, having one of the best years of their entire career since their world championship. And I think still seeing them find success across different teams will be really important. But Jackie Love still having veterancy at his position with Chris there alongside him, and now having Kanavi at the lead in the jungle, it's going to make his life pretty nice. And you see Kanavi earning player of the game in his first game with Top Esports.
Shockingly, some might say. Nobody could have seen this coming. Kanavi, I mean, an absolutely monster performance. 91 KP as a jungler. There's nothing really that needs to be said, because being up 6.2 thousand gold over your counterpart at the end of the game
Helps a little bit.
It helps quite significantly. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That was a pleasure to get to cast and a lot of fun, even though it was a little bit short. We got there in the end, and Top Esports will take a massive lead, at least in this best of 3. We'll see if they, if IG can get themselves on the straight and narrow of some sort after that one. But we'll be back after a short break for Game 2. Welcome back to the DEMACIA 2024 coverage by LPL English here unofficially. And I'm excited because we got a banger game number 1 of this second series. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude. And just level 1 things, I guess, in a lot of ways. I mean, Konami comes up with the MVP, but that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. Again, if you missed it, you should definitely go and watch it because it was just too much fun.
At least the first 3 minutes, you know.
Yeah, it was chaos, but it was good chaos, and it was really entertaining to just have a look at and visualize what these two teams are capable of. Specifically, right, you got Top Esports who team fought their way through, and we got to see the powers of a reset composition. What happens when a Viego gets a first kill? But looking forward, it's important now that we don't have to think about what a Viego can do when he gets a reset. We're playing this full fearless draft, which is you don't get any of the champions on either side for either of the two teams going forward. So your Varus and your Ashe, they're both banned from both teams. No Viego either. We're going to get to see a fresh look, 10 completely different champions moving into a game number 2, which I think, for me, I'm hoping brings us a little bit more calm in the game.
I don't know. That's a lot to ask for here between these two teams.
You don't think that one team's going to get 32 kills in 25 minutes again?
Maybe. I think in a lot of ways, I just hope that IG kind of reset from that one. It definitely felt like they bought into the situation at hand and kind of just throwing themselves. So maybe we'll see if IG can kind of clean that one up. But rightfully so, we will see IG switching over to the blue side. Top Esports will be on the red side. You immediately get the Aurora slinking on through and pick up first.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that it's really easy for IG to just reset after that game. That's one of those that you can go, we lost at level 1. Happens. Don't lose at level 1 this game, and then they can carry on like that. But it would be good to see the IG squad have an actual good showing of things against this Top Esports roster. Our expectations coming out of the group were that IG would be able to sort of slam their way through it. They did pretty much that. It'd be a shame if they got 2-0'd out of this competition without a really fair and competitive game. And I don't think that game number 1 is in any way indicative of what IG as a roster of 5 players are capable of doing.
Oh, the Victor was still open though. Oh man. I mean, I guess you had to choose one, the Aurora or the Victor. But now we have the 5 Victor combination. So a lot of setup for Konami. And if they want to flex this Victor, it still is a possibility too.
Absolutely. I think that this is probably a triple flex. If I'm reading Victor correctly, you can play him bot, mid, and top. So any of the carries that fancy Victor can probably just pick it up and take it. So we'll see whether it ends up in Cream's hands or elsewhere on the Top Esports map. The Aurora, again, also likely to be that top lane pick for the Shy, which dissuades you intrinsically from picking a melee top laner. It might actually lend itself a little bit more to putting that Victor up on that top side, just so you can try and match the rate a little bit. But we'll prevent ourselves from going into the nuance specifically until we've got too much more information. Support locked in for IG, and I think that this rounds out what is already a composition that can engage very well. You've now got that firm go button in the Leona to try and find an isolated target.
And it gives Mako a little bit more shot calling direction on the team. I mean, obviously the Alistar does that as well, but you have a little bit more options in terms of how many CC combos you can put down as Mako. So we'll see if that is going to be kind of the unlocking factor for this team. But going into this one, we do get the Maokai also locked in. Really like the utility that this pick still brings with the saplings and things like that and the area control.
And we've seen it rise to the top lane as well, both sort of literally in terms of its position on the map, but figuratively in terms of its presence as well. Sort of got left by the wayside in the jungle a little bit toward the end of the last season, but with the emergence of these new tank items that are just absolutely obnoxious to try and play against, Maokai has shown his face up on that top side. I think it's going to be a difficult matchup for him versus an Aurora in that top side, and it's worth mentioning there's a chance that it can get flexed down to Crisp in that support role, but we've seen a lot of success from our Maokai top so far.
Yeah, I do not mind it anywhere it goes, honestly. We are getting a little bit of bot lane focus right now from IG in the second phase with the Ezreal ban. We also get a little bit of focus from Top Esports in the second phase with the Kaisa ban, but also the Sylas ban there. So taking away maybe some of Rookie's potential picks there if they do want to give the Aurora up to the Shy. I will say Rookie is a pretty nasty Aurora too, though. We'll see what the final ban is going to be from IG.
And there's still, things like LeBlanc Open. Victor's early game didn't get much better. It just got so that he gets to his late game a little bit faster with the changes that came to him. If you're looking for a lane bully to try and bully out a Victor early on, there's a couple of options still open, still ready for Rookie if they want. And with all of these flex picks for top esports, they've got now to try and decide are they going to reveal that, or if they're just locking their bot lane, they'd probably keep themselves still relatively flexible with what they go for.
I'm all about Jhin, baby, but I'm not a big fan of Jhin into Leona. We'll see, though. It is Jackie Love, and it does provide a lot of utility to the rest of the composition. Maybe some follow-up cleanup damage, too, but still open season in bot lane for what IG want to draft into the Jhin.
Yeah. I mean, this now says that I'm more inclined to put this Maokai at the support role, because you want triple carries on the top side when you're playing Jhin, because he's typically a lower damage carry than the rest of the AD carries, so you want damage coming out of the other roles that would typically do that damage. Maokai playing on that top side doesn't really fit the brief of what you want with a Jhin. It adds, don't get me wrong, so much setup, but they might not have the full amount of damage that they're going to need to carry themselves through a composition. We'll wait and see, though. They've still got that 5th pick to see what they're going to round it out with. And it does look like IG going to look to flex around this Aurora as well, keeping that until the very final pick and put it in the hands of Rookie.
I really liked Rookie's Aurora. I think he has a really good idea of how to use the Between Worlds. Very, very excited to see it back in his hands. Also, a little bit more safety drafted for Gala in this kind of situation, and being able to use that Featherstorm as a defensive option in a lot of cases. See this interesting setup, but then you also have the Shy, who's going to be piloting the Cassante. Very excited to see his kind of weight he can move around on that one. But the final pick is the Bard locked in for Chris.
Okay. So you already highlighted in game number 1 that Crisp, a player that typically likes to go and roam Bard, made to roam, quite literally, was designed with this roam style in mind. Maybe we'll get to see Crisp experience a little bit more out on Summoner's Rift this time around, and it have a little bit more impact on how the game is going to go. I am kind of worried for this top esports composition, though. I won't lie. I think that the damage profile of Vi, Victor, Jhin versus a Cassante specifically, they could struggle to try and get through the tankiness that we've already seen picked up by IG. So, maybe they can prove me wrong, and maybe they can snowball early enough so that the Cassante doesn't really get tanky enough, and they can find a quick 2-0 and give it a swift send into the semi-finals. But if we reach that late game, hyper late game, I'm really worried for how the Cassante can probably just dumpster the majority of this top composition.
At this point, IG, just stay in base until the minions spawn. Walk out with the minions. It'll be okay. No, but in actuality, if IG do lose this one, Top Esports will go on to the semifinals to be facing up against TT as well, the winner from earlier series that we saw tonight. But it's something also where IG have already played in the group stage. They had a little bit of momentum going into this one, and we haven't necessarily seen them connect on the same level that Top Esports has. So that's where we look to the combination of JJ and Rookie in this one in particular to have a lot more say in how IG are going to be playing the game.
And I think that they've definitely got the tools to be able to do that as well, right? It's not like they've gone completely out the window with their picks. They should have chances this game.
They should indeed. We're going to be getting game 2 right now as we are headed into it. The Top Esports advantage in that game number 1, far from what we are looking at right now. And going to be a lot of fun to see these two go at it again, maybe on a little bit more even footing here. Big eyes on JJ versus Kanavi in this game too.
A little bit more agency for both junglers as well through these early stages as well. I mean, I'd probably give it a little bit more so to Kanavi just based on the champions that they've picked, but there's no level 6 gating for JJ this time around, right? He's got Wukong, who you can definitely brawl on pre-level 6. You can look for those fights, and now it's about scouting out, seeing who's going for a lane swap. You can see that Jackie Love and Crisp are sort of sat equidistant from bot and top to try and hope that they can either match up, which is what I would imagine they want to do, with the bot lane, and find themselves in a good position versus Gala and Mako.
I want to see what this mid lane looks like, man. It's Rookie's Aurora versus Creeb with probably one of the most busted champions right now. Although we did see him lose earlier. We'll see exactly what happens between this mid lane, because I feel like it could be one of those things where Mid lane is what gets a little bit more attention here, as we're going to get a zoom in on Jackie Love with the cool Gen Chroma.
We're very happy. Definitely excited to see what the Jin can do this game. I think that it's got a difficult task ahead of it without having super carries in all of its other areas of the map. It means that Jackie Love is going to need to have to be a carry in his own right as well, and do some damage. But to give a bit of a condensed version, as we see level 2s hit down on that bot side for Crisp, of what this new Victor does in case you missed it, root hits.
Okay, they get a lot of damage here. The health trade is not working out for IG down in bot lane.
A really solid performance so far. This is why you can see Jackie Love and Chris wanted to match up, because Bard versus Leona are a very good matchup for the Bard. Jin, typically a pretty decent lane bully as well, versus Azaya, who's got short range and can struggle in her laning phase matchup. So really good that so far Top Esports are already forcing a good advantage early on.
Kanavi going to be spotted as he goes in for an invade. JJ going to play a little bit more apprehensively because of that one. Crisp does spot out. JJ has started up the Prugs, but the red buff will be started up by Kanavi. So playing a lot of that aggression we saw in game number 1, now in game number 2.
And Cream already having a whale of a time in this mid lane versus Rookie. You can see, so 17-6 is your CS, and just a couple of missed spells from Rookie that we saw early on has really been the gateway for Cream to now be able to absolutely open up an advantage in that mid lane. Victor, not a champion that we expect to find those early advantages, but one that has so far.
Ooh, really nice buffering there by Crisp as he goes through the magical journey. There was a 3v3 brewing. Jackie Love had that 4th shot ready to go, but doesn't follow it up. 369 having a little bit of trouble up here on the top side. Wonder if they're going to send any help here, but Kanavi and JJ just going at it now in the jungle, as Cream will be first to move over, getting a lot of poke damage onto him, but he does have the clone to get away. Jackie Love getting in range. Deadly Flourish connects the flash from Kanavi, and it's Cream against First Blood. Beautiful combinations.
It's a perfect team-wide kill. It's set up by Cream and Kanavi. Crisp gives the magical journey to Jackie Love so he can get in range of the Deadly Flourish to allow for a second rotation of Kanavi spells to take down JJ. It is exquisite from top, and they're not looking to be finished with that one. I thought that we were going to see Kanavi go top lane, but even still, that was beautiful.
That got me giddy, man. Like, that is just like crisp A+ League of Legends. And when you put a team like this together for Top Esports, that's the kind of stuff you're like, I know we're doing the right thing here. And I really, really can't wait to see the ceiling that this team has in 2025. We're already getting plays like that early on here in DEMACIA Cup of all things. We are going to see a continuation of the roams from the supports. We are going to see a little bit of a different take than the last game, because obviously it was a little bit rambunctious in that way, but Mako and Chris should be a lot more in their regular stance of getting a lot of team effort and team help out on the Rift.
Absolutely. And again, this replay is everybody playing as perfectly as possible. Everybody needed to sync up and do the right thing here. Otherwise, this kill doesn't happen. And it's a combination of all 4 members on the map knowing exactly what the correct play was, coming together to find First Blood. And again, it going on to your Victor, it is the best place for it to go. You're finding this champion, which is going to be your hyper carry as the game gets later on. Getting First Blood in its back pocket, already now 2 stacks on that Dark Seal, and accelerating those Victor books. They're going to be coming in a little bit sooner, so he's going to get his E-Evolve even quicker, which means that his laning phase becomes even safer. He was already having a good time versus Rookie, but if he can continually shove those waves in, that can extend into roaming and helping out on the rest of the map as well.
Get a little bit dicey on bot lane too. Mako went for the Zenith lane. Chris popped the magical journey early. Cream getting a little bit of pressure from JJ in mid lane. Grubs have spawned. Dragon is up. Kanavi's already on bot side. Would imagine this would mean that they're going to be trading sides of the map. Deadly Flourish going a little bit wide from Jackie Love.
Good dodge from Gala as well. Able to get away from the Cosmic Binding, but still you can see Cream not really using his laser to push in the waves just yet, and more so for harass, as Kanavi started up this dragon, doesn't have the Prior from bot lane, but Jackie Love clears out that wave, is going to make his way over. I think that the Prior from mid lane, and also the fact that JJ is currently taking the Grubs on top side, means that they're probably going to get this Drake.
Yeah, they're just going to have to trade this one, but you do really like the early grubs for IG, at least getting a little bit more of something than they did in that game number 1. There was the Chaos Storm used in mid lane. Rookie's trying to clear that wave as much as possible. But this also gives a little bit more of an even footing when you come to that next spawn of grubs for IG. And we didn't actually see that kind of bot lane swaparoo that we've been seeing in almost every game, as Mako actually connects here onto Jackie Love. Not going to find too much of it.
Yeah, I thought there was an opportunity to burn cleanse there, but Gala just wasn't quite close enough to get the pull back on the feathers, which would have rooted Jackie Love and then maybe force him into a more scary situation. But he's quite happy at the minute, just takes a little bit of damage. He's got fleet footwork, has got 3 biscuits in his back pocket as well. So worst case scenario, he can pop those and be absolutely fine. Making sure though that he's still collecting that farm. A little bit down on CS, but when you've got, your mid lane going so well, you're not really too worried about that.
Love to see some back and forth between these two junglers. The two that we put a lot of focus on going into this one, which I feel like at this point, rightfully so, Konami gave the MVP of game number 1. But the fact that Jeje is just not backing down in a lot of these situations, like even though Konami is getting some invades off, Jeje is also going for a lot of those invades and trying to use that map pressure. And I'm very curious if that's actually going to amount to things, because now that we're getting to 8 minutes, we're going to be getting to the next spawn of objectives and things like that. The skirmishing is going to take an uptick, and we're going to have ultimates available.
I think the timing here for JJ is really solid because he's got 2 minutes 40 before what looks like to be those next set of grubs spawns, 3 minutes before the Drake spawns. He can go do a full clear of his jungle if he'd like to, and then find himself, with as much farm as he can get, make sure that he's then as strong as possible, and then look out onto the map before he finds a fight, as he's actually pathed up to that top side. Instead, he's looking for Cream in the mid lane, who has no flash for another 10-15 seconds or so.
They really want him. Between Worlds comes down to get the slowdown on a Cream. He's locked out and dragged out. Jeje gets a response kill for IG.
Perfect. No flash on the Victor. They make the most of it and find a kill back. So exactly what you're looking for, really. Mako burns the flash, gets on in there. Rookie goes in with the in-between worlds and manages a really solid execution on the Victor.
Really, really nicely timed. I know Cream is going to be wishing he had that flash available for him. You see the play, at least the replay that happened in top lane, 369 losing his flash in that trade. It's actually pretty big.
Yeah, not over at all just yet, despite the fact that that early game kill did go the way of Top Esports. So far, nothing really else that they've been able to get away with. And again, to talk about their composition, what we expect from it is we're looking very exclusively at this Victor to be an actual DPS threat as we get later on. Yes, you're going to have a Jhin, and Jhin can deal damage if he's hitting squishies. Don't get me wrong; those crits can be devastating. But the second he starts, hitting Cassantes, you really feel it's the opposite.
Is the Feather Storm going to be forced out of Gala because of that deadly flourish?
And now moving up to this top side, we've got 50 seconds on those grubs, so an opportunity for another big fight.
I do wonder if they're actually going to be able to use some of this utility, because I think the worries from draft that you were talking about and kind of the damage profile from Top Esports starting to show a little bit. They didn't really get much of a lead down in bot side, so Jhin definitely going to be even more on the back foot of damage. But you can see they're going to try to force contest over these grubs, and honestly, rightfully so. I mean, at this point, they're both very on even terms in their skirmishing potential for both teams.
Yeah, they definitely should. Top Esports here should be looking to find as many fights as possible, keep that Jhin, and using the sort of power that we expect Jackie Love to be having right now as present as possible. So moving them up to the top side, moving the Jhin and the Bard in, is pretty much what we're looking for. They are able to take away a plate in the mid lane as well, and it looks like with the way that the setup has gone so far, Top Esports are going to begin this, but you see JJ sniffing around. He doesn't quite want to let this go without anything, and you can see actually that Jackie Love and Crisp have positioned themselves on the other side of this pit. They take one away to deny 6, but IG immediately in there to respond.
Yeah, I mean, at least you deny the 6. I don't think there's going to be anything else that comes of it right now. IG just in the stronger position, especially with the way that the Shy has been playing and getting that first item, Spirit Visage. It's going to be very hard to deal with in the side lane for sure.
Yeah, and I think that this is just a really good example of why this damage profile for Top Esports is going to struggle, because The Shy can just build Spirit Visage this game and go into a little bit more MR. He's going to always be laning versus either Cream or 369, who are both magic damage dealers. Jackie Love, granted, might kill him a little bit faster, but there's still so much HP for the Jhin to try and get through versus a Cassante that you don't think that... I don't really see that DPS threat being enough to be able to out DPS what is going to have Wukong on top of him, Aurora as well.
Oh, Crisp getting completely caught out too. Just immediately face checks a bush, and Mako was waiting right there for him.
And again, really solid performance from Mako, just layering the CC nicely. And that's pretty much all that there is to it. When you find Crisp out and about like that, you've got 3 people lurking around nearby, face checking a bot side that you didn't really have access to. Great collapse. And now they're looking for another fight. But again, they don't have numbers.
I don't think he wants to go for that one. It's a little crazy. And it is going to be Didier who claims it, although they got the full combo onto Mako, but Didier just finds the backline here. You got TP coming as well. They did get 1 kill already onto Mako. There's a nice little Tempered Fate. The Chaos Storm is taken away. Gala's going to use the Feather Storm. They got the lockdown, and Crisp is gone down. Now 369 going to come in with the Nature's Grasp. This might just be a good turn. Cream has been untouched this entire time, and it's Top Esports trying to make the plays. This is where Jhin succeeds when he can cut a clean house. Deadly Flourish going to go through there, and here comes the shot from the curtain call.
Just takes him down, sniper to the back of the head. A close fight overall. I believe it's IG that come away with maybe just an extra kill overall, but they also got the dragon, which was the important part that they were looking for, and just a bit of a precursor for things to come, I think, there, Mazel. It was overall close enough fight. Everybody throwing their hands, couple good skill shots, some really good mechanics, and that was all that we needed to get from this. Not a massive advantage garnered either way, as we saw JJ immediately onto Cream, but has to back away because he's solo for that time being. Crisp does a great job here at catching Rookie and almost catching Gala as well. And then it's a really unfortunately timed Cosmic Binding from Crisp as Gala was in the Featherstorm. Doesn't quite catch out the Xayah. That could have turned the whole fight even more so.
Yeah, it was on a knife's edge there in a lot of cases. And the fact that Gala was able to weave in a decent amount of damage there was pretty nice. The Shy actually gets a nice little play here as well. Unfortunately, Jackie Love was waiting to use that curtain call, and the CC did connect. But now we get back into it. Things are still tense. There's a Rift Herald up and started by IG. Top Esports are nearby, and they are collapsing all members.
Konami goes in.
They get the Solar Flare onto 2 members as well. IG forced out of the fight, though.
But look who's on the bot side, unchecked at the minute. It's the Shy getting a turret down on that bot side. So even if Top Esports find themselves a turret with this Rift Herald, it's only going to be net neutral in the long run of things, because the Shy, without any TPs on top, is going to be able to take this turret. It might take him an extra wave, but he's going to be able to get this turret, and it's going to be isolated. It's going to be solo as well. Whereas with that Rift Herald going down, it's actually onto the Vise. We see Rookie.
Tempered Fate. Oh, he tried to jump through, got the Between Worlds there. Oh, no, Chris doesn't connect it, but it doesn't matter. They just use everything. Every ultimate, you can just throw at Rookie, and you finally take him down.
Okay, and now the play becomes positive for Top Esports. They get a turret without putting that Rift Herald down. Likelihood is that they can use the Herald to break open that mid-tier 1, or at the very least put some good damage down. The Shy gets forced away, and nothing more to come from that top side play. It's a solid overall venture for Top Esports, and you can see the theory from Rookie there. He's going to pop the ulti, go from one side to the other, finds an easy escape, but the Tempered Fate just barely timed well enough so that he can't do both. The ulti runs out on the clock, and he's not able to walk back and get to the other side of the sphere.
It's actually so big brain by Crisp, and you know.
Yeah.
We get to see little moments like that from a former world champion. A lot of world champions in this game, by the way.
Many.
But, you know, yeah, many. We'll see, though, if that experience is going to lend to anything. If IG can make this series a series, and not just have it be a 2-0 sweep from Top Esports. So far, so good. They've gotten at least the Dragon split there, but they have the 5 grubs for themselves. They're on even footing against Top Esports in a lot of these fights. Biggest worry I have right now, though, Cream is getting very scary.
Yeah, and he's not really being checked either in these fights, as we're once again going for a play.
They actually just try to get the Shy over here, hoping that Cream has enough damage. But the Shy is pretty tanky. At that Spirit Visage start, the Chaos Storm is doing serious work to his health, though, as Cream gets engaged on with the all-out. The Shy is trying to make everything happen, but he is left with a little bit of shielding. One more, and welcome back, because Cream just smoked the whole pack. As now we got the double engage with the Cyclone here on the Top Esports' mid lane fight. Jackie Love unfortunately falls prey to just being a Jhin, and Mako will claim the kill on his former AD.
They might want more. They might want more.
Dude, 369 just ends Gala's life. Meanwhile, you got Rookie popping up between worlds to get the action started. TP is going to be onto the Rift Herald, and Cream is coming in, has so much damage, and he just obliterates JJ.
And with the Rift Herald as well, that will be the tier 1 turret going down. 2 kills over to IG, but 3 in total over to top. They find the solo in the top side onto the Shy. They find 2 return kills in the mid lane as well as the mid tier 1. Top Esports, despite all of these worries that we had about how this composition would function, would it be able to deal enough damage? So far, the answer is still yes.
Turns out the answer is a glorious evolution, and we see Cream and Kanavi starting this one off in top lane. The Shy gives them a run for their money.
I mean, he's 2 levels up on both of them here. This is a really dangerous spot for Cream and Kanavi to be in, because his Omnivamp from the ulti is massive. And then again, Q3 comes through. The Cream has to flash one of the follow-up Qs, and IG by no means having lost that fight are out of this game. Gold lead is still within 1,000, and the majority of that is sat on Cream. This Victor, who we've touted as being maybe one of the most OP champions on the patch, is currently living up to that. He's got all of the gold lead so far for his team and needs to be the carry to see this game through.
They just need to find a way to play around him. A true test for a combination that's going to be new and unfolding in Kanavi and Cream, but something that we can look to with excitement because of the way that these two guys play. It has a lot of weight on Cream's shoulders here, as we saw another dragon go the way of IG. They're marching their way towards an Infernal Soul. Both these teams going to love that buff for the style they have. Nature's Grasp pulled off by 369. They're just trying to go for the fight. Nice block with the clone by Dead. 369 a little bit over eager, but he still is a very tanky tree walking through the forest.
And to mention again, to sort of pull back what we've been highlighting for the majority of this series, that Kanavi's sort of embellishment into this roster has seemingly gone very well to begin with. 7 assists out of 8 kills coming down in this game. And the same to be said, honestly, for DJ as well. He came out of game number 1, obviously, with a very, very rough loss, honestly, but this time round has been much more present on the map, has been going blow for blow with Kanavi as well when we're looking at these team fights, and I think that so far this sort of battle of the minds in the jungle is holding up hope.
Oh, Mako in a lot of trouble. He did not expect that much damage to come down. Nice solar flare onto Jackie Love, though. Jackie Love's completely caught, and it was all a dupe. It's Mako that baited the entirety of Top Esports. They thought they could make a play. Gala tries to make his own play with the Featherstorm, but unfortunately it was a little bit wide, and that's a big play from IG.
That was it. That was Gala thinking about flashing forward and then realizing it's probably not worth it just to find a pick that won't amount to anything, but now they want more.
They know that Gala doesn't have any defensive resources except for potentially his flash. They're going to try to find a play here. Passing laser beam by Cream. The Shy is still very tanky. Now that he's finished his second item as well. Dede and Rookie. This combination that we really wanted to see. They are just roaming the entire map together, and they're going to look to take a side lane turret.
And this is what you can do with all of those grubs, right? They managed 5 of them, so they can just whittle down this turret nice and easily. Find themselves a quick kill off onto this tier 1 turret. A little bit of extra gold injected into their back pockets, and that's not likely going to be responded to. On the bot side, you can see Cream pushing that wave in, but the Shy's there a little bit faster. He's going to be able to catch that wave. The response from the rest of the team as well from Top Esports, they're not going to be able to help out at all, as the Shy can clear this out quite easily. And I think that diving the Shy here, especially with Gala as backup, is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's not the play whatsoever. I think Top Esports realized a little bit too late, but they do end up making it away. You had Gala moving down the way as well, so potentially being able to provide a little bit of backup. Gala doesn't have anything but his flash and cleanse and still walking up there in the jungle, trying to stop them from taking this red buff.
And they're just sort of jostling for position around an objective that spawns in minutes time. So the groundwork for a late going to take place as Cream here spotted.
Try to go for the solar flare. JJ flashes.
Wow.
Okay. As they go for the Nature's Grasp now, there's the Deadly Flourish with the Curtain Call combo. Lands on a 3! Fourth shot, not enough. It's blocked by the Shy, but Kanavi still claims the kill. Tempered Fate going a little bit wide. Featherstorm used. Beautiful Blade Caller right back, and Kanavi's life is forfeit. Rookie trying to find the big combo. Twofold Hex, and they get the damage there. Straight on to 369 too, who actually finds another little Bramble Smash. It still falls down to Rookie, who gets a 500+ gold shutdown. And that is IG running away with this game. 22 minutes in, they're on to the Baron.
And running straight towards the Baron buff as well here. Mazel TP coming back in from Cream. He's going to have full mana, full HP, and still has that ulti. Going to be difficult for Jackie to really contribute. This is the Cream show through and through. 1 versus 4 with a little bit of help from a Jhin.
Can he do it? Chaos Storm in there doing some work. Can he do something? Can he get any kills? Can he get anything? He doesn't get the Baron, and IG make it out alive.
And there we have it. The compositional differences of these two teams really starting to come to the forefront. Jackie Love is DPSing that entire fight, it feels like, whether it's with his ulti, whether it's just with auto attacks. And there's just not enough in the tank for them. Mako, not the target that you should be looking for particularly. It's great to take the support out, don't get me wrong. But as soon as Kanavi goes in onto Gala, he gets Featherstormed here, and he's just left in no man's land. The Shy shunts him one way, he gets rooted in place, and all of a sudden, it's completely over. Rookie with a 4-man ulti there as well, puts Crisp and Jackie Love onto 1 HP, so they've got to back out as well. And even though he's trying to auto-attack, he's still onto a Cassante. And now more fighting!
369's by himself. He's going low, but he's still kicking. He's still alive. And you have Cream able to provide so much backup there. They try to get Cream with the Shy there. JJ is trying to work over his own way. They still have 2 minutes on the Baron buff here to try to siege down this outer turret.
Oh, I don't know about this TP. It's a bit ambitious.
Bold. That is very, very bold. 369 comes out of it and runs immediately away. He just got back. He's going to be losing a chunk of his health as Kanavi needs to get away on the other side. Tempered Fate goes wide again, and Crisp just can't hit the combination. They're trying to get into the choke point so that Cream's Chaos Storm can do work, but now they have to reset through mid lane prio.
And now they're looking for a mid fight as well.
Kanavi almost gets caught. Deadly Flourish actually provides a lot of spacing here. They actually get the Chaos Storm down, and now it's starting to grow, and we're starting to see Victor do what Victor does. He gets a little bit more damage down. Now Gala's going to pop the Feather Storm on the side. JJ goes for a little bit of healing. 369 is trying to find him. The Shy is taking a 1v2, turn into a 1v3. He cannot find anything, and Jackie Love takes him down with a clean shot, and that's Dragon 2 to top esports.
They find the fight they need here. Mazel slow and steady. They're able to whittle down the health bars of the Shy of Mako. Find 2 kills for themselves. They put a stop to the Baron push. There's 1 tier 1 turret that falls in favor of IG, but they lose the Dragon and they lose 2 members. That Baron is going to be stopped and halted right there. Another very close fight. Again, playing on these margins. Mako goes just a little bit too far forward, and Kanavi's flash buys all the space that it needs to. Gravity Well plus Chaos Storm combo is still just as deadly even post-rework, and Jackie Love's sniping skills have not been tarnished either. The Shy does his absolute best at trying to corral the team down and keep as much damage up as possible, and even with catching Cream once again, still 2 levels up over this jungle mid duo. The Jackie Love 4th shot comes through and is enough to round out another fight.
Oh man, it is top esports not wanting us to give any hope to IG. Every time IG start to get a little bit ahead, start to find a little bit of something, top esports not. We're still hanging with the best of them. And Cream putting on a massive performance after a very quiet game number 1 in a game that was not quiet whatsoever. Now able to take this Victor and turn it all around. 10 stacks on the Darksteel is massive, but trying to keep that afloat.
Yeah, and working towards that Void Staff as well. He's pretty much itemizing for the Shy. He's gone for double burn into penetration as best as possible, getting his consistent DPS across onto Gala, onto the squishies. It's not going to feel as impactful as you've got this sort of one-shot-esque Victor build, but this is the best way for top to win these team fights, because you can build Jhin with 7 Blade of the Ruin Kings. You're not getting through a Cassante anytime soon. So it's up to Cream to be the tank shred, and that's what he's doing with this build.
You'll love to see it. A little bit of strategizing within the game. Now we get a little positioning over mid lane. There is no objectives up for a while, so we're literally just going for a little bit of map positioning here. See so many traps around for top esports, and this is a situation we've gotten to where both teams are literally just waiting for the timers. They're going to try to get as much in side lanes as they can, but they want the 5-on-5s or trying to catch out stragglers.
I think that both mid laners this game are having absolutely stellar performances. Rookie might have gone maybe a little bit under the radar for game number 1 due to how it ended up playing out, but I think this game has been a really large component of why IG are fighting so competitively. Multiple ultimates have hit several people on the team, and you can see they're sniffing out. They think that there's somebody in that bot brush that they could have gone for, but Rookie has been instrumental in these team fights in making sure that they are competitive.
Yeah, I mean, he's the major reason why they've been able to turn around a lot of those. And I said it in draft. I think Rookie's mindset when he plays the Aurora, the spacing that he can provide, and kind of the way that he finds entrances into fights is next level. Obviously, Rookie is next level in general, but being able to see him on this pick and kind of pick apart team fights is a treat. And now he's going to be almost on 3 items as well, have a lot of that burst damage available to him.
Because with all the mobility, Aurora does become a very mechanically intensive champion as well. So when you're seeing people, think of mechanics that you just never thought of before. Like, okay, I'm going to put the in-between worlds down, great. And then I'm going to go through that portal to be on top of Jackie Love and Crisp to then double combo them with my actual damage spells. Again, they've probably been done before, but seeing it in a competitive setting and making it accessible is always very difficult.
Uh-oh, Mako. They're not going to fall for the bait that time, Rude. They're not going to do it. They'd fall for that maybe 3 times now already in this game. They're not going to do it.
I do think now, Gala's just gone back to base, finished up his Infinity Edge. Now there is a second threat of DPS that top esports really need to be worried about. Xayah on 2 items doesn't hit the same. Xayah on 3 items with an Infinity Edge can be lethal. Now we're waiting for that 4th item. I'd say has to be the Lord Doms or the Mortal Reminder component now, where you're looking for a bit of anti-healing, you're looking for that tank shred, because getting through a Maokai period is going to be pretty tricky. And albeit this is a Maokai who's itemized very minimal armor so far, but it's still tricky for Gala to try and get through that.
And the Crypt Bloom also completed for Rookie. The biggest thing also, I guess, in the way that Gala can approach these fights is the way that top esports finds a pick is the kind of full-on dive. Like, Kanavi has to run them down, and Gala is going to have a field day if you run straight into his Featherstorm Blade Caller combo. IG, speaking of, trying to make a play there. Deadly Flourish is going to connect. At least they get a little bit slowing down. The gravity field has been used. So IG, they could look for a play, Mako a little bit unhealthy into this fight, but Dragon is spawning now.
369 doing the exact right thing, though, using the saplings to scout every single brush so that the rest of the top don't actually need to. Chris walks into Mako, and you can see the Shy, as he's had to catch out mid lane, now has presented himself with a good flank angle, but he's going to be completely spotted every way in.
No more Crisp face checking bushes. Saplings do it for you. Don't worry about it. As Dragon getting about half health here, you do have that flank from the Shy, but biggest importance, Nature Grass has been popped. Look at Rookie. He's looking for that angle. The Shy has the entire backline cornered. It's going to be taken by JJ. Now we get the Solar Flare. That does go a bit wide. Top esports turning on the Shy. He realized a little bit too late that he was the target all along, and Jackie Love takes that kill, going straight to the Baron. Now goes top esports.
Big pick here. The Shy has been a very big threat in these team fights. Whilst his score may not look like it, he's constantly being a threat in these skirmishes. As the poke from Cream is massive.
Okay, they got the Tempered Fate out there. The shots from Jin raining hell. JJ going in with a massive Cyclone combos, meaning that they don't really get anything for it. Between Worlds going to be popped by Rookie to get him out of there. So top esports, they stop doing the Baron to try to get a turn, don't get the turn, and then turn right back on the Baron.
They killed off Mako, but now the Shy spawning in 15 seconds with teleport. If there's anything extra that IG can give, they might have been able to do something that wasn't. Gala turned his attention to the mid lane. He takes down a tier 2 as a form of a silver lining, but overall, it's top esports coming away with a Baron and an advantage. And the 50-50 here, it goes the way of JJ. Very solid stuff from the IG jungler to win out on that 50-50. And then he makes the call to try and fight. but it's top who call fast, call first, and they just CC the Shy into oblivion. Could not move this entire time.
And now we look back as the dust settles, 3 items being completed by majority members now as well. Jackie Love included, but we're going to be working on our 4th item for Cream. Again, though, we're in a situation where both teams wait for the timers of objectives to get big fights going. There's not going to be necessarily these big pick-off moments as long as people are playing with their right mind. And it's Top Esports that are going to try to make a move to take this outer tower and bot lane.
Yeah, so they've got still 4 turrets, which should be relatively easily accessible. We are 32 minutes into the game. They have a Baron at their backs, and these turrets should just absolutely topple over, right? Should be very quick, very easy for them to take down. And this is going to inject a lot more gold into Top Esports, where we're going to start hitting crucial breakpoints. Cream working on what could be a Shadow Flame, could be a Lichbane, could be Rabadons as well. All of these turrets going down are going to be important.
Jackie Love already lost a quarter of his health. The Shy finds him. Jackie Love, he didn't know that Rookie was coming from behind.
They got Cream as well.
Bloom is going rampant now, and Cream, he can't escape the fire. Gets one down, actually. Look at that Chaos Storm.
Okay.
It's doing so much work. He's going to survive for a little bit longer. It's still kicking, but it can't get the damage down. Now, Chris also going to try to get his glorious escape through his magical journey, but he gets a magical death. And now we have pings coming to the lanes. Kanavi was trying to push in mid lane, but IG needs to go recoup some of their sides.
Okay, and all of a sudden, again, a team with Baron ends up finding themselves caught out and losing out on the majority of their pushing power. IG this time pull the trigger in the bot lane, snap decision to go down into the bot side. They see that the Vi is mid lane, that there's actually nothing here for Kanavi to do, and Jackie Love, just a little bit caught out, gets taken down instantly. A great solar flare as well from Mako. He catches out Cream, and it's a wonder that he actually finds anything in this fight at all.
He can't move. I can't believe he still gets a kill in that. Like, the fact he literally didn't have control of his champion for 95% of that.
Just 3 inputs, he gets the E. Oh, is JJ dead?
It almost dies. Ooh, Deadly Flares goes a little bit wide. He got the shots. Oh, he can't sneak it. Can't bend the bullet there. Ain't no wanted. As Mako actually goes a little bit too ham. Oh, Between Worlds going to be popped. He's trying to get the damage, but Jackie Love actually getting chunked by Rookie. Kanavi was looking for a follow-up there. Dragon in a minute. Resets are going to have to come out. You saw 369 use that Nature's Grasp to maybe stop some of those from coming in immediately, and that'll be sole point for Top Esports in a denial of an Infernal Soul from IG.
I think there's still a world where we see IG try and fight for this. I don't think that those health bars are going to be recuperated in time. They'll be able to get back out onto the map, especially when they've got the crab down as well.
JJ got him.
He found the crab, so that's what he's dying for, and just barely able to get away. It's important as well. He saves Cyclone there, which is, he could have Cycloned and probably been fine way earlier, but he saves it because he knows he's going to need it for this fight.
You got about 20 seconds. You see the idea for IG is to move in from mid lane preemptively. Top Esports trying to regain a little bit of control there as they move back as well. Didn't know if they maybe want to try to get a little bit more vision control over there. They do have one control ward out in front of the Dragon Pit. Now it is a little bit of a standoff in mid lane, so who gets that prio?
Yeah, Gala very strong on this Xayah. Level 17, 4.5 items already picked up versus the 3.5 for Jackie Love. He's only down 1 level now on the Jhin, but they've already started up this Dragon.
Rookie is sneaking around. Solar Flare's going in. Kanavi is way too late, and that is an Infernal Soul. One is kicking off, though. They got the Chaos Storm growing, and they've got so much damage to boot. The Shy still going in all out on a Cream. The Shy trying to make the hero play, but he gets burned into oblivion. As now Gala, you were just talking about him, level 17. He's putting the feathers in the back of Top Esports, but you still got that curtain call, and it's about curtains for IG as they are losing body after body and pride after pride. Jackie Love, the ace of Top Esports, is right back in action.
The sniper in the back comes up huge, and Jackie Love may have just signed this series over to Top Esports. 4 members barreling down mid lane. Only their jungler goes down, and this is a swift 2-0 that Top will be happy to claim.
The fact that he lived.
It's important as well. He saves Cyclone there, which is, he could have Cycloned and probably been fine way earlier, but he saves it because he knows he's going to need it for this fight.
Super team this, super team that. Top Esports has been a super team all along, rebuilding around this trio, 369, Cream, and Jackie Love. They have done their due diligence. They have shown up in their first best of. And between worlds where Rookie actually makes things a little dicey, but it's still going to be a 3-kill. 4 members are coming back up for IG, and even though Top Esports was so damn close, they will fall short just now.
A game-saving play from one of the LPL's all-time greatest mid laners keeps their DEMACIA Cup hopes alive. There's still a very long road to go, but with Infernal Soul in their backs, they should be going into these fights with the advantage.
We got to take a look back at this one. So it starts off with a massive solar flare there. Obviously, Mako just kind of giving his life in the end. But it comes to a cool finish when old Rookie shows up.
It's so valuable that Mako just gives his life like that. He buys probably 5 seconds, which is 5 seconds where Top are not DPSing Nexus turrets, and gives time for Rookie to come back. They also get the Baron off of this. There's no way that Kanavi can get in there and get back out safely. So that's Baron secured.
Way.
IG have got Baron, they've got Soul, and they might have also found themselves in a little bit of trouble.
Mako's definitely in trouble. He's writing home saying, guys, where are we at? And they are running. They are bolting down here to try to save him. They are just going to arrive as his body hits the floor.
They need to run as well.
I don't know what they're doing. Kanavi's sticking around for way too long. Rookie claims that one, and now JJ will try to follow up. 369 and Chris making it out alive. Oh, JJ going a little bit too eager as Jackie Love and Cream have showed up. This is just a case of falling dominoes. The Chaos Storm isn't going to grow any larger. You did get a little bit of separation of the fight from the Shy using the all-out on 369. 369 gets a Bramble smash kill onto the Shy. Imagine saying that here in 2024. And now Cream is the front and center member of Top Esports.
But again, they get the Baron and then they die. This has happened in all 3 Barons that we've seen so far for this game, Mazel. Whoever gets the Baron seems to be cursed to immediately fall down straight afterwards. The beauty of this for IG specifically is there's still going to be time for them to use their Baron on the map. Still 90 seconds of it. They're going to have 30 or so where the Shy's still dead, but he can TP back out onto the map. They can be doing their work early on, getting those waves set up, and then the Shy should TP immediately join them to try and get some work done with this Baron. The metronome, it keeps on swinging, Mazel, back and forth. There's no way of knowing who's coming out on top.
That is a wild way to be. And honestly, a little bit of stoicism by IG in their final moments. You know, Rookie being able to show up and save the day with Mako. Really nice to see. And now they actually have a potential to push the pressure onto Top Esports. The only thing is one false slip, one wrong move, and it's a little bit over.
Yeah, the question that you have to sort of conduct as IG is how many TPs can they get into our base, sort of how quickly? And you'd like to think that they've swept their base thoroughly. They know there are no wards in there, so 369 and Cream can't get into that base quite as quickly as they'd need to just backdoor. But you need to make sure that, for example, Kanavi is always on vision, because if Kanavi and Crisp make a duo effort, make a beeline for that, they can put a ward down. They can get double TPs in to the base, and then all of a sudden, 4 people are in your base, and you can see the missing pings on the map. They're scared about this. They don't know who's where, and they're terrified of TP plays.
They absolutely are. You have to be. I mean, you have to be so worried about all the avenues that could be possibly ending your run at the DEMACIA Cup. And again, you can't shy away from the fact that we do have this IG super team that is very much has a lot of eyes on it, at least, and trying to find as many performances from this team as we can. I mean, it is a team that has come on interviews and said, they are here to try to re-represent this star on their chest, at least Rookie and the Shy coming back to the organization that they won their world championship on. And you want to try to get as far in DEMACIA Cup as you possibly can. Rookie maybe not going to get too far here, though. If Kanavi catches him out, there's the TP play. He's trying to get to the other side. He does. He gets the exit, hops and skips his way to safety.
But now the Shy's in trouble as well.
The Shy overcommitting for his world championship friend. He's going to flash away. No way! Jackie Love bends the bullet and finds the heart of IG. Konami going down low as he's going to hit his GA now. 369 is trying to find Gala. Krink can't really get any more damage down, but finding a way anyways. Jackie Love is up there, stepping too close up to the front though. Gala, he's the only damage left. He's trying to flash away. Fourth shot, and Jackie Love put the bullet through the bird's heart, and that's Top Esports going for the win.
And this time, Top will take the victory. Inhibitor, then Nexus. The path to the semifinals has never been clearer. And Jackie Love, with a bolt from the blue, seals the game.
Jackie Love getting focused now. Mako trying to do his darndest here. No way. Top Esports gets stopped again. Mako finally falls. If there is one thing that remains the truth in all things that is Top Esports, it's that Jackie Love is deadly.
Oh my word. Just through every single target that you could conceivably hit with that bullet, Jackie Love finds Rookie. And it could have been so easy to think, oh, I'll just hit frontline. We'll take down the Shy and we'll see what happens. No, he knows Rookie is up for grabs and he spots it, finds it, and seals the win for Top Esport. Absolutely.
Wow.
Just quintessential Jackie Love moment.
I mean, honestly, it really is. This Top Esports team has got me hyped already. We're in DEMACIA. We haven't even hit the next year yet. And the ceiling is sky high. I do feel for IG, obviously trying to put together a strong performance with this roster. I have no doubt that they'll find a lot of success next year. But, man, Top Esports coming to their first best of here at DEMACIA Cup and laying down the hammer. And it came off the back of multiple avenues. Absolutely,
and I think that if you take that game on its own and put that into a best of 5 series, that everybody's eating that up. That's like finals material, right? Like that is absolutely top-notch quality from really both sides. There were a couple of small mistakes being made around objectives, but overall, you're getting solid fights around objectives. You're getting these exquisite team fights where it is one missed auto is deciding the difference between all of how the team fight plays out. One missed skill shot, and Crisp as well, we were highlighting sort of really not quite nailing the Tempered Fates to begin with. The fights they started winning, key targets started to be picked up, or it was at least burning summoner spells, right? Gala played with Flash, Cleanse, and his ulti during that game, and every single time you're Tempered Fating the Xayah, that's ulti burned. Okay, now we've got another tool, and all of these small things that at the time are just good outplays, if you extend those out into a full game, into a full series of a best of 5, it's the type of content that people are going to flock towards.
Yeah, I mean, I would watch so many of the games between these two orgs, and I hope we get to see some more in the near future as well in 2025. But my God, it already delivered, and it was just 2 games. I'm a little sad we don't get a third game. I thought maybe they were going to play around the Nexus a little bit more, give us a little extra time. But it is a quick 2-0 for Top Esports, and in a lot of ways, we got to see the expectations for this team, especially centered around Kanavi, bear so much fruit in such short time. And I'm very excited to see a general figure like Kanavi, a guy who's often leading the charge on his teams, often very vocal in how he wants the team ran, to be a part of this roster and see what Top Esports can be, because we all know Jackie Love can do amazing things if he's got a team around him.
Yeah, and I think that this is now, it's Kanavi's time to really cement himself as one of the junglers of all time, right? Like one of the best junglers of all time, that he can now take a team of really experienced players, general them to a championship, to some titles, and start making a real impact for the LPL. And looking at that gold graph, Mazel, I think that is... I mean, that's a heart attack, isn't it? Quite literally, they're watching it.
It literally is.
A shout out to Top for taking it in the end, but it just goes to show that either one of these two teams could have taken game 2.
And I got to give special love to Kareem as well, not only going against the man in the mid lane for LPL and Rookie, but holding his own on the Victor. We said he was the saving grace. He was going to be the damage. Jackie Love obviously had a lot to say in that regard too, but Kareem had a very strong performance on the Victor. And this is a guy who was beat down a little bit after their Worlds performance over a year ago, not this last one. And they brought in Shie to give him some coaching behind the scenes, some mid lane positional coaching. He grew so much in 2024, and being able to see in spring not only, but then in summer, especially him come into his own, be able to take down some of the best mid laners opposing him in the LPL. It's moments like this that you can see he stands his own when given the right resources as well. And that's the biggest ticket for all of this top esports rosters. They all can put in their own work.
Because he was absolutely holding his own versus Rookie in the early laning phase, right? Before any junglers even come in. Levels 1, 2, and 3, it was 16-6 CS. Rookie's been forced back to base on the Aurora versus Victor and is already TPing back into the lane. That is laning dynamics. That's specifically you as a player being better than your opponent in this specific matchup. And, you know, you get to see the power of investment as well that top esports will be reveling in because they've put so much into making Cream this mid laner who can perform.
And hey, he does do that. I think the only dicey point is still 369. You know, didn't get as many incredible moments. I feel like that maybe 369 would be looking for in his solo ventures, but a lot of team fight impact, and especially the Maokai in the end having actually a lot of fun in the late game team fights.
There's only so much that a Maokai can do to have those big highlight moments. I mean, he TP'd in, he pressed off.
He TP'd, he did it, he pressed the buttons.
He forced cleanse out of Gala a couple of times.
Thing.
Yeah, he restored some health with an auto attack. Like, it looks really good. And I think that versus the Cassante as well, that's probably a really tricky matchup. So the fact that he's, I'll say, losing gracefully maybe is the best way of looking at it. But a very solid performance all round, I think, that from the top esports that they should be quite happy with themselves with.
And top esports will now go face a very scrappy TT. Which that'll be a very interesting matchup after they won over LNG tonight, which was a little bit of a shocker, but honestly, TT been riding the hype train so far in the DEMACIA Cup and looking to continue their spree of doing well in DEMACIA Cup itself. This play, I thought this was the moment. The turnaround was nigh, that IG had actually found the ticket. Cream somehow, after not being able to use his champion for 95% of this, finds a kill back, and you can kind of see the bubbling up.
Yeah, the simple R plus Q combo, which took Rookie from 100% health to 0% health in the space of like a second. I mean, yeah, this Victor champion is not okay, guys. If you don't see it get, if it doesn't get nerfed in the preseason or items don't change around, 2025 is going to be a glorious evolution.
It absolutely will be, and you don't even have to watch Arcane for that one. It's really impressive, especially when you can kind of see the layered in damage, because a lot of the time there's so much kind of underneath damage from Victor that you're not really seeing the kind of big booms. But once you get that growing chaos storm, you start to realize that things are not going your way. And then you just have all that utility that we talked about from draft can help set up a lot of this team. But I feel like Jackie Love actually presented a lot more damage than we expected him to on this Jhin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing with Jhin is he's awful at taking down tanks, but the second he gets to squishies, like, it takes 2 shots at late game for Jhin to try and take somebody down, and then at that point you're like, well, why am I not picking this champion every game? Oh wait, front to backing exists for
no, just stop at the first part of that sentence. It's fine, you're fine.
And then is this it? This is the shot.
Oh no. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit on Gala. I don't know, bro. He could have turned right, could have gone right. I don't know.
There's a bit of both, right? You can say, oh, why doesn't Gala path down? Why doesn't Rookie
new
path
teammates
up? And
problems, you know. He's definitely not going to bring that one up at dinner. That's not at all.
Not in the review, that one. We're going to leave that one out, and we'll pretend that there was nothing we could do.
You think Coach just skips over it?
Yeah.
Nothing happened here.
And then we lost the game. Nothing. That's not important. Nothing important.
We didn't get a slow-mo zoom in of you not taking the shot for Rookie.
Because I think that the important part about that, if you're strictly looking at it from a coach's perspective, is, okay, we don't have vision on the Vi. Why is Rookie farming this bot wave? Because there's a chance that there's a Vi in that bush. And then they'll deep dive into all of that. And as soon as that fight happens, it's like, okay, well, the fight happened. We're not so worried about that too much. But again, you know, the focus on micro is always entertaining to look at after the fact. Focusing on it in the time is a dangerous game.
I think this is a dangerous game. Who to give this one to? But hey, the bright and smiling face of Jackie Love gets the MVP. And honestly, after both of those games, snowballing the first game, but then also going and winning on the Jhin out of nowhere, you know, rightfully deserved.
I think for me, MVP is who's the main reason you won that game. And I mean, you answer that question.
He got that shot on Rookie. That was really
Exactly.
that was literally it.
It's 100% Jackie Love. It could have been the way that game had gone, because it was so swingy. There was no one person that had done great things on either side to push the team that far.
Yeah.
Whoever was the reason they won that game. For IG, unless there was a massive play made at the next fight that was made not by Rookie, Rookie's getting MVP because he saved the game with that triple kill every single time. But it's who's the reason that you won that game for me, and Jackie Love absolutely is right there.
Yeah, he absolutely deserves it, and a long-standing piece now for top esports. I'm just happy. Again, I've said it a million times today, but I was so happy to immediately see some veterancy for Jackie Love last year with Mako. I'm so happy that he has Chris with him this time as well, giving him another world champion, but not only giving him somebody who is very veteran in the role and has a lot of control from that lane. So I want to see how that can kind of continue to grow. And that also just means that we get to see more of this top esports roster. And that's, I guess, more exciting to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that we get to see them now in the semifinals, I think that the TT match could be a tricky one for TT, let's be honest, because... I mean, the way that Top looked here versus what is a very competitive IG team is definitely going to be very, very scary. But Thunder Talk, who knows what they're capable of, to be honest, because they've already taken 2 massive scalps. And to say that they are the underdogs, I think is still appropriate, but to say that they couldn't win would be doing them a disservice.
Very true. Well, our semifinal matchups are set. It will be the Weibo Gaming versus Anyone's Legend matchup, where we get Tarzan versus his old team as well yet again. But then we also get the TT versus Top Esports matchup. We'll be starting that coverage on the 26th. So make sure you're tuning in the night of Christmas right back over here. Rude, it was an absolute pleasure to get to cast alongside you. Got to give a huge shout out to Casual Cutie behind the scenes running production. Thank you so much for sticking with us for this whole time. And thank you all for tuning in for our quarterfinals coverage of DEMACIA Cup 2024. We'll see you at semifinals, and we'll see you on the Rift.